bracket, and I actually think they have one of the most favourable bracket draws I've seen.
Morning, good evening.
They would have to
good
play,
afternoon
I think,
for some of
Gen G
you.
or Talon most
Let me
likely.
change this.
And if they can just overcome Gen G, who
That's
they've
better.
already got a head-to-head against,
Hello,
although
everyone.
they're looking better and better all the time, or a Talon, then they've got a spot in Masters Toronto, which is an insane storyline. What on earth is going on here?
Have you seen this meme before?
We saved you, we got a little bit of sleep.
Cartoon?
You got a little bit of sleep, not too much sleep.
Time this morning
really?
when production showed us
What is
the
this?
I think it's
meme this was meant
I
to
love
come
how it's
from.
DOS 9 hit on it.
Excited for these tech pauses? Surely not
I was
today.
just as confused
Surely,
then as I
surely
am
we're
now.
at the,
All I know is
the
there's
end
a
of this.
chicken that's like
It's
eating
a-
people up.
I think
and
it's
got
from-
Dust Knight's face on it.
It's great. I think it tells a little bit of a story here. We're having like a full storytelling mode here. But the point is, Boom has been unstoppable. And do you guys think it's true that Group Alpha was the group of death? He called it the group of hell.
I think it kind of was, you know. We look at the kind of head-to-heads in this. We look at
What do you think of
even the
Americas
standings,
yesterday?
You know, I think to get a top 4 spot
Dude, I
in
wish
this
that
group was incredibly difficult. A lot of people
I wish
would have
the
had to come out from
loud
the start.
EG game meant more,
I mean,
because
with
it was
DFM's form coming in from
it
kickoff,
was such a
everyone
banger
expected the
game
resurgence from
for one
Paper
champ
Rex
point.
and Gen G, and then they had DRX
And like
as
obviously
the
one
kickoff
champ
winners.
point
I really
matters,
do
but
think this is a very competitive group for
it
Boom,
should
and
have been
they
for more.
absolutely killed it.
Now we have the 3 admirals of
It
Pacific
was actually
here.
such
These
a
are
sick
definitely
game.
key players that we've been eyeing who have
and
really
then
stepped up and have fragged out of
NRG Lev.
Anytime any of us pick
Lev
any
should have
of these 3
won
players
Fracture.
in our fantasy teams,
We probably should have got a third
made
map
it
there.
worth it. Absolutely worth it.
But honestly, I'll
And we
take
have
the
to
sleep,
talk about
so
Famous, of course,
I'm not
who
super,
will be
I'm
playing
not
in a
super
minute.
worried
We've
about
done
it.
First on
I'm not super
ACS,
against
first
it.
on ADR, first on KPR.
Stocks up for
switching
NRG.
across 4
I mean, maybe for the
different
latecomers.
This man
This,
can
they were
do it
always
all.
going to win
He's
this.
also been
That's all I'm
incredibly
saying.
lethal
They were always
with
going to
the
win that one.
operator. So, you know, there's a reason he's topping the charts. There's a reason.
Final
he's
with
one
the
of most
Prime.
talked
Hello, Dad.
about
Good
players
morning.
in
Thank you for the
Pacific right
13
now.
months.
He's absolutely dominating.
Doing
this
good?
Yeah, he's really, I mean, leading the pack here in stage 1, but I want to say Hyunmin and Jemkin have been more consistent kickoff going into
Did
this
NRG win?
stage,
I mean,
so
they
I
just
think
look
for them,
better.
for
They
now,
just
I
look
really
better
look
on
at those guys
Icebox.
as being big heavy hitters. We're
If
gonna
they
get
won
the Vito now.
4 out of 4
Boom take out
pistols,
Split,
that helps.
DFM take out Icebox. Fracture getting picked here by Boom. It was a map that has been
Did I see the
previously
playoff
picked
brackets?
by
Which
DFM and it
region are you
completely
talking?
backfired against Gen G, so we'll see how it goes for them today. They'll get to start on the defense. DFM are going to select Ascent. We've seen a lot of that Phoenix caught from Boom lately.
Reyna was a secret sauce.
Did
they actually use the Reyna pretty good.
Last against DRX, so that's nice. That's good innovation, and I thought their Ascent looked pretty
actually
good.
used the Reyna
so I
pretty-
am worried
pretty
for
good.
DFM picking that Ascent. It's a map where Boom are good, but we are starting here.
It was
on
like
Fracture,
a,
and that's
it was
also
a bit of a
map where Boom have
masterclass
been
on how to
solid.
overwhelm
Both these teams
and how to
liking
actually
that
use the
breach
Reyna
tail.
properly.
A little bit more of a standard approach here with the Brimstone as well. And only slight changes with
Brook, yeah,
Yeah,
Brook,
I think Boom, you can
Brook
feel
is
good
good with
about this map. There's been limited
Echo as well.
reps. They did lose to T1 in kickoff, but that feels like an era ago now in completely different form. The fact that he PRX on this map is very promising because this has been one of the maps you can count on PRX
FNS
to be winning a lot
Masterclass.
of the time.
Dude,
They're
on
one of the
Icebox,
better
like,
Fracture
I
teams
mean,
in the
on
tournament,
Icebox, they
so
didn't even
that is a
really
very,
do
very
much
promising
calling.
win for Boom as far as I'm
It was
concerned.
just, let's
So I want to ask you guys, of course,
Yes.
before we start the
Hit
show, we
the
like
site,
to ask
that's
about
it.
talent predictions, and across the board, it's Boom.
Squab,
except for
Squab or
Paper
Squib?
Thin.
Squab or
And
Squib?
I don't know how
We'll go for
confident he is in this
we'll go
win,
for
but I
Squib
don't think it
with
is
the
out
tier
of the
one.
realm
Thank you so
of
much, man.
reality if they play the way
Appreciate you,
they
dude.
played
Thank you for
against
that.
Paper X. I think that is a team that could
This is
defeat
a scrim
Boom
for
today,
Boom.
especially with the
So,
map draft that came in,
I'm
especially
expecting
on
Boom
Ascent.
to be
I don't know
going
which
hard for
comp
this game.
Boom is gonna end up
They
going
got
for, but you know what? We're
every
gonna have to
single
wait and
champ
find
point
out. We're gonna
matters
send
for
it down
Boom.
to the stage to welcome
They
the
get
team to the
champs.
last day of groups.
And they can stay in franchising. That is insanely big for the org. But like, this is... They should be treating this like it's a really important game, because it is, in my opinion, for them. Every game matters for them. Yeah, exactly. Like, they're in the sickest spot ever now. Especially with Nongshim struggling a little bit. They can get all of those champ points. Boom and Nongshim is a tough choice for relegation, it really is. And if Boom gets so good, I think their coach is doing wonders, to be honest. I think DOS9 is an insane pickup for them also. But if you actually like look how they probably play some of the best the best like fundamental and the best like fought through Valorant. Like their calling styles are really good.
2025 VCT Pacific, Stage 1.
Their calling style is like what Fnatic used to do, and kind of still does. Maybe still does more recently, but. Morning, Lexi. Hello, hello. Placha today? Yeah, it's in 7 hours.
Detonation FOCUSME.
It's Boom, top of their group.
I'm doing good,
Arguably,
Lexi. Dude, I thought I'd be a lot more tired. I actually feel pretty good.
Group Alpha defeating every single former Pacific champion.
Fruitberries. Hello, hello.
How
are we doing as well? Thank you for the prime. Appreciate the 2 months.
An Ascension runner-up.
Thank you for the raid the other day as well.
No introduction, but we're gonna do it anyway, just in case.
Yeah, Boom have been fantastic. We have to love Boom. We've just seen the DFM guys come out here, and you know they still have a lot left to prove. We saw them do a lot last week. You know they made it so close against Paper Rex. They want to carry that through to today, but as you mentioned, it's a huge mountain to climb.
Vibes are still high, the vibes still good.
From Ascension.
Yes, that's right. DFM have a really tall order ahead of them going against this team. They only won 1 map, 0 series this entire stage 1, even though they had 70 kills dropped against Paper Rex. Now, Boom is looking
DFM's
very
out?
comfortable,
Yeah.
very chill coming into today's
They're out.
match.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they know that they're the heavy favorites here.
They're out and they can kind of start focusing on stage 2 a little bit.
Really, they do have a pretty tight turnaround between when they need to play their next.
I think they've lost so many. They're in a bit of a situation similar to Loud. That like they've lost so many that the champ points probably aren't going to matter. They got to get top 2 next stage 2 anyway.
Drop a map or even drop the series here, and that might shake the confidence, and we need to keep the confidence on Boom high. We heard it from Six Fingers himself as he walks out here. I'd imagine with Coach Ewok,
You started DFM training. You got to start training for the teams that can still make playoffs.
In that mentality where they're feeling a little bit nervous or anything
You
like that, and where they're going to let the nerves.
You got to pick and choose your
They're
battles.
looking to send a message today. Going flawless in groups.
Sorry, not Coach Ewok. Why? I'm obsessed with Coach Ewok.
We're all, I know. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. We all are. He is a beautiful man. But Six Fingers is definitely getting up there on our beautiful man list too. This is going to be a fun day. I think we saw all smiles from Six Fingers just now. And yeah, DFM, they kind of stopped doing their walkouts.
Well,
they didn't do it last match either.
It's hard to find that kind of energy this late into stage 1, I would say.
I think that's good though. They're planning their game rather than their walkout.
Yeah, they're locked in for this one. But I mean, like I say, for this DFM team, a
Twitch
win
is less.
today
Did you
showed,
finish watching
hey,
that
we were closer
NRG
than everybody
Lev
thinks
VOD?
we were. They, you know, arguably
I would
they could have
probably
and should
say
have
the
beaten
NRG
Paper Rex.
Lev
A win
VODs.
today sends a message for
Yeah,
their
unless it
fans
starts
for
getting a
stage
little
2.
bit
Hey,
close.
look,
Unless
we're
DFM can
actually
get off
nearly
to like
there,
a
we
really
just
good
didn't
start.
quite get there soon enough. That's the big thing they're trying to show today. And Boom, on the other hand, are trying to show utter dominance.
Is there anything to play for this match? I think Boom is going to be. Boom is going to want it a lot more than DFM.
And get ready for stage 2 here, and the agents are locked in.
Yes. For DFM, they've only made one small change here, swapping away from the Rays towards the Neon, and then that means the only difference between these 2 compositions is the Sentinel choice.
Yeah, that's true. Vice, instead of Killjoy, I mean a little bit more of a classic choice from Berserk.
What is wrong with DFM at the moment?
Keep an eye on Famous getting a lot of openings.
I mean, in the off season, it felt like all their teams were having. You know when Sentinels do that thing where everyone's just winning rounds, like they're just all clutch and they're all getting like multi kills when they shouldn't. But like DFM were doing that in the off season.
All these Smokes players love when Fracture comes around. They get to play Brimstone. They get to go shoot.
They're not really doing that anymore.
Going to try and go big today.
Definitely, and it looks like Boom has converted a lot of the Korean fans in their favor. And how could
lost
you
a ton of confidence? Yeah, and
good,
you can't really blame him.
So sharp right now. Oh, this guy, this is like Pacific's #1 fan. I know that guy. I think you guys know that guy. You know who I'm talking about. Arun, yeah, he loves Pacific. All right, we love Pacific too. We're gonna send it over to our casters who also love Pacific. It's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Partner teams? No, partner teams won't change until 2027. That's when they review everything.
Back for another day of action, baby. It's time to round out the normal state of play. The group stage is coming to conclusion here after today's matches, which also don't mean much of anything, to be frank. I mean, for the teams that are looking for those wins, obviously, that could be something to take away. But as far as the standings are concerned, those are untouchable. RRQ, Boom, right now, they're reigning supreme. The Indonesian power is looking pretty damn good.
Players don't feel like they can win fights. Oh yeah, dude, it's the worst. I mean, you can see it. You can see it in. I was about to name certain players. I'm not good at that. You can see it in certain players where they're like, they're going into swings, but then as soon as they see someone, they're like trying to get out. So it ends up being awkward fans.
But stage 2 is still there. There's still hope. There's still a chance, and you got to start figuring things out very quickly because DFM's window on making it to a global event is closing.
That it is. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the action. Fracture to start things
Okay,
off.
we got Boom on attack. We got DFM on defense. Nothing crazy in terms of the raid bosses.
At the ready though. Pretty much mirrored compositions. Key difference just going to be the Killjoy.
See how fast Famous gets his op out.
Yeah, and I mean, I think a lot of that just comes down to, you know, how you're going to manage your B control when you're on that defender side. So for DFM here, actually,
okay, we like this. We were speaking about
Famous is in,
and we can. Oh, dude, it's gonna be so fast. I'll speak about it in a bit.
Comes away with 2 kills. Art and Ken both going to be eliminated here. As looking for the concuss setup and HP bars at the moment on the side. Up Boom, getting lower and lower, but DOS9 able to go ahead and push forward into the tower. Breaks open the site. Now it's going to be on Mei and Jinbong to see if they can try to turn this around.
Casters up a bit.
Push under the corner, finding one off screen.
Dude, 2v4.
For the kill on a Berserk. DOS9 dings.
Dude, they're getting 2v4.
Both he and Shiro dangerously low. The flank, however, coming through is this scout, and he strikes. Finds the headshot, and Mei holding it to half now. Needs to fight his way out of the 1v2.
One enemy remaining.
Shot to the chest, finding one more. Just the one tap to deal with Shiro.
The
spawn out. Mei down to 10 HP. Peeking in towards Canteen, but now the salvo cycled back up, buying more time.
He's got to tap
waiting
again.
on the angle.
Come here to die.
The retap. He's just got to try to hold for this. The swing out coming through Mei. He pulls off with the defuse.
This is
He might have just been
mental.
able to have it, but now he certainly does not.
Oh my goodness. Dude, I thought he was going to miss. That was crazy. That was actually like super doable 2v4 in the end. Shiro played this insanely well.
Boom, they're able to get into
I
those
was
plant
gonna
positions
say,
and play
like, if you look in the two
very,
comps,
very
you got like the
efficiently by
Vice comp, you
Shiro,
got the Killjoy comp. I do think that
using
people were
those
starting to play the
in a
Vice
timely
comp on
manner,
this
not
map,
falling for some
and
of the
then
early
teams
tabs
started
that
to
Mei
work out how to play
sent
against
through.
the Vice
There were
comp,
moments where
so less
maybe
teams are
Mei
doing
just
it
stuck it. He might
at the
have been able to
moment.
get away with it, but
NRG was a
it
good
is very
example
tricky,
yesterday.
especially against a
You know,
Tejo,
super aggro on their
to figure out those
defense.
timings,
And
you're
this
not
round right
exactly
here was
sure,
like an example
you know, where
of
he had wrapped to the
where the
initial
Killjoy
couple
and the kind
taps.
of
He had actually
Cyphers are
gone
good
over to
against this.
Canteen.
Right, they
They
did
made
the
it a little bit
4-1, they
tricky
did
for
this
Mei to
turret
really
here,
get a good
spotted early info, and they managed to get
Again, looking
away.
up the pace is Famous. Casualty.
And then make a call
rather,
knowing that they were
between
going
the
for some
corner,
kind of
making
pinch.
the casualty. Comes up with the
So
second
I
ball,
definitely
getting
think,
traded
definitely think when I first
elimination
watched the
found
Vice, I was
thus
like, damn,
far.
this is actually the future. But
Making a comment, trying
I
to
think
make a difference, but DOS9 has them all lined
teams are
up.
getting pretty
Very
good at working
fast
out how to play against that.
eco round.
Yep, clean as you like. Let's see what DFM now, rifles in hand, can do, but 3 Bulldogs carried over. See if there's much in the way of buy-ups. Yeah, a rifle for Shiro. Still going to hold on to the Marshall. And yeah, just a nice relay bolt, using the salvos to clear a little space. Nice work by Famous.
Is Boom the best
Really
team in
good
Pacific? I'm
overall
not sure.
this year. I mean, obviously a lot
Looking
of
like
people
it.
talking about his
I
popping.
honestly
That's
think
gonna
RRQ
be
is really good
potent
as well.
tool, for this Boom squad.
And
and
T1,
for Famous, but
when it matters, will
also
probably
just run
step
in
up a
there
lot,
and
even though they're
do
Icebox, they're going
some
to
of
lose
the
to
dirty
everyone.
work for Boom. Speaking
Set
of,
up.
It's
Famous though does get held at bay.
dude, this region's so close.
For the moment. One shots through. Not making any connection here, so for now, the triple stack from the side of DFM, still full HP, looking to re-aggress and re-clear some space here.
I like this. You know, make sure that if they're going to go B, they're going to have to go through some of those setups and traps, and they're not going to be able to take aiming and cleanly, but they're going to change direction. They're a little unsure of what's going on behind them, so they have to go towards Dish. Send Mei out there to get a little info, but this stealth drone just got a lot.
Wall's been found. It's Jinbok.
Well,
His timing. Peeks out.
didn't
finds
really
one.
love
On
the strat from
corner,
Boom on
and
this
Kame
one,
be caught
but
there on timing. Gets away with minor damage taken, but he's going to be able to find that opening kill.
Got to worry about the breach. The fault line, of course, and then the follow-up stun could come from Akame. So him and Art maybe going for a play. We'll see.
Fault line going to be sent. Pretty much everybody other than Famous getting caught by that. Famous is going to be taken down. Art, that aftershock placement comes away with that kill.
30 seconds left.
And it's nicely done from DFM.
Not even sure Famous got hit by the fault
Smokes
line.
go
Maybe
in.
another PCU got
They
him.
insta smoke back. Everyone plays in front of the smokes. Boom managing to get the kills, kind of big though.
DFM, but otherwise,
Do a
not
little bit of
bad
damage
anti-bonus round at all, so they get themselves on the board.
Yeah, I like the ideas from DFM in that round to kind of take some more hull control. And then, you know, when they feel like the timing, when they're not exactly sure what's going on, they're using the drone to get the read and then slotting players over. Just good timing from Jinbung. That's all you can say about that. I was kind of curious about the Famous kill, but it doesn't look like we're going to get it in the replay. Good reactions from GN.
Crazy, the other
Kame up on
Bangkok
top of
teams
site.
might not make Toronto.
That's very well
Outside of
handled.
G2
Very good
Liquid.
macro from DFM in that round.
It does.
If
I
they
think
keep it
a
up,
similar thing
again, they're gonna be
happened
committing a lot of
last
those resources
year
towards
as
this A main
well.
battle. Meanwhile,
Not to that
Boom's
extent.
gonna change directions. They're gonna try to
But
come
it's
from Dish.
dude,
towards
it's
the other
very
side of the
hard
map,
to.
so already recognize some of the weakness in the early strategies of DFM.
It's very hard to go. Very hard to go to that LAN, show everything, and then be able to fix everything and be on the same level as everyone else. Especially there was map changes this time as well. Like you just have so much to work on that you just get.
Good for a timing there with a concuss, but
You just have such a disadvantage.
yep, they're pinging it. Yeah, they seem to know.
Have to fight their way out of here one way or the other.
Dude, I can't believe he feels comfy enough to get his salvos out here. It's nuts.
Okay, Kim, as well as May, coming away with a couple
Dude,
kills.
they handled
They're
this
still
nice though.
suspicious about
This used to be
position.
how
The drag across. GN's gonna be able to
until
flank it, so Dawson
when
taking it
teams
down.
weren't doing like this fast
Shiro
flood
and
thing,
NC
this used to be the
save
most
them
common
off.
retake.
Here for the Bremen.
Dude, this is a nice
Able to steady
retake.
the aim there is NC Slasher. Falls
So
down,
everyone
the kills
normally
will
has
come
like a
through, and
crossfire
DFM
over
ties them at
towards
2-2.
This is a great
main.
recovery by DFM. It
Oh,
really
it's
looked
just
like
it's just a really
Boom
good
was gonna have
retake.
a pretty good round.
And
They
then
get the first blood,
go
they
heavy
get
over
the plant,
towards main as
they
well.
find the open
Just
space on the map, but
block off one
DFM,
side with
they're
the smoke,
able to
deal with these
regroup,
two.
able to reset around the A rope, and then find their timing. Just great identification by Akame. He's sitting right by that door, you know, kind of listening to what's going on the other side, and they're able to get the read that there's going to be a player on their left, one on their right. The relay bolt to keep DOS9 pinned while they go for the left-hand side clear. Very nicely organized there by DFM.
And that gets him into the advantageous position here as far as the economy is concerned. Ult-wise as well. In a good spot. Want the kill round from Jin. Able to go ahead and get that
Hey,
orbital
force him
strike
down to an
online.
eco.
DOS9 not too far
They
away.
got the
NC
oh
Slasher
no, not
forced
the
us
hero
down,
Bucky,
Rolling
man.
Thunder.
The hero Bucky's win rate is way too
Grab a
good.
couple guns from DFM. Definitely would be considering having that Rolling Thunder be used this round.
A few recommendation, you watch Bolt. Dude, it's a good
Swinging
film,
that
right?
corner, no one else nearby enough for the Bucky to really find value, so Art will be able to trade that
Oh,
one out.
boy.
But hey, pushing into the smoke.
Yeah, I'm telling you, the win rate with this Bucky.
It's up there by that Sheriff. It's a falling Art, able to find one up and over
Dude,
the top.
everyone's
Research
hitting
trades it
absolute
out.
shots.
And this round, going a bit sideways here for the side of DFM. Now a 2v3 with a recovered weapon in DOS9's hands.
Shiro got his ult off that plant too.
Kame does manage to find one. Like you said though, Armageddon is available. Flash finding the hit, the swing now coming through, the double face. Zakame chasing in, finding the first. Still though, needs to get the kill.
Oh wait,
swings
DOS9 got
corner,
around
gets
the
out around.
corner, molly to delay.
As the Molly is going to be jumping over the top of it.
Oh my goodness, has to go through because of the time.
Reestablish a lead.
Yeah,
Dude, that's
I mean,
I'm
just
telling you, the win rate of a
sending
Bucky,
in
man.
Famous there
The
with
solo
the Bucky,
Bucky win rate is
catches
just
GN
it's
completely
way too high.
flat-footed. Not
Especially
ready
when
for
people
this
use
at
the
all.
neon. It
Yeah,
feels like it always gets the
that's
first
tough,
kill.
but
Oh, and the overdrive was used.
the overdrive was used by May?
By
or
Famous.
by Famous. Oh, he had popped it before he ran.
Yeah, Famous
saw
popped
him
it to go
start
spawn.
Trigger the
Oh,
animation
after-
there, right before he died.
Got it.
So, oh,
He's got aura.
that's very good.
Is very confused by the...
The
Very
confused
funny.
look
He
that he
just-
tried to
he just walked
disrespect
over
his
the
Brim Molly.
May's got an op though. Okay.
Oh, that tickled me good.
He's a funny guy.
Oops, missed the
There
drone
it
on
is.
this one.
Okay.
This guy's
We're right at the
incredibly
top of the
bold
ropes.
playing
Dodge,
heaven with
Jin
a
trying to find that shot, but
with a
whizzing
tail.
past his ear. Kill not coming through. Orbital strike
Oh
going to be called
boy.
in. Try to slow things
It's
up.
a
and
lot of
no
ults
catch
to
there for
DFM
Jin.
early here on this, and they don't get too much. Tail all goes in
May
as
now-
well.
oh, it's just
May's
happened to the Yoba went off in
isolated because the
hand.
tail
He's
means he has to go
absolutely
forward.
sat down.
Dude, tail
Round
ult
right now,
is so
very
good.
firmly in the
I
hands
said
of
this
Boom.
as soon as I saw this agent. It's the top 5 ult.
Well, and DOS9
It's
has
so
dual strike.
strong
I mean, I
with
think
a
this
bit
should
of
be a
fall.
save angle for DFM.
The amount of times the tail goes in and
one
just...
more for Art would give him a rolling thunder, but the time is just not really on
Like,
the
I think you should be winning every round with that.
Make a go of it right now, but Gen falling, that should put the final nail in
The
the
amount of
coffin
times
as far
like
as the
someone
save ball
has
is
to
concerned.
commit
DOS
or it
9
splits
out
them
for
up.
blood, looking for a little bit more swings, makes it even more costly for them. Kame trying to escape, but Famous nearby. Here's the door. Question is, when does he pull the trigger and try to get
The
on
hamster
this
and ball.
tail?
Dude, the guy's funny, man. It's not the reason why, but
Can they get there in time?
he's a
Looks like
legend.
he might just get away with it. So yeah, not fast enough to encroach, so Akame will be left alive. The lone survivor, however, is Boom now.
Dude, Cuba told me to watch,
Yeah, this is just really
you tell me
awkward.
to watch
The
Puss in
orbital
Boots
strike a little
too?
bit late.
Apparently that's a banger.
Just a rotation or just kind of a
He's saying it's like one of his favorite
miscommunication there
films.
for GN. And then that Armageddon, very well placed, pushes May into a very uncomfortable spot. He has to run out towards Arcade and just is
They're
not
really that
quite
good,
ready.
yeah.
You know, he thought maybe, okay, well, our orbital strike just cleared this spot. Maybe I can get in there and get planted, but Boom had already re-cleared that space.
Overdrive popped, and great timing on the swing. Famous taken down. Meanwhile, big push.
Oh, this is
coming
a weird
through as There's
one.
a rolling thunder. Try to get onto the rope. The answer is no. Shiro stunned up just next to it. Meanwhile,
It's
it looks like Boom has no
absolutely
idea this crunch is still coming through from that piece
it's
on
a
the map.
devastating
DOS9 here
crunch,
within the smoke,
and
to the side, simplifying
Boom
one.
are on
Gen comes up with 3.
completely
Chaotic.
different
DFM
pages.
goes
Like
for a
no
crunch
one here
and
is
ends up
playing
working out
together.
well.
Instead of
That's
smoking
really,
off
really
one of the
nice play
chokes
from
and
Art
fighting
there,
together,
sending out that
my
rolling
Brim's
thunder,
smoking off himself,
and then just pushing out ahead.
leaving this guy on his own.
Great
As
play.
the rest of the
May is
team
able
here
to
are
stall
fighting
it up
over
after he
towards
gets that
main.
first kill, throws the relay
Like
bolt to
this
the
looked
fast
like
lane out.
ranked right here.
Then you've just got
Look at
shooting
DOS9,
gallery for
bro.
GN.
On all
That's so
flanks.
funny.
I mean, that's been the kind of part of their game here in the early part is just keep pressuring A Hall and see what you can get off of that. And this time they changed it up a bit, also put some pressure from B main. See if they're
He's
just
got
gonna
to
keep
smoke
doing
off
that
one of
back
the
towards
chokes if he's smoking
northern side of
himself
the
here,
map, it looks
surely.
like for Boom, but seemingly decently well read initially and change of direction for Boom. They don't like what they see.
Famous in theory
a
is
little bit like a
in
trap.
trouble.
Well,
They know
speaking of
Famous,
trap,
yeah.
Famous is now completely and utterly surrounded on the north side. He's going to have to fight his way out.
Oh.
It's going to be good for one. Does manage to get the Armageddon out. Boom, or DFM rather now.
I kind of like this from Boom, by the way. We spoke about this a little bit yesterday, right? When we had Lev did a default over towards A with 4 people, Dish against a tail ult, which is like a no-go. You can't do that these days. But Boom did it with Famous, who can run out and beat the timing, like just in case they know it, like kind of just baiting it. Just knowing that it's up. No way. No way.
He's getting a little bit too frazzled. Too many targets, gets distracted. Akame at the same time, however, able to come away with 3 eliminations.
Yeah, we got a Brim Molly as well. Can even
Trying to find their way back into this
can
one.
we even
Shiro
shoot it
has
from
the
here?
ball, and
Dude, mollied
Molly
himself.
not landing. Might have been body blocked. Can't quite tell. Either way,
Dude, this is a disaster round for everyone involved as well.
Tied up.
Yeah, just really good
He's
patience. A
scrappy.
nice tap of the spike there, this time by May, and an immediate runaway from it to force out that orbital strike, get that big ultimate away. Art had a moment here, but you could tell that coming from a lot of different angles was something Boom was having a tough time dealing with. Obviously, the Steel Garden makes you a little more comfortable to push some of that space. A great find there from the sewers. Just really nice stuff from DFM in terms of being aware of the map, being aware of the space they could take.
Okay,
Better
here it
ultimate
is
usage
again.
this time.
The attack
That is
Baki.
much more of what they're going to need
Tell you
here.
what, DFM
against this very tough Boom squad.
DFM are
Be lining
doing
up for
good,
a
but
B crunch this time.
I will say if Boom go aggro
They'll
on
be
their
read pretty
defense, they
quick.
should
Yeah,
be
no
alright.
contact early, just immediately sends Art over back through defender side spawn. Clear the drone for GN. He's just going to try to hold that angle.
Push not coming through. A couple blind shots as the smoke blooms. Dive forward. Jen. Will turn gets a
Kind of got a lot of
there.
info though.
Land the shot onto Famous. Molly now. Tipped up, bounced into the air a little bit. Creates a bit of space, but Shiro pushing. Still able to find one. Art going to be dropped. Still, though, firm control of the site and round for the side of DFM.
He's still got a player stuck up in tower, too. See Boom thinking about the rotate, but...
Oh, Stinger. Doing
Corey,
Stinger
thanks for
things. Jen
sending that,
taken
dude.
down.
Thank you so much,
It's a
dude.
window here, but May doing well. Notes the sewer position.
Mine is up and
Shiro
lows
now
until
getting
the
caught.
next 2 weeks.
yeah, they
No,
have
it's
to
like
go
the
for the
last.
rotate. I mean, that was a big kill for DOS9.
Is it
to
4
alleviate
games?
Some of that pressure.
4 or 3 games. I
Open
think
up
it's the last
space, but
4
still gonna
games.
be difficult.
They're like all on the
May
same
was doing a great
weekend.
job there. Didn't overpush, just stayed in tree. Watch for that sewers hit. Took care of business.
30 seconds left.
We got a couple players
It's
left.
going to be crazy.
See what they can do. Boom, though. Still fearsome with those sheriffs, as we've already seen. DOS9 with a rifle. Be a little bit tricky.
Chinese is because they're doing playoffs in a different city? Oh, really?
Salvos.
That's kind of cool, though.
Which angles does he go for? Looks like it's just going to be a double send over towards drop, which now with NC Slasher getting taken down because the site is open. DOS9 able to find the first tap. It's so damn clean. The molly.
Not the molly again. It's gone too far.
Trying to push out. We'll be able to find the headshot in the molly.
Dude, someone please teach DOS9 some lineups.
Been there. DFM 3 in a row now as they take the lead.
I mean, just really good awareness
yeah, honestly,
again from
on this
DFM
one, I imagine
in a lot
there's
of
a much
different parts
well,
of this round. Everybody doing their
maybe
job.
hit it
I'm
off the
not
wall,
seeing many players over-aggress or peek the wrong angle. You know, here, GN and Jinboong are doing a good job of holding down the different angles. Even though GN goes down trying to clear tower, that's still not a bad move at all. I mean, DOS9 is very good, but sending the salvos there, the awareness that a player could be there, and a DFM view party has something to cheer about as they are up right now, 5-4.
Need to try to get a couple more.
Good start, especially on the defender side
Sure.
of Fracture. They really look well prepared on this map today. It really looks like they have just good protocols built in terms of, you know, when you're watching the early part of the map, there was no contest at A Hall. Boom, back over to the other side with your breach. They send Art over, he's there to help reinforce the B side immediately, sensing that there's gonna be pressure if there's no util sent out. Some Boom
Jay
fans
Money
in the audience.
Jay Money, thank you so much
Thanks
for the tier
coming
1.
along, Mom.
Appreciate the 5 months. And Brisk with the tier 1 as well. Thank you for the 5 months also.
Here on this very nice Monday evening.
Oh, gorgeous. I walked to the studio today. Gorgeous.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, gorgeous weather.
Surprised you didn't get lost.
It's not too hard to get here from my house, thankfully.
Surprised you didn't get lost.
I mean, at this point, I'd suspect that, you know, if the police saw you, they'd pull over and be like, "Sir, are you okay?"
You know, you get those alerts for missing people. Yeah. Someday you're gonna see one for me, and
it's really not screw it.
yeah, you just do what you usually do, just delete the message.
Yeah.
Okay, dude, DFM though, gamble right on this one. We've got 4 people over towards it, and it looks like we want to do some kind of punish, so it does feel like Berserks is in trouble.
How those Brim players
Does he eat the stun? Do they stun? They don't stun? Okay, well.
Little slip of the wheel there is a Kame. Yeah, no. Quick to reply, finding Berserks. 1 for 1 as May just dashing around, and some come down. NC Slasher quickly cleans up the follow-up there.
Are they
getting hair off? Jinboong goes to the reload. Oh man, doesn't even matter. Famous is just way too fast with it.
Sent out the concuss and he played off the back of that. Really nice combo from Boom. Good time out there, sneaking a player around the corner.
It's a shame though, if Boom committed to their...
Then Famous hits, or excuse me, NC Slasher hit some really
I mean, they wanted
nice
to punish it. It's not like it's an off the bat.
And Art just nothing much to do now except try to save. Just a matter of can Boom sniff him out.
I think they probably have to just do the stun to swing this anyway to make it safer, but I get why you'd want to be silent so that you can
should be good to hold on to the weapon here for now. Spike will detonate. Timeout call, working a treat here. Boom, just kind of upping the pace a little bit. Catching that forward push out of B main. Off guard. With DFM suffering the round loss. Now we get tied up.
DFM can no longer qualify? Nah, this is pretty much just practice for them really, because...
It's a great answer.
They're not going to have enough.
Just a few aggressive early positions.
No matter what,
to cut off
teams
some
are going
of
to
these
beat them in champ points.
Forces of DFM. They're sending out pushes early on some of these mains
so
to try
to
get
keep in the same roster,
and you're finding
then
a good
this
response.
is practice
so
for stage 2.
Six Fingers, as always, doing a great job with this team. Kind of
There's a map that won't be here though.
This time they're going to play a bit further back. Still looking for some
Dude,
of that aggression.
Sunset with Teo is going to be an absolute disaster.
May are trying
we
to
gotta change. We gotta change this. We
gotta
be nerfing this agent before this map comes in.
The north side's not going to be a problem just yet. Oh, GN though.
No, not good timing. Berserk's having a little bit of a rough go of it here. Good to just keep an eye on that smoke. Jen does take a bit of damage, but has the orbital online now. As May looking to tuck back, relay bolt still finding a connection, and Armageddon crashing across a Kame. It's taken out here. Cheryl finds a kill to open up this A site. Famous now over a drop, finds Art, puts him down a dish, no further pressure coming that way, but double drop out from the rope. Jinboong is able to come away with one as DOS9 will get dropped.
Yeah, good coordination on that drop.
Yeah, they just have to duel out on sight.
Already had him low, but Jinbung.
Definitely a fair amount of rounds from Boom where it feels like they could prioritize.
Diving forward, the shots now
Oh
coming
my
through,
goodness.
and Shiro adjusts to collect them both.
Yeah, it's rough on
3K
that one.
overall in the round.
There's a couple of rounds, especially in the afterplants, where it feels like Boom could really prioritize who's like entering and who's meant to be where in the afterplants and stuff.
Boom is finding their moments to turn
Right.
up the tempo.
Normally when
It's
you're watching
catching
this, you
DFM just a
got
bit off guard. Even though they're able
Payo,
to find the
Brim,
lurker
like the
early,
last
Art's not
alive
expecting that Famous had already gotten
every
up all the
single
way
time
through
to make
drop
sure they
like
can
that.
use their afterplant util.
And then a good drop off the rope. Jeez, that's a great shot from Jinbung, but May doesn't check that corner. And by the time he's switching back to the gun, Shiro's already got him tracked down. Just expecting that there'd be players in towards A main. Not ready for somebody to still be waiting on site for DFM, but close to some
Maybe they do have them and they're just
Both
playing a
Neons
little
one away
differently
from theirs.
for the
Do have the
demos.
Armageddon for Akame. Zerx does have his for like kind of the tic-tac-toe with the
Do
lockdown.
double stun on this.
Boom, very wary about further aggression
This
here.
double
from
stun's gonna
DFM,
wreck
but
them, right?
for this trap setup, relay bolt into the fault line.
That's
May
an incredible
collecting Shiro's
shot.
head right before he can swing the corner. NC Slasher
How's this guy not?
counter-swinging back
How's
in.
this guy not stunned?
Does manage to find one. As Art almost bites off a little bit more than he can chew. Down to 14 HP, backpedals over towards safety here within the
I
site.
do feel like 6 is still enough from Boom against this comp.
Depends on his timing.
But if they don't go aggro enough on defense, then it's not.
He's looking to dissuade and delay an approach through the halls. Still sticking around now, is trying to escape. He is going to be detained. Saw him make their way forward here, though, into the site. They try to go for the plant. Akame drifting across now, gets set up underneath the site. And widely,
Enemy remaining.
I mean, now they're kind of screwed. It's just the spike in hand here on NC Slasher. Position completely known. Would have to fight his way out in a 1v4. DFM, they're going to tie things up 6-6 here. Barring an absolute miracle from this breach. Swap to the shorty. First pump going wide.
Okay, I still think they got enough. I think 6 is too many. We'll see.
No, I mean,
DFM maybe
DFM
need
really map aware today.
They maybe need a
Communication looks
pistol,
good. The decision making very, very good for the most part. A few kind of odds and ends, but that nice play from May, that double is very, very sick. Having that angle all ready to go when he swings that corner to find that player that's trying to jump away off the back of that relay bolt.
That is not on purpose.
Well drilled, well prepared.
Look at it.
You know, this is a map that looked very shaky, obviously, against Gen G. I mean, the whole series looked shaky for TFM against Gen G, but
Lexi.
You can see the practice is being put in. I like the change to the Neon. It feels like with the relay bolt, they can create a lot more pressure at A main. They can find ways to clear out some of those angles that might be problematic post-plant.
Okay, I'll put it live now.
Things
Lexi,
like that.
thank you for that.
It definitely looks like DFM is a lot more comfortable. GN is fragging out today, so the Brimstone suits him. Very nice to see. You know, DFM definitely would like to avoid being winless in this stage.
If it's a no impact game like this, what do you
still
tell your
championship
players?
points,
So
that still matters.
it depends. For
So
Boom,
wanna
this
get
is an impact game though. Like for
looks a little
Boom,
bit
you're
frazzled
treating
today.
this.
You want to be, you know, coasting into the
You're
playoffs.
treating
as
it
the
like a
top seed team.
proper official.
Maybe a bit
DFM
of
the
a
same
breezier
as well.
performance
Like
than
you've
they're
obviously
having
had like
here
a
at the moment.
bad,
Right.
you've had a
So,
bad season.
You can understand.
You want to
some
try
of
and
the
show to
frustrations.
everyone that you actually like know what you're doing and that you can compete.
Thank you indeed.
Indeed.
Thank you.
I do appreciate the...
You don't treat it too
gift that
differently,
keeps
to be
on
honest.
yeah, I do appreciate that the chat, the Boom
Or at least you
supporters
shouldn't.
just keep typing "AU" whenever they win rounds.
Yeah.
It's so good.
You know, it's something to consider is that we might actually have two Wolf-based teams at Toronto if Boom
The
can make
NRG
their run through. So we
Icebox
have
having
Wolves
long-term
now.
That's
success.
true.
It should do.
No,
So who can out...
They get to fight
It
and see which one's
depends
the
on
alpha.
Mada, but
Who can out-howl who?
he's pretty consistent.
Which fans? I suspect the Boom fans.
This is what we were speaking about a little bit here, right? It's
They do.
people at the moment are using the flash
Can we get the
like
Benga
info
balls,
to see if
That's
you
the real
should
question.
be getting
The
out of there,
surprise
but
musical appearance.
late pushes in the round
John
really
Locke, day
own
one. John Locke,
this
we get
comp.
Benga boys. They still tour. Oh, looking for the readjust. Jinbung does manage to go ahead and take down one. Meanwhile, back over here.
Great stun.
Sun coming across and Shiro continuing to frag. Turn to the flash,
Dude,
pushing
pushes?
forward through that fast lane.
Go.
May able to find him.
Holy,
Finds another
you gotta
two,
give
follow-up.
May way more respect than that.
What a round from May. Doesn't even take that much damage. 75 health still.
There's 6
Matter of
shots.
if you can not let Berserks outplay you here. You're not setting up for a 1v1 necessarily. It just depends on how wide he swings.
Berserk's able to find it, and suddenly at range. I mean, yeah, you see his own head on his own head, his own hand on his own head. I think he knew that he probably shouldn't have gotten that, but he did. And good on him to do so. Both pistols now the way of Boom as they reestablish a lead with a Red Bull clutch.
Yeah,
well,
that's a heartbreaker. Not a bad
really
idea
is.
from DFM there. You know, both guns essentially on top of their opponent, but I mean, this is just ridiculous from May. And then
that
right as
second
the
drill
drop down
is
comes through, ready for the third. That's just a great first shot though from Berserks. And yeah, one more bullet.
Check your posture.
No.
okay. DFM.
Oh, I don't want to talk about that.
They decide to force into it,
Posture's never good.
Exactly. A buy up from DFM though.
which kind of shows you that maybe it
Gonna
hasn't been
gamble.
going super well on attack in
See this
practice.
too often. Even May with a Guardian here. Because of that plant, because of the
That's
number
how
of
I read
kills
into
they
it
got,
anyway,
you do
but
have a bit of extra.
maybe
pump
they're
into
also
this round.
practicing
The
stuff.
Bulldog, too.
Like they could be practicing. Maybe they've been using stingers
They
more.
haven't tipped their hand on the guns just yet. It's just been
Watching some
util.
G2.
Look at that. Even Akame had the pistol out. Trying to hide this as long as they can. Trying to
If I
find
start
some
whiffing
open
there, just
space
run
on the
away.
map, but
Problem with that is
seemingly
you're
a
gonna
good
get killed
read
as you run
from NC
away.
Slasher.
The tag in this game's too much.
Shifted over
Like
to
once you
this
commit,
side.
you committed.
Just can DFM find their moment, find their opportunity. This is going to be going into Boom's strong side seemingly, and a judge up in tower has to be cleared effectively.
Aftershock will open up that space. As Dalsine hitting a
Oh,
bit of
that
damage.
was
Beautiful.
lovely
The
there.
salvos beautifully placed. Akame. Don't know exactly where they were going to end up. May puts the Guardian to use, able to find one. Berserks scooping up 2 kills with that stinger.
Dude, let's get a
Just Akame and R
let's get
now.
a stinger mouth as well
Just
while
the
we're at it.
bomber. And the force not going to be leading to a round win. Boom. Get the 2-0 start here in the second half that they were looking for all the same, while simultaneously breaking the economy of DFM.
Yeah, the initial idea is really good here from DFM.
Well, DFM are
They
really in trouble now.
hid their guns, the fact that they bought up as long as they could, but Berserk's just in a spot where DFM is busy fighting a couple other players and they can't react quick enough. You know, they clear the site nicely and then they get stuck trying to fight for Gen and Canteen and nobody's there to clear B main. They pay the price. Well handled by Boom though. You know, you lose one player to that util dump, so be it. Everybody else going to be on point to make sure that round doesn't go awry. Grabbing the orb, trying to cycle into some ults for DFM.
Okay. Oh, I like the idea.
Coming their way,
Hold
Shiro
up.
able to draw off the weapon. However,
It's unlucky. It's actually a really
2,
nice
May
idea
only
from them
able to
here.
kill a kill off there on the DOS 9, and Shiro
Spike down B.
continuing to deliver. Shoulder to shoulder here alongside the smoke. Jan just
Yeah, you make
Get
the
anything else
exec,
done.
it makes
Team
it
is
look like you're
16
trying to go
around the
aggro over towards the site. You
Drone
laid
getting
stun
to the
towards this
reveal.
area,
There's
catch him
the
with
shot,
util
the
out.
outlaw to put him
Dude,
down.
if Shiro's not super ready
Boom
for
now
this,
up by 3.
then
Yep. Essentially
they
a bonus
honestly might have
there
won the
for
Eco.
Boom, and they clean it up with ease.
good call on the eco. I like it.
Decent stun hits them, but they've just got so many players around that area. DFM needs to find some answers on this attacker side. Maybe a change of direction from where they attacked from. It's been a lot of B hits. Oh, that's a snappy shot from Shiro. He has looked really solid today. Overall, I mean,
Dragon IGL.
yeah, he's been really good this year. The whole team's
This
been
game
great.
matters for Boom. They need the champ
Everybody's
points.
had their
Yeah.
moments. Everybody's had their
Yeah,
step-ups.
imagine they can do good in playoffs as
May
well.
going in
Like
on
if
the
they go
chase,
to
and
Toronto,
Akame actually comes
or
away
if they
with it.
like
May
actually
is gonna be taken
like
down.
win
Site otherwise not
this
really
playoffs,
occupied. Get a player
man,
forward at door.
they're in like the best
That's what they're
spot
doing,
ever.
Yeah, just playing this around, not looking to overcommit.
Don't you get quite a lot of champ points for
Facing still some
playoffs? Don't you get
doubt
like
now with
5 or
relocating.
something for
Right,
winning?
You got your kill, but you don't have much info on the rest of the map.
For
So you're
winning
not
this?
too sure, you know, where the rest of the Boom forces could be. Could they
Have
be
5
A
for
main?
fast.
Could they be pushing arcade? You know, Gian's kind of watching it.
Dude, if they
It's
do
not
that,
super far
they've
up.
actually kind of secured champs.
Instead, gonna try to
They
head
could
in
literally
over
secure
towards
champs
the A
within
side.
stage
You
1.
know, you've got a bit of an advantage potentially there. Make it pop his ult. Sprint through. We'll see.
4 for
That's
second.
how they want to play it, or if they're doing
Guess it depends what
towards
what
B.
happens to everyone else.
Seemingly still trying to decide, but with the crunch coming through from the north side from Akame,
Swing out, minor glimpse. As Salvo is going to be set to try to further delay. Jinbing will just go off on his own. Pushing forward, looking to see if he can clear some additional space.
Dude, everyone's here for Boom. Can they push through their own smokes? Oh my god, nice shot, dude.
With a headshot, shuts down the overdrive, is able to find Art. The Kame tries to fight his way out of this position. Armageddon's coming through, and the Kame is doing just that. 3 kills now picked up as Berserks not in a spot to try to interrupt this. Get the ult out of Shiro. Still are able to find the plant, potentially keep 3 players alive. This could be a very big swing round here for DFM.
No doubt about it.
Doesn't win this though, right?
Berserks has looked good in some of these rounds though.
Okay.
Just a triple face.
It's a lovely way to handle it.
No one gets dropped. Weapons do get retained. DFM.
There's a website with Liquipedia has it all.
Now just 2 rounds.
Liquipedia is pretty good with champ points, and
starting to see some of this better game
I think has a
from
leaderboard
DFM
for it as well.
They're exploring the map. They're not overcommitting. You find your pick, and then re-clear some of the space. Figure out what's going on around the map before they make their move. It looked like maybe Shiro's just going to shut this down, but took enough damage. Kame, quick reactions from him. And then the triple swing out. Very well timed, very well coordinated. Can DFM start a little bit of a run back, because now Famous has that operator that he is so well known for.
Okay, the one thing that I think Boom can add, it doesn't have to happen now, it can happen a little bit later, is maybe like the aggro pushes. It's a lot harder when you want to get the op out as well, so maybe when they have low money and they kind of get the ults.
Pushed up a little bit. Maybe able to catch a DFM player off guard if they were to try to make their
what
way
ends up
through
happening
arcade.
if you play too defensive and too tailed against this is smokes will come down and then those fawns will come down. You can't fast flood and then someone gets isolated on site. Kind of similar to what happened last round, to be honest. But I don't think the fawns were actually there to stop them from pushing through.
Thinking about A main instead.
The drone trying to get some interest over here on this side of the map.
Okay, drone fake over towards B, and these three are having none of it.
Kame going to be eliminated here. Shiro nearly caught at the door, but holding it here for the moment. DOS9 finding one. Shiro going to be taken out at the same time, and now Spike on the ground. They up over the top.
It's nicely handled from Boom here.
This time it's 3
I like this from Famous. I'm pretty sure he is just calling to not even rotate. He's got it on lock. There's not that much pressure. It's only a drone.
Boom's already taken control of A hall, and GN's a bit late to
DFM win one, they lose the next.
So they kind of think like it might be free because they haven't heard anything through there because the door never got open.
They're playing
actually came through the site onto A main. He found the timing before DFM
there's a chance for NRG to go to Toronto. It's small, but there is a chance, yeah. It's really small. I'll tell you what, they would have to play better than they played. So.
Attempted push out, but thwarted. The other side is where DFM wants to be.
Just trying to ride the pathway
like if they play like that, then they're not going.
DOS9 just hits a hell of a headshot at range.
But did they show a lot of improvement? Did a lot of their stuff make sense?
Flush things out.
Yeah.
Probably timing a little bit awkward there. GN able to find one, but Shiro.
Was there still some rough stuff? Oh, for sure.
Even it's possible, finding even more.
Dude, this is on lock, man.
Just looking for that quick hit, but as soon as Made falls, it feels like the wheels came off the round. Boom now. 2 away from closing out their map pick.
Yeah, you even used the Armageddon in that round. I get it though.
The train takes more expensive for Paybreaks or NRG? More expensive for Paybreaks.
So
the train's fully booked, man.
You need to change the
people are desperate to get in. People are so desperate to get on that train. People are working.
The defense has been very steady for Boom.
People are on the roof.
Just seemingly
Mini's working just to make sure he's on the train.
Finding those corners where they can tuck in and get those kills, and therefore DFM.
That's a stacked one. It really is.
It's been rough, you know, because they decided to go for the force buy, the economy got set off balance very early. That cost them a lot of rounds, and now they're in these swings where it's, if you don't win the gun rounds, you're back on an eco. And that's put them in a very uncomfortable position, and it's going to take some really nice play to get them over the line here. See some frustration on the faces of some of the DFM players, of course.
Baybricks really go over RRQ T1 DRX Boom. I think I have more faith of them doing that than NRG.
Yeah, you know,
someone said NRG had to be G2 or Ascent.
Attacker side. I mean
Ascent's doable.
most teams want to be positive on the attacker side, but this defender side has been very, very strong.
But only if they have an off day and if NRG play a bit better.
Difficult. They didn't. Boom also didn't bite on that attempted fake sell by Akame on the other side of the map, so they're really, really drilled.
Well, Art, just the sheriff. Weapons for everyone else here. Orbital strike as well as a steel garden online, but an answering orbital as well as a lockdown available for Boom. Key tools for both of these teams.
Boom is just playing pivot. Just looking to see where the hit's going to come from before they make their move. Not much info for them to use. They're not going to see the stealth drone. The door would give it away a bit. But instead, DFM so far, now they're going to open it, it looks like.
Flash through, door
I mean, they
opened
just got
up.
good retake codes.
DOS9 nearby. Breach now getting in position. NC Slasher just going to be setting up the fault line, so no orbital come through quite just yet, but will it be the lockdown send? They send their own orbital strike to just try to go ahead and destroy that. The answer is yes.
Yeah.
Lockdown no longer in the equation, but still
Get the
DOS9's
spike
ult
over here.
ready to come through. All
And
players from Boom.
what does DOS9 do?
Everyone
We
stacked
all
up
ing
here
off
at
the
spawn.
stun?
Tap
Yes,
the
we
plan.
are.
Salvo's going to be sent. Orbital strike goes through.
Vice
And
ult for
SGN
anyone
getting
that's
cooked. The
close.
spike now drops
It's
here
nice from
on the
Jingbin, though.
corner. The flash through the shorty going to be pumped, and Shiro runs out of shell, so Jinbung able to go ahead and quickly collect a kill. Art scaling forward, looking, trying to find a timing, but famous at the
Don't
operator.
think we should be doing that.
Sits him down. Now it's 3v4 for DFM to try to defend this post plant.
Still have a relay bolt. This is wise from Boom.
Jinbung needing to absorb this pressure, finds the first, still two more players coming at him. The swing, they nearly line up for him.
Jinbin
Kame's
did
there.
unbelievable in this
Quickly
round.
trade it back. Now player advantage here in the hands of DFM as they look to go ahead and elongate this map even further, deny Boom from getting up to map point. Concuss not connecting. Berserk's running out of time. Just widely looking to try to make it costly.
Okay.
Cannot find either player.
Okay, DFM need a
DFM,
couple more of them. The issue
timeout
is
forced to
the
treat.
3 of them
Eventually
die here,
themselves
so
up to
free
8.
rebuys.
Yeah, I mean,
3 people can
this
have
seems to
low
be
money.
What
There's
is
a
going
chance
to
they get
play into
reset here.
DFM's hands against Boom is to take things slow in the
Kazutsu,
beginning
thank
of
you
the
so much for
round.
the 13 months.
Try to assess what their opponents are doing.
If they win,
Boom, I don't
if
mind
they
the
win a
idea at all.
Masters shot,
Trying to set up for a bit of a pivot from their defender side spawn. Wherever the
Appreciate the
attack
prime,
comes
dude.
from, but
Thank
that
you,
means
thank
they're lacking info exactly where that's going to be, and they're going to be a bit late. Now
when
they
we
had the
doing
ults, that's why
post,
they wanted
when
to
we
do
posting
that. They felt
playoff
like they
pick'ems,
could stall,
I need
they
to
could
look at
delay,
that.
they could get themselves
Honestly,
in
I'm
there, retake
gonna.
position.
We'll probably be
But
talking about it on
DFM
Plat Chat
does
today,
have a neon,
but
so they
I'll
can dodge some of that
probably do them on
ability like
Tuesday.
this.
I want to actually like
Check
look
this
at
box
maps. Like, we've got enough
Rolling
data now
Thunder.
that we should be able to work
Try
out
to counter shove them back.
roughly
Relay bolt
who's
a little
winning
bit
what
too late.
maps and
Berserk's
who
already
should
gets
actually
out
be
over
winning.
onto the corner. The Kame gets taken down. Sprays back through the smoke. NC Slasher traded here from May, but Berserk's is absolutely
Dude,
taking over the
Berserks,
round.
man.
3K before finally being felled. And
They
as
know
the
that May's
dust of
16
chaos
HP.
settles Into a 2v2.
It's a solid off angle,
May
but
chipped away at. Needs to wait for that door to shut.
the idea was
Just
nice.
found his way across the gap. Gets over towards the site.
No smokes.
And neither team having him.
Yeah, you can't
Salvo's
cover.
back up for Shiro.
Yeah, you can't cover this entrance for May. That's why he has to stop. They need to figure out what's going on around them. He's afraid when he tries to go towards the site, he's going to get shot, and he's not wrong.
They cut the noise.
Or Teo fade on every map.
Still some doubt. That's why you see Shiro
Yeah, I mean,
moving
it could
back over
fear.
towards that B site, but eventually they're going to have to try to figure this out and get the
It's not
spike
going to be
forward.
bad. I'll say
Shiro
that
just
much
now
for you.
starting to drift back. The
I
swing
mean,
on the
that's
corner,
incredible.
Famous.
They know May's 16
Point blank
HP.
headshot. Jinbung on the floor. Now May asked to do it all. Lands out into the open. Where does he position? Quickly. Looks to try to exit back here into the hall. Just narrowly gets away from the salvos. Tap coming through. The swing out. Finds the first one. Slides back across the repeat.
Use your pistol.
The up and hand and a swap to the classic.
Use your
Famous.
pistol.
Knowing how low he was. Doesn't have to
Go for
rely
3 shots.
on the heavy hitting
That's a nice try
rifle.
from me.
Pulls it out, puts him down.
4
Boom,
chances,
get up.
and I tell you what, the money's
I mean, this
money's
is
not as bad as I thought.
Just a great outplay by Boom. Finds a good timing with their rolling thunder. Berserks is right there to punish. Finds a huge triple kill. Even though DFM able to slip the net a bit, They have no idea what's going on the rest of the map, but they have to take a pause. Try to wait to see if any Boom players might over-peak. Doesn't happen. And then when Jinboong starts to push out, he just can't quite find the right timing. Famous had been holding that for quite some time. Had initially slipped past the angle, but Famous very diligent with that operator. You almost never see him make mistakes.
Very solid attempt, but one that doesn't
Would
quite
making
go to
champs for PaperX be a successful year for them?
Big stack up.
I mean, I don't think they would have.
Going to be taken.
We wouldn't have said that at the beginning of the year, but yeah, that would be an incredibly successful year for them, considering where they're at the moment.
Get that triggered, so now
You
everyone
gotta-
in DFM gathered back up on the south side.
Like, if they make champs, they did great.
They're kind of guessing incorrectly, though, our Boom, that maybe that would be an A hit then for DFM, but they're spreading the map. They're selling a bit of a fake. They had contact with May.
I think Pacific, this is the hardest it's ever been in Pacific, though.
What's a little bit more clear
You got to
looking.
keep that in mind as well.
One, DOS9 spotted, stunned up, but still able to just straightforward get rid of May. The attack on the A site getting ready to come through, but the Nano Swarms hold them at bay here for a little bit longer. Thorn's not sent here from Jinboong quite just yet. Armageddon look to try to interrupt, but going to be complete, but Jen thought he had a tiny little gap available.
No, dude,
That's gonna
he
be a
thought he
costly
could go
mistake.
heaven.
Swing out from rope, DOS9 able to find one. Jinboong going to be taken down. Art at range, the Stinger still able to find one, but he's only got 4 bullets left in the mag.
Oh, it's a
That is
disaster
not
the last
nearly
round.
enough.
Yeah, they
As
didn't get
Shiro
enough on the first
absolutely
half, and then
annihilates with
honestly,
another
this.
3K, and boom, take their map 13
I mean, they
to
got
8, and I
Nimbus
can
double
hear the
pistol.
howls from the audience.
Yeah, I heard
Love to hear
that.
it. I mean, Boom just continues to be very steady. On this defender side, on Fracture in particular.
I'll give up 2.
Yeah, that's not easy to do against any opponent. And
I like
credit
they're
to
not
DFM,
messing
their
around,
defender
though.
side looked pretty solid too, but they just couldn't quite figure it out on the attacker side. Boom had great reactions.
They're just fully
He gained
focused
great
on getting
game
this champ
plans,
point.
especially around some of those ults, some of those timings they were able to find. Just really kept DFM from finding much comfort or success.
Some very close moments here from DFM would have led to this being a much more contentious map. That pistol in particular, not being able to close out those last couple shots, etc. But overall, I'd still say a decent,
Can walk around for a little bit.
positive
I'll be
sign
back in,
for
a bit.
DFM. This is Boom's map pick. We've got Ascent coming up. Historically, that's been
Yeah, historically,
a
Ascent,
good map.
Ascent's
for DFM,
a good
where they
map for
had the
DFM.
read and downloaded T1 last year.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it should be a comfort pick for them. It should be something where, again, keep the op out of Famous's hands, and I think you have a decent chance of taking that map and pushing this to a third. But it's tough. I mean, Boom is just in such great form. I mean, you could even see there in that last round, DOS9 gets hit by a stun. He's still able to out-duel May. He had a couple moments where he bested May in some just fair duels, basically. So quite a bit of firepower on this Boom squad that DFM still has to contend with. I think a few decisions that went awry for the side of DFM as well. Individual moments.
See if they'll be able to correct those on their map pick of Ascent. See if they can try to find that impact. Overall, I think a much needed performance from May here on that Fracture. Need to see that carried forward into the next map if they want to make a set of this one. Either way, we'll send it back over to the analyst to break down the action from Fracture.
Boom do end up closing this out in a 13-8 fashion on Fracture for series of today as we draw nearer and nearer to the end of group stages. Boom still continuing to look very strong here and quite unstoppable going to playoffs.
Yeah, great map from Boom, especially when we swap across to their defensive half. You know, they made it clear why they picked this. I think this is a really great fit for everybody on their team. I think everybody's on those kind of more comfortable roles, and I just think I love how they play this map. I feel like they understand it so well. DFM played them close that first half, but then, of course, it fell away as Boom just continued to pick up speed.
Yeah, I don't think Boom needed to really show anything crazy or do anything too special to win that game as well. You had some great clutches in from Shiro as well. I mean, he is one of these players on Boom. I mean, I feel like they're littered with these players, but Shiro in particular, going back to what we saw in Ascension Jakarta, as well as coming into what we've seen here in Pacific, he's one of these players that you don't always expect him to step up, and statistically, he's kind of one of the players, especially in the IGL role, that doesn't have the best fragging statistics out of the team, but occasionally he's good for these insane clutches, and he does have these pop-off maps when you're least expecting it from him. from him. And he's had multiple. He's had one on the Sova on Haven, and then here you can see in his Teo role on Fracture, he had a phenomenal one, and he won multiple clutches here.
Yeah, you got to shout out Shiro, man. He played a fantastic game leading from the front. And of course, he's wearing the Boom merch. He's looking very dapper today over the top of his jersey. Maybe that's the...
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah, it says Boom Esports across the chest.
Oh, I couldn't see it in the purple.
Yeah, no, that's some nice merch they got there. So,
he looks very preppy today. He came in like looking nice to end off group stages.
He dressed up smart for today.
He did, he did. Well, Fracture, we were talking about the Neon and how Neon's looking like still the meta on Fracture.
Yeah, a lot of people picking the Neon and adopting that at the moment. If you take a look at the replays here, you can see why. We're seeing a lot of Breach Teo meta at the moment, and the Neon is so good at beating the utility. You saw it from T1 right at the start of Pacific, playing double duelers to try to burst through that util, but even you can see over on the side of DFM, you're able to use the wall to keep yourself safe in a lot of these situations. You can use Relay Bolt to zone back the other team and just be able to keep yourself alive. The other point I really wanted to make is Fracture is a game of rotations, and you can see the Teo drone pulls the Breach out of position. You need to keep an eye on the defense-sided rotator a lot of the time, whether it be the Brim or whether it be the Breach. A lot of teams will offer pressure one side of the map or try to go for an aggressive lurk timing to get an entry to be able to pull that rotator, whether it be the Brim who needs to smoke drop or main for the defense, or it be the Breach who needs to be able to offer supportive utility to be able to help hold a main, pardon me, and contest the map, stop the attacking team from contesting the map.
Yeah, you're looking to bait out that util. You're looking to bait out the kind of the Teo missiles, and you're looking to bait out that Breach stun. That will create timings for you on attacker. And of course, I feel like Boom did this great. The other thing I really wanted to highlight was a nice little set piece that DFM had. I mean, I feel like it's nice to see them still getting creative. We see them forcing this round 2, which is becoming more and more common. And I think they had a really nice idea with it here. We see how they layer together that Breach util and the Teo util to get that opening kill. This round doesn't end up going their way, though.
Yeah, this is something that actually I think goes back to older, TAC FPS games. These second round forces are something that when you have these very fast weaponries that you can run around with and you have a fair bit of util in the mix, you hit the other team, especially on the attacking side, with something very organized, something very pacey. A lot of teams, the earlier rounds that you'll see from them in the game are very similar patterns. Anti-ecos on round 2, sometimes in the past pistol rounds, although those are a bit more of a mind game these days, opening gun rounds. A lot of teams will fall into the same pattern and show you the exact same setup in those earlier rounds, and I think that you're seeing teams that have their heads screwed on right on the attacking side, similar to what we've seen in previous TAC FPS games before Valorant came out, will force in the second round on attack and have a really good read or have a really good approach and be able to try to break the other team's momentum and economy before the game even gets started.
Yeah, I liked it. I liked that they took the risk. It didn't work for them, but I think it was a solid sign. I liked that they were organized, liked that they had an idea. I think this DFM coaching staff has always been better than the results as well. So, it's nice to see them still trying to do new things.
I just realized also we're counting down the days till we can, enjoy Fracture. This might be one of the last couple times we see Fracture here in Pacific. We might get it in the next match.
Why don't I just break that down for? Map's already out of the pool.
It's not going to be here on stage 2.
My time.
Yeah. But I love Fracture. I know we all love Fracture here at the desk, personally, playing it. Now, map 2 is going to be interesting. Of course, DFM picked it. They only won one map this entire stage 1, and it was on Ascent against Paper Rex. They used May on the Jet. But boom, Six Fingers was talking about this just now. A little hat tip to Ewok there. He's like, I like what you guys were doing with the Euro. I'm presuming one of them was how RRQ uses Yoru on Ascent, and Boom is moving in that direction. I like that, though. I'm not a big fan of the Phoenix on the Ascent. I don't know how you guys feel about it.
I like the Phoenix. It was a good niche pick, but we didn't work out the second time we saw it, so they adapted at the right time to this Yoru, which I think is probably the most meta now. But then if we look off meta, we look across to DFM, they've been running that triple initiator setup that we don't see often, but I think in theory it should make life very hard for Famous when he wants to get that off out.
Yeah, for sure. I think KO is really, really good against Yoru on Ascent right now. Like, Yoru is a very popular pick. You often see the Yoru playing these off angles, setting up the TPs and really relying on those TP timings to be able to disrupt the attack. If you get caught with a KO knife, you're absolutely cooked. Like, you may just die for free or go 1 for 1, or the setup itself kind of falls apart. So I think KO is going to see more and more popularity, although the comp that Boom runs is very similar to what you see from RRQ, where they do value the Teo Sova, which I think is pretty decent as well. I don't mind the double drone. I don't mind the way that the Teo is used in substitute for KO in a lot of situations. For DFM, the triple Enit, I don't know how I feel about it. I really wasn't a fan of it. I think that it looked a lot better against PRX though, specifically because GN on the Astra was able to play so well on defense to where they didn't need a Sentinel as much, and I think he's going to be absolutely key to their defense. I think attack, you can play free flow, you can really throw a lot of util at whatever your problems are, and I don't actually always feel like DFM do a great job of that. I feel like they're swimming in util, but then they still die to like A main setups or someone on an op line. It's like, come on guys, you literally could not have more util in your comp to deal with whatever these problems are. So as long as they do that on attack, and then like I said, once they switch over to the defense, you got to get the op out for May, and you got to have a really good game again from GN, because he was phenomenal against Paper Rex to really make their defense side get them across the line there.
Yeah, I mean, I think them going for the Astra before, I think it's such a nice change away from the Omen. You don't need that paranoia to kind of get into the sites because you have so much other util to work with. So it shows up your defender side a little more. And you still have those lurk options with Astra, because they kind of swap out that traditional Sentinel. So he has a lot of freedom to kind of play by himself, and I really liked how they used it, especially against Paper Rex. So I want to see them stick with that same comp, and I do think they will have all the tools that they need to shut Famous down.
hello. Thank you so much for that, dude. I appreciate that.
And we see a lot of that at the moment with Breach Teo. You know, you got to
fighting. Thank you so much, man.
But if you don't use it correctly, then it's not really that helpful to you.
That's very true. I do wonder a little bit about Art.
I appreciate you, bro. Thank you for doing that.
Here.
Try not to do.
A great showing from Odin
fighting
in the
spam
last
going
couple matches
for the
here.
Oiler.
This is still an Odin map, even
so
with
much,
the wall being covered up. And I think he really needs to step up to give DFM a fighting chance.
Yeah, I mean, he's not been quite himself. You know, the Odin isn't quite the same.
Thanks so much for the 10 gifted, bro. I really do appreciate you. Anyone that got gifted also, say thank you.
Initiator with Astra and with May on the jet. So it's all about stopping Famous. It's all about giving up space and taking space back with the ample util that you have. You don't have to trade it out as efficiently.
I think for Boom, you're going to see Shiro back onto the Sova, away from the Teo, like we saw a Fracture. NC Slasher picking up that Teo role. Famous on the Yoru, he's trying to get his Yoru reps in at the moment.
This is a little crazy.
An agent that he's played a lot of, but you're seeing a lot of different duelists have to adopt the Yoru. It's just so strong in the current meta, and even duelists who have not really been playing too much to Yoru in the past have started to even pick it up, and that just shows you the strength of the agent and the strength of it as a choice right now. But you've already at least seen it once from Famous, so I think this is where, particularly on the attacking side for DFM,
again, thank you so much
I want to see them use that utility correctly, recognize what kind of challenges and problems Boom are going to throw at them, and see how they can solve
Extra
those.
one on the end as well.
We are going to find out if Boom is going to continue completely undefeated
too kind on this.
in
Thank you so much,
stage one as we send it
that.
back to our casters, Achilleos and Paperthin.
Thank you very much. Here we go. Ascent. See if DFM are going to make a go of this and try to turn this series around. Need the win here. Take us over to that third and final map. They want to be able to find a series victory here to close out the stage. Otherwise, Boom, they're looking for the big 5-0.
Yeah,
okay,
this is going to be really crucial with the utility usage for DFM.
On attack.
You've got
Boom
3 initiators, so this attacker side has to be well coordinated, well thought out. So you can break through the defenses of Boom.
One map away from getting that extra point.
For some of these players.
Ooh, Fade Eye that's meant to go on the corner to spot under. Not too bad.
2 kills found, entry power
yeah, DFM definitely have a weird comp on this map. Like, no info Sentinel becomes really hard.
Pivot across over in towards mid.
Honestly, attack and defense in my opinion.
Noting that.
But obviously you can make it up with the amount of Prowlers, Fade Eyes info that you can get.
Looking for a timing out on Cat, ends up falling to the wayside. So solid headshot there from Art. Brings us back into a 3v3, but
nice shot.
NC Slasher, right as I say that, goes ahead and resecures player advantage. Art with a third, though. Oh, to be damned. This guy's a ghost gamer. A 4K, potentially.
This is one popping everyone.
Disconnected from the rest of his other player, I should say, is GN. Slowly creeping his way across in towards Market, nearly getting caught off guard. Backpedaling frantically. Nope, plants his feet. Ends up dying.
Oh, dude, and you can see he was super aware that the push was coming from behind, and that reposition close left or right, depending on how you're looking at it, is insane. Dude, is that not not another 1v2 from him on the pistol? That's so devastating. It might have been against the same too.
Again, you know, I talked about very early on that the util difference has to be there for DFM. It's
At
not
least the
off
1v1
rip.
at the end was art.
DOS9 has the backup from his Tejo, has DFM caught in an awkward spot. They don't have a response with their util, whether that be a prowler or some salvos of their own to keep that
It was May
archway
last time,
position
okay.
at the front
Close
of A
though.
main under control. And then they spread the map too much. GN out in Narnia gets caught in transition. Could have just slid into B site maybe, but they had no idea where Berserks was. And they paid the price. I mean, credit to Art.
Again had to try to stay alive a little bit.
In 1 round, 1 pistol. He's nearly got as many kills as he had on the entire
Okay, the late takeover towards A main, and I mean, Boom can't really feel comfy sticking around in like the mains.
So it's a
Like
good
this util is just insane for wrecking you. So
a pistol round loss that they're going to be kicking
they need to be a
themselves
little bit proactive. You'll see it on the buy rounds more, like when they lose map control, being like more proactive, like getting info around the map.
It's like me when I order a large pizza. It's so close, but I can't quite get that last slice down.
But then you have pizza for tomorrow.
Yeah. So maybe it's not the same. Somebody comes, they take the pizza away at the end of the day.
Yeah.
Jinbo pushing out.
Zika's not too
a little
bad.
bit of damage here, as well as some scouting on DOS9.
Oh boy, this is the gun
finding
now.
a bit of collat damage, but not the collat
Dude,
kill.
Zika's
GN does manage to go ahead and make this a bit more costly.
Yeah, had a bit of potential.
Door shut, NC Slasher dead. As
Still
May
has potential.
finds a headshot, and this is a hell of a round now here for the side of DFM. May up close looking for a little bit more. Can't quite make
good
that
damage
happen,
though.
but still very solid
Like for sure, good damage.
is
Everyone
dealt.
here bought. They got 3 rebuys or at least
Well,
weaker
it is
guns
what
for
it is.
the
I mean, it looked
bonus.
like it was going to be pretty disastrous, but the classics for GN and May come alive to find 3 kills. You know, you get the info, you get the spot from Shiro on all these players coming through tree. Not that it was much of a mystery to begin with, but they still couldn't connect more than just one Marshall shot. That opens up the opportunity there for GN to do some damage. No plant comes through, but a lot of
so many
damage done.
Jaws to Stingers yesterday.
Maybe opened
I
up
do
a
wonder
little
if
bit
like
extra
loads of
room.
people are
Art's
starting
gonna
to use the
grab an
Stinger more because of watching
signature
pro
weapon
play.
for him. You can see this time
They're gonna-
deeper
I mean,
salvos of
I think that's good though.
flash out as well.
Holding the angle, and Famous
I know
hits the
I know
shot.
Riot definitely look at ranked
the pistol, makes up for it
stats
here in the
more than
bonus.
pro play stuff.
Not gonna fall for the fake out,
Nice
but
shot.
Famous
My
is
goodness.
just absolutely insane.
Bro, he's pumped
Another
about
one.
it.
Hater of a headshot. 2
A
players
great
on
shot,
the floor.
though.
TP's over. Does he have a third? It's against May.
He's smiling.
Dude, he's smiling the whole
feeling it.
time. Knows he's gonna hit it.
Oh,
And we'll go ahead and separate them here for the moment.
boo.
Tucks into
That
pizza.
great
Does this get
reposition.
red? The
Dude,
answer is
look
no,
at
and
him
Famous
go.
hits him in the head.
They gotta actually let him go for this. It would be such a clip.
Oh boy.
You got to save.
Yep.
Thing is, Boom, they're pretty much they pretty much play some of the.
They're gonna go for it. I mean,
Again,
DFM
the
doesn't have
VALORANT that
anything to
makes the
lose in
most sense. So
the sense of
they're not gonna let him go for it.
Yes.
Bambino, hello mate. Dude, why is
should
everyone
be a
asking
save.
this? Thank you for the 50 months.
I swear.
Dude, 50 months
Famous
as well,
if you
Bambino.
just
That's nuts,
timing
mate.
shot him to
Hope
his
you're doing well, bro.
fucking
Thank you for the
hit
tier
him.
1.
wouldn't shock me.
And NQ Woo 1 with the Prime as well. Thank you for the 3 months. Thank you for that. I said if they win Masters, I'll do it. We don't give them out lightly.
What else
Did-
do I say?
Did they have to
I don't know what you
save?
do.
10 seconds left.
He's gonna get another one here. I swear.
Oh my
He's got a
goodness.
4K.
Oh god, man. It's their first buy
Pizza.
rounds.
They get the weapon upgrades, a bonus conversion.
What about playoffs? So the thing is,
That's a backbreaker.
I have too much
That's
respect for
absolutely
Boom
devastating stuff.
that I'm setting
I
the
mean,
bar
Famous
higher
is
for them.
just winning some peaks.
Because I think there's a good chance they can win playoffs.
Shuts down Jinboong and GN. May's not ready for him to be tucked into pizza after the Vice Wall.
Enemy remaining.
I was booing the Vice Wall from stopping that fight, and then it just didn't matter. But that's a toughie.
Well, let's see if these sheriffs can sing the same way that Famouses just did.
Well, that
Concuss hitting on the
stun
3.
wrecked them.
Clear on the 0 point.
Just look at the confidence from Boom.
But again,
they know that
DFM is so much
DFM's
util to be able to
this,
fight
so they've got a player in wine. Well, okay, they're going to move back towards the site. They're a little unsure if, because of this pause from DFM, if they have actually
didn't get a chance to use it last round.
It's going to leave DOS9 in wine. Try to challenge him in that direction.
Cut noise nicely. Jinbung being in this position.
DOS9 still has Omen Flash.
Likely clustered up here as shots over towards May.
Oh,
DOS9
there
out from
goes the
wine,
Omen
able to find one gen, going to be taken down.
I don't like how Boom played this though.
They sent here for anything that they can possibly get. Jinbung getting a nice shot.
Yeah, you shouldn't really be playing it.
Looks for a little bit more.
We spoke about this before, and again, even when I was in Liquid, we had a strong rule about this: is if you're gonna play like this against an anti-eco, you have to have 3 here. Like you have to have 3 people fighting a main like 2-1. Because you just give them a gun. It's very hard to trade it, so you're pretty much just all in on that first duel anyway. So against an eco, oh boy.
Now they're separated as they go for the swing out.
You can't really play wine.
Just Jinbung here. Behind the generator, swings in the flash, not going to connect, but nor do any of these bullets. Ult over the top, looking for a timing off of that, gets the ping reveal. Tiny a bit of damage through, and Jinbung will be able to find the headshot to close out the round.
This is nice though. 2 save guns, managed to win this round. Yeah, just an overall mistake from Boom again. I don't think you should ever be playing like this against Nico.
The patience there pays off.
It's such a especially when you're taking first contact from wine. It's such a
This was a little ill-advised of a swing. Tried to wide swing it, see if he could.
It's such a one and done, to be honest.
Keep that outlaw from landing its
Unless
shots,
they take contact on site, then you're going to get multi. But
some nice play at the end by Jinbung, using that generator very effectively to make sure that that outlaw is going to have a tough time connecting. But man, oh man. Very, very close at the end again for DFM.
Enemy marked.
A little bit of a spot. As May is trying to creep his way forward in towards mid. Famous, of course, into the operator already. Jinbung.
Start looking at the money a little bit, because 2 people that can't buy next.
Oh. The op though
Boom.
still, I believe, disguised.
And honestly, these 2 wouldn't be able to buy next either.
He's going to pull
it kind of is 2 and 2.
Over pursue. Gate crash, I believe, actually gets caught there in main, so it's not a very deep exit at all.
That's nice info though.
Just a check of A
clear of
there.
A main. Might start leaning a little bit heavier over towards B, especially with that. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4. One more. Didn't look right.
Ooh, he didn't see GN.
Yeah, maybe not quite there.
Didn't look right. Dude, without everyone.
Lurk going on here. Either way, though, sheer wall still set up.
Okay, no backup plan for them. They got a 5-person sprint over towards shore.
30 seconds now remaining.
Oh boy. Dude, NC Slasher faces. Guys, you got 20 seconds. The Spike's face in middle at 20 seconds. The Spike's going solo middle at 20 seconds. We can't be playing like this. We can't be playing Valorant like this. What's my Spike doing? Where's my Spike going? Guys, what is this?
Their feet, stay tucked, and try to hold on to the guns, but Shiro is going to look to try to flush him out. A little spot out here. As shots flying his way, Shiro does get a headshot, I believe, actually, with a wild spray, but is still going to be able to find the kill. So no second round yet found here for the side of DFM.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great info gathering round for Boom. They're doing a really nice job of using their ults to figure out where the main stack of DFM is. Then you can get that op into the right spots. Famous doing a great job shutting down May in mid, pivoting back over to B main. Stop any hope for DFM. Such a smart player and very effective with the snipers. DFM has enough for a couple rifles.
Big change up from Boom.
Sheriff for Art.
I didn't see where the wall was here, right? On this round. And then they lost middle on the round before, and so they put the wall over towards middle. So they can get info.
DFM. Shiro doing a beautiful job. Getting a lot
so I think they're doing a good job of like changing up the wall, especially over towards middle. Like if they don't have to worry about that. I was having a conversation with Minnie about this. I think the wall over towards middle is like really good, whereas a lot of people will kind of see it as like a waste. But I think it's so hard to go default it that honestly the wall middle is great. And I think that your sights are so strong anyway with like Vice forms
like I said,
that
one of
I
the
don't think you
key
need the wall
things
on
for
site.
DFM was keeping that
And then I think
operator
this
out
is
of
easy to like
the
punish
hands
as well in middle.
of Famous. And it's too late. He's already basically
there a
taken over
Platcha
2
today?
rounds
Yep.
with it.
It's in
And you're gonna have to
6
take an
hours.
early timeout, I suspect. GN's just in trouble.
Paranoia does connect. Not point blank enough for him to really have vision. So going to be a flawless round here as Boom moves up 5-1. And we'll keep an eye on the timer here.
That's what I agree with saying.
Timeout, but for now,
And then if they do it twice in a row, then you punish them.
I mean, it's a little bit hard on this attacking side with an Astra. Sometimes you're going to tip your hand with where you're placing those early stars. It's tough for them to kind of cut off some of these angles with smokes. They're not coming up in time either.
Not sure an op should be getting this much value against triple
Finding
initiator.
some impact as well, on top of just them getting shut down. Just might have to just go
Probably need to be
quick
using more
hits.
util.
Trying to set up May with the Blade Storm. Just have the Vice Wall to get over. Oh,
fully
no.
flashed up. That one's backward, and then it's just out into the open. Berserk's able to collect that. As Recon gets a ping out onto 2 as well. Every twist and turn, everything being taken here out of their hands.
Did the craft save him?
Stabilize, finds the killer.
Like
All
it.
the Famous puts the op on the floor for the time being.
Shiro watching from deep, though. Prowler's not going to check him. So if they were trying to go and scoop that sniper up, plus they have DOS9 up at top mid, I mean, DFM has no hope, and they know it, of trying to upgrade a gun.
Well.
They just have to try to brute force their way through.
Oh my, okay.
Dude,
the higher lower
just
doesn't get much these days, does
The
it?
headshot coming across. Slow tuck and creep here from Akame, looking for that fourth, but cannot make it happen. Solid effort here, but still no closer to finding the round win. Op is carried over, doesn't need to be. You got so many players damn near cash cap, but it looks like this time getting ready to go
timeout.
to the next buy round. This is where DFM look to pump the brakes.
Yeah, I mean, just great stall util. May trying to find the way through, cannot. Vice util, the flashes, everything. Just making it impossible for him. And then boom, right there. To finish what they started with the util. I mean, Akame hit some nice shots, but Shiro has been really rock solid today. He's had some very impactful moments with his gunplay.
We need to use natural elevation. Yeah, I mean, I think you do in this game. Especially as bullets just go through and this.
It gets you some kills, but it just isn't strong enough against this Boom roster. You know, you had some moments from May on Fracture, but yeah, and GN, but you know, here on Ascent, it is just all Boom all the time. And still, they just don't look comfortable with this triple initiator.
The Pancada broke the kill record with 75 kills.
Close angles, and then
the
you
record
don't
was
have
82,
a follow-up ready.
so.
You know, you give away the story when you're doing that in the early parts of the round and then trying to come through quick with a fast hit. And
the DFM Team Secret still have a chance to qualify for champs.
That you have to think about, that you're not
I mean,
exactly sure where it's
in
going to
theory,
be set up.
yeah.
Now, you did get a read on where they're setting it up at B in that previous round, so if you can find ways to
it would be the most
clear that early,
historical run.
Teho util, or, but you don't have a Yoru clone, for example.
Like it would have to be.
So that's kind of problematic,
you know what Crew did in
set up at an angle like that.
kickoff? It would pretty much have to be that, but maybe like times 2.
Oh dear God.
Because all the teams are involved.
Scary. And they have
in last chance qualifier, they had 3 of the best teams not involved.
They need a smoke there.
In stage 2, all of the best teams would be there.
Because Jinbun's just stuck.
So it
knows it.
It would be a lot harder than the Crew run.
Has him pinned in here for the moment. DFM, you know, they want to try to create pressure elsewhere on the map, but great positions to do that.
I'll find you.
On the check-in towards Market. Notes that it's cleared.
Go on a run. Dude, how insane was it that we had him go on such a rant about going on a run, and then they actually went on a run?
Boom, that this is going to be an
it couldn't be.
Push.
How do we get that? Like, how is that so perfect?
Towards the catwalk, so.
Wall set up. Thorns cleared out.
This gives them a good chance to rotate over here, but honestly there isn't much to help them apart from maybe Berserk's, but uses ult, but obviously the KO ult cancels this. Dude, you've got the tail ult just in between the pulses of the wave. It's kind of nuts. Yeah, I tried to help him out. Famous was jumping off his short. Kills. Oh no, he's gonna get so much info. They're gonna know about this guy in B main. Yeah, just gotta deal with the B main guy.
In his direction, the flash connecting, tries to tuck back here around the corner. He goes for the exit. He's out into the open, and it's just a firing squad.
Dude, they handle this so well. Famous is just farming. He's making this look way too easy.
I mean, the protocols for Boom are just too good. You know, you've got that vice wall there for the B hit, and it buys tons of time.
It's the first time I've seen the phone stuff in third person.
Trapped. We're able to deal with that. You use the mask to figure out where May is. Make it so he is in a spot where he has no good decisions to make, trying to get out of there. Tries to go for the shorty play in the smoke. Jumps out on the wrong side.
It's nice shots, though.
Slasher. Very good. Very good with the rifles there. You can see the confidence is just through the roof for Boom, and as it should be.
Is Des even here? No, he's
an op pickup
just sleeping.
DFM. Couldn't find any value.
Unknown to what's going down.
Okay, good. That's step one, but now Boom is just ahead of the curve. They've got the vice wall over here. Oh no.
Art's just caught here at main.
Chemiyuki. Oh no, not this again. Chemiyuki, thank you so much. Appreciate the 7 gifted. Thank you, Chemiyuki. I appreciate you, dude.
On the spike, Jinbung hits a hell of a shot. He's out DOS 9.
And there's the 1. Thank you so much for the 1 gifted as well, Chemiyuki. Thank you for the 7. Thank you for the 1.
Here, but still, operator
just
positioned.
Changing and inventing matters with gifted.
Does go ahead and go for a reposition.
Dude, 673 as well, man. Crazy numbers, bro. I really do appreciate the support as well, man. It is mad what you're doing.
Type execute here.
So thank you so much, dude. Oh no.
Is it just gonna, okay, Hunter's Fury opened up, and that's Akame dead.
3-person heaven? Oh, it's 2-person.
He's locked in. Tien does manage to find one. Up and over the top of the wall. Berserk's gonna be put down. May checks out the rest of the site. Nothing gonna be spotted. Shiro dodging the C's as the door gets shut. Catches a glimpse though, and May swung out a little bit too wide. Ends up falling down. Now Famous rejoins the off right there in hand. He'll volley his teammate. Will NC Slasher, but something tells me they're not that bothered by it.
No.
No, they haven't waited much fun as well.
At the end of that round, knowing they had him dead to rights.
Can't cover
I'm
this.
going to be there for Famous one way or another. Yeah, that's a nice shot from Jinbung, but again, they have a great read, great timing.
Here into the nightfall, send the Hunter's Fury.
Yep. Pretty great how Boom has these ideas set up behind this Vice util. And they just are just dominating at the point of attack here. This time, just getting ahead of their opponent's Tejo.
Guys, we've got so much util. I'm not sure we need to do that stuff.
They trying to battle this out. Catches a glimpse and finds the headshot.
That's nice though. Goes from right to left to sees him early.
Trains it back. I mean, the one around DFM.
Yeah, see, that's the kind of stuff I want to see.
Damn near a thrifty. Maybe they can find another one here. DOS 9 did not mean the TP there. He was trying to get back to the main.
Cam.
And the facial expression tells all.
On a deeper Vice wall this time. So if you peek the angle.
A bit more offset, but doesn't manage to get the information on the position. DOS 9 still sticking around here.
Recon over towards middle.
It's going to be GN put down.
The DFM have given up with doing stuff together now. They're just solo swinging.
Well,
it's working out.
Making a go of it. A 3v2, Akame at 30 HP. Spike getting ready to get plans as the Prowler able to spot one, but Jinbung going to be taken down. Shiro immediately breaking the window. Plant is in. May disconnecting back over in towards main, checking around the flank.
Recon.
Sure.
It's going to be the only thing to help them out.
A 0 point here from Akame could tell all, but he doesn't want to give up the position.
Has the fragment too.
Scanning ahead.
Dart not locating him here. May Catching a glimpse, trying to keep eyes trained on him. Try to keep Akame protected so that he can try to go for something, but it's being watched. It all comes down to May now. The time on his side, dashes across, gets him off the plant. Swings back out for it, but the time
No
is
time
not
on
there.
this.
DFM,
Nicely done from May.
they win the round.
God, they
but it
win,
costs
but
them
it's
everything.
like it's so close. Obviously, it's a nice 50 from
8-2 as they
them.
pull off the Thrifty. A 4-8
They got,
scoreline, the best that they can hope for here on this attack.
Yeah,
They
I
got
mean,
no
a
money
good,
if they lose
a
this.
good find for May. Get that operator out of play. Opens up a bit of space for them in mid so they can come through tree relatively safely. Kame still hitting some good shots. May with another good Marshall shot. May plays this pretty well at the end with the dash. Knows the time is ticking down, can go to the other side. Just try to outlast his opponent and does. Still though, like you said earlier, the money is deep for the side of Boom, so they could still buy up into this operator. Oh my.
Okay, just gonna be a peek out of the smoke. Shiro able to find Art at the same time.
He doesn't even TP out. He wants more.
May, the shorty swap, but he's just surrounded. He doesn't even know it. DOS9 up over the top here.
This bait's sick though.
Such an off-kilter spot that people rarely play. Can't really blame May for not expecting it, but Boom just up the aggression, up the ante, go on these peaks, continue to play with confidence, and they are rewarded for it as they look to lock in at least a 9th round here.
Definitely looking very good for Boom. GN just trying to clear that angle. There were some danger pings there, but DOS9 had already TP'd out. They just have no idea that he's not in that spot anymore because they can play with the safety of the
for the
info
one
from the double
person
initiators
Astra
and the
fake
Vice
over
utility
towards A.
on both sides of the map respectively. So
I mean, why not? Yeah, what's going on?
probably gotta. You don't need to save. You got the money, but it's gonna be tough.
Spotted each other.
30 seconds left.
Thorns out once again, though, the two remaining players. I mean, there's still worlds apart from one another. Jinboom.
Retrieving flash.
Would have been a good idea to try to set up. Okay, the Haunt was going to the Haunt into market, but Jen does manage to go ahead and swing around to find DOS9.
Dude, they're gonna win this round.
Gets the setup hit. Shiro taken down. Jen
No.
off the angle for a brief little moment, but the Prowler goes through. Notes him. Seems like they want to try to fight out. Able to find one more. NC Slasher now. Caught here by the Seas. Couple shots coming his way. Salvos at the ready. One towards alley, one on the stairs. Concuss, no bounce, no hit.
Like this
Time.
wrap.
Yep, working against him. Like you said, the wraparound is looking damn good. He got there at boats. Tien with a 4K.
He actually owned him in the 2v4. They were so sure that they would be playing together. That when this guy showed a B main, they just weren't expecting Gen in middle.
Scrape together some impressive individual moments. This crunch early nets 2. It's a 3v5. In fact, a 2v5 there, or 2v4 there. Good Nova Pulse. Jinbook, great job with that Prowler to check alley after it had been turned away from by GN just to make sure. And that awareness probably saved them that round potentially. And then a nice wrap, good timing from GN.
Oh, okay, well,
Oh,
May.
might get
Look
full
at the
here.
tempo. See,
My
goes ahead and
goodness,
slices and
just-
dices too. Famous DOS9, both
DOS9.
taken down.
With the TP
May
into the
absolutely
smoke.
rapid
Oh
with
my.
it. Looking for the fourth.
He's just trying to make sure he's really hard
Gets
to
the
hit.
damage in, but doesn't end up falling. But my God, what an
I
effort.
mean, with the plan, he gets ordered as well. It
Get
should be
DFM.
impossible retake.
Well poised.
Planted.
They close out a 4th round here on the attack. Berserks
I mean, it's a good recovery.
needing
Maybe.
to do absolutely everything. A 1v4 to get that 9-3.
He's just waiting for that lurk, but it's going to maybe show up just a bit too late for him to really have the ability to care. He has to start making his way forward. Here comes Jinboong.
And there you go. Puts him down 8-4 at the half. 3 in a row from the side of DFM to close this out. I want to see the replay because that was nutty from May.
Oh, he's
That was nice,
when
yeah.
he's on. I mean, he's just one of the best in the business.
He
This one
even
here.
called it. Like, that was him. That was him
I love
seeing the
these repeats, too, the
TP.
way he like looks
It
down
felt like
and then pops back up.
Yeah, it felt like
that
everyone
head
from
hit
his
a
team
little bit
didn't
more.
realize.
But yeah, I mean, okay. They finally win that util battle at A main. They get 3 rounds in a row. That's not a bad attacker side. It didn't look like it was going to be a good one.
I mean, they rescued it based on how everything was
Yes.
trending.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, I mean, at a point, it was 8-1.
Yeah.
So definitely able to run it back a bit here, but again, it needs to start here from this pistol. All three so far have just been Greek tragedies for DFM.
Yeah.
They've gotten so very close, but in the end, everyone's dead.
Right. It's just a lot of the clutches, a lot of the 1v1s have been going the way of Boom. And their macro game has, especially when Boom is on the defender side, generally looked better. So the real question is, you know, how good is this defender side for DFM on this map? You would expect it's pretty solid, but you're not running a Sentinel. So you have to rely, again, on these contact plays, on that info from your initiators to make sure you're very diligent, you're very aware of the movements of your opponents. And it's not like, you know, with the way that Boom is playing where they can wait you out a little bit with that Vice util on the B site and use the initiators on the A to kind of gather space and info. You have to use your initiators solely.
Well, yeah, they do.
So
they
again,
need
the coordination combinations have to be really,
get a pistol.
solid.
Oh boy.
Let's see if they're going to want to get aggressive.
Okay, it looks like they're going to dodge it though.
Jinboong and Mei right at the door. Oh my god.
Oh, this is our raid buster.
Look at the crunch, and there's the reveal off the haunt. NC Slasher.
They could have a pretty cool. They could have a pretty cool defense with this comp.
DFM.
They probably struggle a little bit over towards middle and like Lux. So
oh my god, Mei.
Hey.
If you boom, you want to like slow play.
Finds a second crossover at tiles. Shiro even taking a bit of damage. Jinboong.
That shock was great.
Entirety of that shock dart though, and now suddenly we're into a 2v2.
And they know where the Omen is because the Omen flash.
Swap out here.
Oh no, there's their Omen flash.
Sprinting in from behind. Gonna wrap all the way to Gelato. Get this approach in from main.
I like this move from Art.
Now planted.
He's here pretty early.
Gen just with the classic here at Heaven.
Got to find good timing.
Yeah, he wants to get a kill first before he uses his salvos.
You can read this. You got some salvos.
Dude, these salvos are big.
Do it.
I think he wants to wait. Try to get a setup here. Concuss to try to lock them in, perhaps. Either way, both players able to escape. Time now.
It's nice from Boom though, since they realize they knew those salvos were coming.
Art looking for that second kill, finds the first, runs out of bullets. DOS9 to push forward.
No. How is it another 1v2, man?
They just can't make it happen.
Man. How?
Oh man, that's just brutal.
It's the third 1v2 pistol.
Reading the positioning of his opponent. I mean, DOS9 has to reload. The right clicks for GN just go a little astray. It looked like it was
4
round
and
over.
0 on pistols.
GN should have it, and
dude, we had to have some composure.
I'm flattened.
Yeah, I know. Me too.
I'm basically on the floor right now.
Yeah. That's where I want to be.
I guess I'll sit up and
yeah.
Cast the all around.
I mean, okay. They held off the initial hit.
Some damage in, but now that they go pushing out of the smoke, it is just a meat grinder here on the site. Jen May 1 apiece, but Shiro with 3.
Sova ult's gonna be online.
Another 2-0
One
start here in the
away.
second half as they move up to double digits.
I mean, it is.
It's such a rough way to
kind
go,
of
though.
Funny to think about, though, that if one of those pistols or maybe two go the other way for DFM, this could be a very different match.
Yep.
It's just they aren't.
They were 6-6 on Fracture.
Yeah. I mean, if
they win that pistol, it's a much different map.
If they win the first pistol, they don't give over the bonus, essentially, on this map.
How do we fix DFM? Isn't their pistol record
I mean, that's
absolutely shocking in comparison to their kickoff pistol record?
It's a painful way to have things go down in the last match of the stage for DFM, but credit to Boom. Their players are stepping up when they need to. They're finding their moments. Oh, speaking of, Berserks.
They showed it, yeah. I remember speaking about it before, right? Didn't they have like a 72 in kickoff? Yeah, and I can't even imagine what it is now.
Onto Art. Into the spray down finish.
Well, there goes the buy round.
A 1v4, the door shut in his face.
It was a 70% 35, and dude, that may not even include this game, so maybe like 30.
God, what a turn from DOS9. gets behind GN. I mean, they knew they had GN in that
no matter what,
because
that's
of
like
Hunter's
half
Fury.
the amount of
He's just
pistols.
so
That's
ready for that heaven
devastating.
play.
He's just got to go on a save.
And in my opinion, like a good majority of this game can be decided from the pistols.
They take absolutely everything out of their grasp. It's another bonus
Dude,
conversion
we might be able
here.
to nap before Plat Chat.
Boom. Look to bring this
RRQ
series,
Team Secret.
unfortunately, to a very fast conclusion.
Yeah. I mean, it just felt like that last pistol was the last gasp inside of DFM, and it got
Just
knocked
cast
away from
yourself.
them. The wind got knocked out of them, and
Dude, the cast would have been yesterday. The cast would have
now you're
been.
just clamoring to try to do
Actually, to
something.
be fair,
and
I
Boom
was
is just
talking about staying
taking a
up all
bonus
night.
on the
So maybe
attacker side on
you guys
Ascent.
are right.
Yeah.
It's beyond that. It's like the lungs have collapsed. There's no intake of oxygen possible at the moment.
Yep. They're just going to leave the spike behind and look for some aggressive plays. DFM has spent their money for this round. And Akame steps out and finds a nice kill on NC Slasher.
Again, positive step forward to start off the round. Need a hell of a lot more. Wood position over towards Pizza here.
Just hope Boom didn't peak too early so you make champs. I mean, this dude,
We're just gonna back away.
5 champ points this early.
Gonna hold things down here.
They're in an incredible spot.
Smoke to cover here for
All
Famous.
they have
How
to
does he
do
wanna
is,
play it?
like,
Berserk's gonna keep Jinbung.
Be
They've got the
relatively
spot on
good
him
in
too.
Try to go
playoffs.
for this one.
Yeah.
But no wallbang shots coming through. Just clear on the flowers, stop the flash. Spots him on the exit, re-peeks, and Jinbung does get taken down. Art still situated here with the Guardian. Smang frantically spraying through the smoke. He's looking for any kind of contact he can get. Art on the peak. Spotting with the concuss. Not going to connect. 8 bullets remaining here in the mag. The first one going across. Finds it up on the DOS 9. Eventually does get taken down, but the spike is now dropped away from Berserk.
Should be impossible, but
Still with an opportunity to deal some damage, but won't be able to find it. Akame with a nice headshot. Keeps DFM afloat. Their first round here on the defending side. Scooped up.
That one looked pretty solid for them. Everybody kind of playing a bit of delay, buying time for the rest of the team to get there. A nice opener for Akame. Able to use that mid cubby very nicely. Saw it a lot from Boom. They were able to punish DFM in the first half. So Akame, yep, still got to keep fighting.
how different would this group have been if Bleeds had stayed in Pacific? Hey, everything would have been different. Aspas would have been in Pacific.
Make a game of it.
Like it would have.
Find your moment.
It would have been
Get
so
some of
weird.
that util to land. You can get pretty good Armageddon. A lot of open areas on this map where you can find some good opportunities. See if they can get there. But they don't have much info here. Oh, if he popped util.
Finds him before the flash comes in, turns from it as well. Sends out his own flash, goes swooping forward, but Akame able to steady the shot. Does go ahead and trade it back a 1-for-1. Peeks out into mid and
The effect would have been insane.
wisely just
Because
back away.
MIBR then wouldn't have spent all that
points,
money
there's
to
no
get
one close to
Aspas, so
market.
they wouldn't have their team.
As Shiro.
Which means that Verno would have probably gone somewhere else.
Straight thing in, and Jian is able to find it. Player advantage now here for the side of DFM. Akame
It would have been
forced
nuts.
back, paranoid into the corner. Nebula gets
That's
popped.
just
here,
Aspas
keeps
on his
covered.
own.
It's going to be good for another kill before getting taken down. Push forward into the smoke. Bang gets
No one
one,
else would
gets
be
out.
finishing top of their group because Boom wouldn't be
Cloudburst
there.
spots the feet, gets the head. DFM looking a bit more awake now. 5 rounds to try to tie things up.
Yeah, and it's good follow-up plans for DFM in terms of, they've got some support. They know that they've got some weaknesses in this composition, and that's one right there that Famous punishes nicely, but because you've got the backup from Akame, you're able to plug that hole. And then, Akame's playing this round just really, really well. Good smoke timing this time from GN to cover Akame as well. Set up for May, who plays that nicely, uses that one way of his own
Fast
to
B.
set himself up for that last kill. Here we
Fast
go.
B with the
Bolt
Yoru.
from the Yoru.
It's looking to up the pace
His
here.
tail ult might just.
There's Armageddon. Looks to slow them up on the approach. There is a gap, however.
Yeah, this
so
is a little bit
come
weird.
back.
Famous is stuck on site
In the
on his
meantime,
own.
Famous has made his way into boats. Bit of damage onto Akame. Fragment to try to delay, but May going to be taken down here. Able to find one. Art spraying across. Comes up with two, but now the return fire. Still looking very solid. It's just Tien making his way across from the A site. The KO bleeding out on the floor. Fast res if he could get it, but they'll know the position could spam 4, but yeah, cannot make it in time. So now a 1v2 to try to prevent Boom from getting up to match point.
Could use your util to either cover or clear the boat's position. Opts to make sure that A main is
Oh my goodness.
under control. Gets a little damage.
Well, shots towards Famous, but does he read this behind the box at all from DOS9?
Doesn't look like it. Oh.
He's very low. He's looking for it, but turns away at the worst possible moment. DOS9 will collect.
6 chances.
And boom, we'll move up now.
Money.
12-6
Yeah, the
match
money's
point
good.
is theirs.
Yeah, nice effort, but you know, this util, it stalls, it delays, but you're not really able to do much else. Trying to get that Odin into a spot where it can stop this execute. And he gets a couple kills, but DOS9 is just too clean, man. Him and Famous combining nicely to break through the defenses of DFM. DFM threw everything they had at that entrance. I mean, a grab well, the Armageddon, the salvos, and it still wasn't enough. Boom is still able to break through with a lot of good gunfire in general. Now May with an op. 6 in a row is what's going to take just for Otia. Great flash.
Flash connecting, and he is strafing right into this ultimate. Nowhere to go.
Guys, it's too strong, man. This whole kid is too busted. Please, Riot. It's absolutely messed up, man. It's by far the best agent in the game, by a clear mile. We gotta do something. The ult is too good. The salvos do too much damage. They come online too fast. The stun's okay. The stun's pretty cool. The drone lasts 2 times longer than any other drone and is invisible. And it suppresses you. We get 3 salvos into every single round. Surely we need to look at this agent.
Is very much the #1 team
from Boom.
in their group, 5-0 going into the playoffs.
5-0.
They are the team to beat.
5-0.
The only team
We would have thought that
that's
at
gonna
the
be
beginning
able to
as well. Beasts.
the undefeated scoreline in the group stage going into the playoffs, and this could be a team we're seeing at Masters Toronto. And man, what a story it would be for them if they can get there. From the beginning, I mean, everybody talks about it, a team that shouldn't be here, and they are, and they're making the most of it. And you know, so much of it has to go towards the coaching staff, towards DOS9 for coming in. You know, these players, some of these players have been there. They have already been at a Champions. But, you know, since then, it hasn't always looked so good. They've struggled to try to get out of Tier 2. They're given the opportunity, and man, oh man, are they making the most of it.
They absolutely are. Following the path.
Yeah, do a lot of hard work for this as well. A lot of hard work. 5 champ points. It's all about champs for these. Dude, if they can do good in playoffs. I mean, dude, they're one best of 3 away from Toronto. And then they'll secure top 3 anyway, so they get like what, 2 points no matter what.
We're going to be seen in our next one, though.
Yes.
As of course, Xpharaoh was there, but congratulations to Boom on the 5-0. We'll send it down to Jen, who's going to be standing by with the winner's interview.
Happy Monday, everyone, and congratulations, Boom. DOS9, just for a second, can I get a ow? Howl? Huh? Ow?
Ow!
Yeah, that was worth the shot. I'm gonna need Shiro over here for the post-match interview. 네, 붐의 시로 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. Ow for you as well. 가장 먼저 그룹 스테이지 전승으로 마무리하게 됐습니다. 팀원들 전체가 정말 최고치로 자신감이 차올랐을 것 같은데 먼저 어떻게 느끼고 있는지부터 물어보도록 할게요. Congratulations. Your incredible unbeaten run continues into the playoffs, of course. Now, with this type of form that the team is currently in, I feel like you guys are full of confidence at the moment. So, how much of the moral boost is it that you guys were not defeated at all?
I think it helped us with the confidence. It makes us like no negativity around the atmosphere, and also it pretty much help us throughout the games.
부정적인 분위기도 없어지고 너무 자신감을 갖고 할 수 있어서 이렇게 폼을 유지하는데 굉장히 큰 도움이 되고 경기를 치르는데도 너무나도 좋은 영향을 준다고 얘기를 하는데요. 사실 붐 e스포츠 그룹 스테이지의 마음가짐은 약간 한 경기 한 경기 집중하자였지만 워낙 이렇게 폼이 좋다 보니까 우승을 노려봐도 좋을 것 같고 또 마스터즈에 대한 얘기도 나올 것 같은데 현재까지 목표에 대한 팀적 이야기는 좀 조정이 됐는지 어떤 이야기가 나오고 있는지도 물어보고 있네요. Now, as I mentioned, with the current form you guys are in, I know you guys like to take one game at a time, but I feel like you guys can and possibly might have higher expectations for yourselves. You know, what are the talks around winning the whole thing in Pacific and also making it to Toronto?
I don't think each one of us have like that mindset. I think we more like take one game per one game, like every week, every day. So yeah, I think we not focus on qualifying, we focus on winning one match at a time.
Don't rush things.
Yeah.
Trust the process. 일단은 팀원에서 아무도
Yeah, that's the
그렇게
right way
큰
to be.
우승이라는 혹은 마스터즈 출전이라는 욕심을 갖고 있지는 않은 것 같고 정말 한 경기 한 경기 집중해서 최고의 경기력을 보여주는데 굉장히 신경을 쓰고 있는
Map
것
by
같다고
map.
얘기를 하는데요.
Exactly.
자, 그러면 이제 플레이오프에서는 젠지 아니면 탈론을 만나게 되는데 누구를 만날 것 같은지 그리고 만나고 싶은 팀이 있는지 마지막으로 물어보도록 하겠습니다. So next up is the playoffs, of course. You guys have a free buy-in, so it's gonna be either Gen.G or Talon. Who do you think will make it to play you guys, or do you have a preference?
For me, no. I think every team in playoff are deserved team. So which one is going to fight against us? I think we hope we can show good match.
But if you had to give us your prediction.
No.
Nope?
No.
어느
No.
팀이 이길지 승부 예측은 절대로 해주지 않겠다고 얘기를 하는데 사실 플레이오프에 진출한 팀들 모두 잘하는 팀들이기 때문에 방심하지 않고 누가 올라오든 우리의 경기를 제대로 치를 수 있도록 노력해야겠다. 방심하지 않겠다라고 얘기를 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 붐의 시로 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 두 번째 매치로 돌아올 텐데 현장에 계신 여러분들께서는 DFM의 팬미팅 1층에서 함께 해주시길 바라겠습니다. Thank you, Shiro. Congratulations. Best of luck in the playoffs, whoever you might
Hey,
face.
very nice.
And for the fans at the
They just went with
venue,
the
please remember
no.
to join DFM downstairs in the lobby for fan meet and greet.
You
And
want
I'll
some
be back with
content?
match
No.
2 interview. Bye.
What a beast. Okay, Chow, we're back in a little bit. We'll be back in a little bit. We'll see if RRQ can do the same thing.
Give me your boom prediction.
Boom prediction?
Like, Shiro.
Who they're gonna play?
Yeah.
What do you mean?
Who are you gonna play?
Okay,
I
back on
have
the
no
bit, Chow.
idea yet. We haven't watched Talon.
Who are they going to play?
It
doesn't matter. They're the best.
That's the right answer, actually.
Woo! He just said no. He was like, no,
No.
no, I shall not answer this.
I respect that. You don't want to cause any drama. You
Yeah.
don't want to say
He's
one team's
so-
better than the other.
You know, they are still, after all, an ascended team. The runner-up guys, they're still playing it super humble, even though they are completely undefeated in stage 1. It is ridiculous how good this team is.
Yeah, for sure. They've been phenomenal so far in this stage. I think they were a little underrated, honestly, in kickoff, even though they didn't win a game. Honestly, I thought the T1 game was very winnable from them, and they kind of let it slip through their fingers initially in kickoff. The Nongshim game was a little disappointing, but here in stage 1, they have really showed their potential. They are a long-standing core who's upgraded to a kind of superstar controller player, which does kind of break the language barrier, but none of that has really slowed them down. And I think obviously the addition of the new coaching staff has helped a lot. Boom is in fantastic form, and looking at where they're at in the bracket, they're one game away from heading to an international event. That would be absolutely massive.
Yeah, they've got to be feeling so good here. And what a story for the team that, wasn't even supposed to be here. They didn't win Ascension. Now to come into stage 1, look so dominant, take down all of the Titans flawlessly into Group 1. So now being one win away from that Masters place is just fantastic for these guys.
Yeah, and they did this. It looked effortless, to be completely honest here. I think this is partially, there are a lot of hiccups coming from DFM side as well here, but that is definitely not to take away from Boom's victory. I think going into playoffs, a lot of teams, I'm sure it's actually Talon and T1 who are watching Boom right now with a little bit of worry if they're going to be staying in the upper bracket or not. Made, you know, he did May things, killed.
He did his best. Yeah. I feel like he had a few rounds that were good, but it's just not enough for this team. I mean, you know, they've not had a good stage 1. That's to put it lightly. I'm curious as to what this roster is going to look like coming into stage 2, because they've shown a good level. Against PRX last week, that match was winnable, but I felt like they had no confidence in this game today. They had nothing to play for, nothing on the line for them, and I kind of felt like they just couldn't muster up the kind of energy that they needed today.
I don't know, I might be a bit of a hater, but so far DFM's only shown me that they can play well against PaperX and they can play Abyss well. So I think it's that's not going to be enough. Abyss is not in the map pool. You're not going to play PaperX every game. So they're going to need to start figuring some stuff out before stage 2 fast.
Yeah, in fact, you pointed out a couple things that was going on. You guys said this pre-show. They were like, I want to see them use their utility to their advantage here. And, well, did they do that?
They dry contacted, which is not the highlight here necessarily. I wanted to clip some of that, but this was, you know, some util used. You can see here Famous does get pushed off the line, but this is the value of the dimensional drift. Even on defense, it's super impactful on the attacking side. But on defense, you can see Famous just scouts the entire setup, confirms the position of all of these attacking players, and DFM, you can see how low the clock has been run down. They still haven't triggered the shear. There's still rotating players in from Boom that have things like salvos that can slow them down, and from that point in the round, it is very difficult to be able to get back in. So although you did see in that round them doing a good job pushing Famous off of the line, he's able to just rip the Yoru ult, and they run away with things anyway. MVP goes to Shiro. I mean, he is an up and down player, very inconsistent, but when he hits his top level and he hits his ceiling, he can win you so many clutches and he can have so many impactful multi-frags in situations you wouldn't usually expect it from Boom.
Yeah, he played another great map here for Shiro. It's been a real joy to watch him. I feel like he leads so well from this initiator role. You know, his calling was solid and he holds his own individually. When you start getting to these international stages as an IGL, you have to be able to hold your own mechanically. You know, there's sort of a line of, you know, you have to be this high to ride, and sort of, you know, there's that bare minimum you have to hit, and he's way past that recently, which is exactly what you're hoping for your IGL. He's able to lead this already incredibly talented team from the front.
Absolutely, and both of you guys picked DOS9. Do you want to give me an woo for Boom?
Yeah, I can do that.
Well,
perfect.
Solid howl.
That was perfect. I think we harmonized that.
There was a little bit of harmony.
There was. So, you know, speaking of nothing to play for anymore, that's now me, because Pilsky and I have the same exact picks for today, except for Berserks and DOS9. But, you know, whatever, you guys enjoy the game. It's been pretty solid so far. DOS9 doing really well, and our Akami pick did pay off. He did frag a bit. Jen, I think you were talking about.
Where's this come from?
Yes. So
I told you I'm the GOAT and you didn't listen. You know, I'm feeling good about today. Famous, of course, did his work. DOS9 did his work. And Jen actually, you know, kind of held his own in a tough losing match. So I'll take 46 points.
Oh, I see why you're winning. 3 of the players you picked were in this game.
Yeah, and they all did well.
Okay, well, that's all right. We'll wait for the end of the day.
Going into the next match, who are you banking on, Pilsky? Because in order to beat
Jemothy Kin.
All right. Oh, yes, you have Jemkin, that's right.
You can check on his passport. He is outstanding. Jemothy Kim. I mean, Envy's fantastic. He's always very, very reliable and cushy. I think all of those players are going to be fantastic. I think Envy's going to get his numbers whether Team Secret wins or loses, although we obviously expect them to win.
Yeah, well, Mika did pick Jesse Vash, and that could be happening too. You never know when it comes to the final day of group stages. And for the very final match, we are going to have RRQ facing off against Team Secret. So let's see how they're going to do. We're going to go on a very quick break, and when we come back, we're going to dive straight into it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. It's getting dangerous. Getting dangerous. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's danger in your eyes. It's tempting blessing in disguise. Oh, I'm falling for your lies. Welcome to paradise. There's paradise waiting for you. It all comes soon enough. Let's go for it.
Welcome back to VALORANT Champions Tour Pacific Stage 1. It is the last day of group stages. It's the very last map. And we have RRQ coming up, another top of their group team, top of Group Omega. They didn't go undefeated like Boom, but they still look damn good.
Yeah, RRQ have locked up that top seed, and once again, they're looking to continue dominance over this win with Team Secret today. So they still have some stuff to prove. You know, this wasn't a flawless group stage. They haven't quite looked as good as Boom, but they're looking to send a message once again here, end strong and carry momentum into playoffs.
Yeah, I don't know. I think they've just had a bit of a mental block against Nongshim. They did go out in kickoff to Nongshim in a very, very tight series. They did have Crazy Guy come in that game right before they played Nongshim, and there was a big mental block on that split attack side, which ended up losing them the series. So I think since then, since they've ironed out a couple of issues, they have looked very, very convincing, and particularly that series win against T1 was really the kind of series that drives the point home that RRQ is very much a top team in Pacific and is very serious about trying to qualify for their first international event here.
Absolutely. Switching your IGL like that in the middle of the season, at least of stage 1, is huge impact. To see them overcome that and to go back into original form and now look even better. Good signs for RRQ going into playoffs. Team Secret is on the opposing side today. They have, very much like DFM, gone completely defeated. No wins on the board here, and it's not looking great for Secret. This is not the Secret that we saw last year.
Yeah, it's been a rough time for them here in stage 1. They've really struggled to find any momentum. We keep seeing them routinely manage to steal maps, and they have times where they look good, but they've just not managed to convert that into an actual full win here. So definitely a slightly disappointing stage 1 for them.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think they have continued to look like a team that can be competitive on certain maps, or when they have good preparation or a good read, they're a team that looks pretty solid. Like, you can see them taking a convincing map win over Talon, taking a convincing map win even over T1, and even in the series and kickoffs that they got consistently reverse swept, they look phenomenal on some of those map ones. So it will be very disappointing for a Team Secret team that did not change their roster very much since the end of last year. And I think at this point you have seriously got to consider, you know, re-evaluating what you're doing heading into stage 2, because you're going to need to go absolutely huge on the championship points, and that probably even starts with trying to get an upset in this game, even though you can no longer make playoffs.
Yeah, you need those wins. You need those championship points. That's what's going to keep you alive heading towards Paris at the end of the year. But if we want to see this Team Secret roster there, something has to change, and fast.
Absolutely. RRQ, now we were talking about how good they've looked since adding in Crazy Guy as their IGL here. They had their first ever 3-match win streak in VCT for RRQ as a squad ever, and finishing it off with T1, as you're pointing out, Pilsky. This is insane. I think Indonesia teams are taking it down all the Korean teams, and maybe it'll be the rise of Indonesia Pacific.
Yeah, and worth mentioning as well, like after he's come in here, most of those map losses that you see are that initial Longshim game. Since then, it's been very dominant from RRQ, so I'm really liking this addition of Crazy Guy. He's even initially had some pretty high fragging series and had some pretty good individual output, although it has slowed down a little bit since then, and I think you will see it slow down more and more when they play very much top quality opposition, and especially against T1, you could see that, you know, he wasn't really fragging as hard or having as much individual impact, but in the middle of the field, maybe even against a team like Team Secret, I'm sure you could even see some pretty good maps from Crazy Guy here.
I do think it's nice that we can see the way he IGLs has been reflected onto this team. I think the team played quite differently since his addition, which means he clearly has his own philosophy that he's managed to work out with the coaches, and he has brought a lot to the team.
Oh, absolutely. I think it's a nice structure that the team needed. Now, Jemkin, we're talking about, you can look up his official name on Wikipedia. I think you said...
Jemothy Kin.
Jemothy Kim.
Jemothy Kin. No, Kin.
Kin. Jemothy Kin, yeah.
Otherwise, he'd be called Jem Kim.
He's Russian, not Korean.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. My bad here. But one thing for sure is he plays Japanese agents really well. Yoru is the agent I'm talking about.
Yeah, for sure. Yoru is phenomenal.
Thank you so much.
One of the best in VCT right now.
Just as we left, pretty much as well. Thank you so much, Nats. I imagine you're not here.
Kind of was the cherry on top against T1. Unbelievable game from him on the Yoru. And as a solo Yoru, he has so much impact. He is such an impressive force on the map.
Like on attack, you're running into you guys can go mode mode if you want.
It's just Jemkin there. You know his TP's up, and he's playing some Nordic off angle, and he's just constantly going to get away with it. It should not be allowed.
Yeah, he's so good.
The problem is
that
like 10-year-olds can create threads.
Playing around him on this Yoru as well, the way they're able to continually set him up when they attack, he just has, you know, he has so many opportunities to get these kills, and we saw how that played out against T1 last week.
Oh, absolutely. Boom Six Fingers was commending Ewok for their Yoru plays and just how good Jemkin makes Yoru look, and the squad
Team Secret have a chance? A chance for what? To win this? I mean, sure.
Are created equal. Now, I'm curious about the map draft. This is always a very interesting effect on who could end up top fragging as well, because, you know, certain maps, certain agents.
What's a simple change in ability that you think would improve the game?
I really thought about it.
I mean, put 15 seconds on the Teo.
I'm like Secret right now. I'm already out of the game.
Salvos recharge extra.
And you've already won. You've already beat
Yoru,
me, so
all
best I can get a second.
Like a 2/3 of the duration.
Yeah, that's true.
Best you can get is
third or fourth
kind of things.
is what you're as well. Come on, don't get too
Jesse Vash is gonna outfrag. All right.
Jesse Vash is gonna go
put less damage on the Vice Forms.
This guy's gonna be a Sova merchant today.
It's true.
I would make the deadlock Gravnet smaller.
I'm surprised by this Ascent pick.
What else needs changing?
Secret ban out Ascent all the 4 previous weeks, so it's really strange to see them kind of go for this map now. I mean, why are they showing this now? It's like, what do you have prepared?
I think they want to show they can defeat RRQ's Ascent.
I mean, RRQ's Ascent is so good.
RRQ's Ascent's insane.
They're not the only team.
Yeah, this is a mad pick from them.
In the off-season quite a lot, and then didn't bring it into this stage. I was very confused in general from Team Secret.
A fair amount of it, Fio.
Historically very strong on this map.
Might be free for a little bit. Why was up?
If you're eliminated from playoffs, let's try to mix some map pools in, try something a little bit out there. But again, I agree with you guys. Against RRQ, that might be a bit of a head scratcher. They might have one of the better Ascents right now, and you even heard.
This is a pick of a team that has nothing to lose. That's very true.
Your Ascent was looking pretty nice. We might give that Yoru a go.
Yeah, and he did. Well, Haven is going to be the first destination here. Secret in the past has been pretty good on Haven. Things have changed. Things have changed here in stage 1,
the Ascent.
2025 version
RRQ
of Secret.
maybe has arguably the best Ascent in the world right now.
This is not something
it's insane to do.
About. You pointed out
Depends.
earlier,
There's loads of good Ascents at the moment. We haven't seen enough of everyone's Ascent.
It was 1 point. Yeah. And Team Secret was the one who could not get the 1 point, unfortunately. So that is maybe not something that they want to
honestly might have time for that, yeah.
You can see they've been shifting around comp a little bit on this map a couple of times, but most recently played a very, very standard comp that I feel like people are moving away from in this region, but in other regions, I'm seeing teams go like, yeah, what's
open to
wrong with the
APAC
meta
coaching
comp? This is
positions.
still
I'm open
really
to every
good.
coaching position.
It
It just needs to be the right offer. Is the issue.
I didn't mind them kind of taking
We got it too good at the moment. We turned down. Well, not that we turned down. Well, we turned down one of them. We had two very good offers or interest for this year that we didn't fully go for just because this is.
So if they're gonna run it again,
I just enjoy doing this at the moment.
Let's put up our predictions. I think you guys made a sensible choice here. I know Mika has gone for Secret for, Laban Pinas, and for me, I was paid to pick Secret.
Wow.
I was paid to pick Secret.
That's the first time I've heard you be honest about something.
Just gonna say
That's
that.
crazy.
Yeah, I don't know what else to say. But that said, today's a little bit crazy. Secret has nothing to lose. And when you have nothing to lose, people start popping off. So who knows? With this match, we got RRQ facing against Team Secret. I'm a little bit excited about this. I'm expecting something a little bit crazy to be happening on our very first map.
Which region would I rather coach? Where would I rather stay? LA, Berlin. Don't know, man. I'm not even sure. People don't seem to be enjoying Berlin too much in EMEA. I've spent a long time in LA, so maybe Korea would be the most fun, I guess. Yeah, I've done a lot of LA, man. I'm not sure I'd be loving to do it again. To be fair though, it doesn't really matter. I don't leave the house. Berlin is fine for you. Don't go out. Yeah, that's true. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Lexi.
Rise Pacific. Team RRQ.
This is the time for Indonesia. RRQ, top of their group. Omega here is looking more fire than ever. Crazy Guy, the IGL, has provided much needed structure and calling for this very wild squad.
Yeah, RRQ is one of these teams that have been spoken about for years of almost good enough. Almost there. Almost has been the key word for these guys, and now they're finally topping the group. We know that they get that first round bye. We know that they are one win away from Toronto, but it's about carrying momentum. It's about finishing this group stage strong for them and then giving it everything they've got.
Team Secret.
And on the opposing side, we have Team Secret, this well-known team from the Philippines. This is the lowest we've ever seen them in Pacific.
If Jemkin drops 14 fantasy points, you're above TMV.
Leading the fray here.
Yeah, I haven't checked that for a while. How am I doing? Probably awful.
Anymore, but still, they are
how many points did I get this week? 51 points. I'm actually cooked.
Yeah, haven't had too much success on the opening map of this series, but they usually do pretty well on the first map of a series and come out of the gates firing very strong. I expect Jesse Vash to be in fine form if you're playing Haven Ascent back-to-back on the Sova, and they do have some very strong players at the moment that have had some great individual performances. Jeremy's had some pretty good maps, especially against T1, so I want to see them bring that confidence into this series.
I mean, these players
team's
do
not
have
great.
quite good mechanical skill when you actually look
team's
into it.
not
I
great.
remember playing against Wild Oreo last year and being blown away by this guy. He looked like he was going to be the
Do you
next
expect
big thing
NRG
out of
winning
the
yesterday?
Philippines,
Dude, of
but
course
not
it
managed
is.
to get that across the line this year. So it's about if they can find consistency.
Of course,
It's
dude, we've
about
been
if they
backing
can
them.
play near their ceiling.
Dude, if anything,
That's
I
what they
knew
need
that was
today
going to
to
happen.
upset this dominant
I'd go as far as saying.
Completely agree
I
with
would
you
add
about
full
Wild
confidence.
Oreo here. Now, I want to talk a bit
Picked
about the
Tamale.
coaching
That was
staff.
the
This
most
is interesting.
confident
Coach
in my
Mel was the
pick'ems
coach of
out of
Boom
everyone.
during Ascension.
I was also
run
insanely confident
end
that
of
Lab was
last
going to
year.
win, and that didn't
And of
happen.
course, the assistant coach for RRQ is Warbird's former coach for Team Secret. So we have interesting coaching staff here meeting head-to-head who are very familiar with each other and each other's teams.
Yeah, for sure. I think Warbirds is going to be well aware of how some of the players like to play. But
Why have
it's been a
T1 been
little
struggling
while
so
now.
much?
I'm sure Secret
They
some different things, although I've heard some sentiment.
Very early on, they revealed that they had a pretty awful icebox, and then they decided to not ban it, so everyone picked icebox against them, and so they just were always a map down in every best of 3 they
I don't want to
played.
see too much same old from Team Secret, especially when you've got nothing to lose. Surprise me, steal the win today, because I don't think heads up you're going to be able to take it. And wow, that's exactly what they're doing. We're seeing them pivot across to this double duelist.
Most teams are going for that these days.
Yeah, Jeremy had a good game on the ISO versus T1, so we'll see how that works out for them. Wild Oreo, it's been a bit hit or miss playing double duelist for Team Secret. I don't know if I was a super big fan of their split when they were doing that, but we'll see how it works out for them today. Over on the
He's
side,
playing
RRQ,
till you're 65 years old.
ISO. I don't know if I was a fan of them playing this comp, to be honest. I don't know if Jemkin looked great on the ISO last time, but we'll see if he's going to have a better game this time around. It was Crazy Guy's Omen debut the last time they played this comp, and he had a pretty good game. So we'll see if they can back themselves with this comp here again, and if it's something that they're going to even run into playoffs, or whether they're just playing it again to kind of hide a comp change later on in the tournament.
Yeah, that is definitely the question here as we go into Haven, our first destination with this mirror matchup between RRQ and Team Secret. They used to face each other all the time, and it always used to be a 50-50
Was it NRG live yesterday?
match. But today,
it's pretty fun.
It is a completely different story with RRQ, the overwhelming favorite.
Icebox was really nice to watch, to be fair.
First match.
Just watching Reina pop.
It's going to be tough. It's going to be tough for Team Secret. They definitely have this.
Felt like we went back in time like 2 years.
Have never looked better. But if ever there's a time to steal it, it's today. I mean, anything can happen when you have nothing left to lose.
That's right. Well, let's see who gets that first championship point of today from Secret. We're going to send it over to casters Achilleos and Paperthin.
Alrighty, time to dive now into our final series of the group stage. Rounding out Omega, RQ versus Team Secret. Desk's talking about it. Steal it away isn't going to be possible. Secret in the past have been that Robin Hood squad.
Exactly. This is kind of my mindset coming into this is could be kind of a trap game here for the side of RRQ where you're feeling pretty confident. You know, after yesterday's results, you're the #1 seed. That can kind of create a bit of comfort, a bit of lackadaisicalness, but I doubt it with RRQ. I think, you know, especially with Warbirds and Ewok, knowing those guys and how they're going to come in there and, you know, kind of have them focused in, dialed in today. I agree with the desk, though. This composition,
That's my
the
sleep
last
cooked
time
today.
Didn't look so good.
It is
Obviously,
cooked
we're
today,
get
but
a first look at it for Team Secret as
it'll
well.
be better. It'll be better by the end of today.
Wild Oreo on the Yoru. It was kind of their macro game caller typically as well, so kind of going to be an interesting idea that Team Secret is going to be bringing starting on their defender side.
5 hours.
RRQ, you expect that Jemkin on that ISO should
okay,
be
RRQ on
attack
and Team Secret on defense.
In some of those kill contracts, so looking for a bit of a different approach today for him.
I watched Commen's video on Leo, no, I haven't.
Jesse Vash is going to be flashed off the angle here at a long. Bit of a walk down in towards mid. Wild Oreo is quickly going to clear that cam. 4 players from Secret clustered up in that position. Meaning that there's a lot riding on the shoulders of Jesse here for the moment, but it looks like RQ not going to look to up the tempo here. Actually slowly go ahead and drift back. The drone to re-explore out into mid. Re-clear this, make sure there's no one hovering around, but it's not going to go deep enough to...
What's the bait going to be like in the corner here? Problem is if they try bait through the smoke, it's too obvious, so they have to go for the flash push. They can do that on the contact of the Omen. I like this though, silently pushing behind. They still got a trip here. And 2G doesn't have his TP, so they have to break it.
By Team Secret to try to go for this flank attack.
It's a free site, but how do they deal with the push behind? They have no idea about numbers. They just see a trip getting broken.
Be coming through on the flank. It's only Jesse that's playing from the defender side. Is Undercut going to be sent out here?
Okay, they take a lot of space in reaction to them losing long, but it is not a good plan for everyone pushing here. So much so that they could have just stuck this the whole way. It's nice from Team Secret. It's a good pistol from them.
Jesse Vash dead, and Secret will go ahead and take the opening pistol.
Yeah, you hit the nail on the head there. That just wasn't fully expected by RRQ that there would be those kind of numbers. Plus, Jesse does his job up at 8 tower. Gets a couple kills for himself, and that completely throws off
Secret in the upset I've seen enough.
Side of RRQ.
It was a nice pistol.
A little bit tricky with the way that they're maneuvering the map, able to get the plant down safely. But
Video doesn't say too much, so I don't already know. Yeah,
once again, you lose the ISO
I was thinking
early
that
for the side
it
of
wouldn't
RRQ,
have
and that's
too
a tough
much
one. That's such a
that we haven't
powerful
seen
agent
before,
to
I
have in those
guess.
pistol rounds. Having that shield could be a difference maker. But losing that
Unless he's
early
doing
and
like an
then
interview with Leo.
just being overwhelmed on the backside of the site.
I don't think he's doing that.
Well, their backside of the site makes it very tough.
Oh, Jemkin just sprinting in down towards the sewer. Be made into his grave as Outlaw will go ahead and find that elimination cam set up here, as well as the trips. Just going to be looking for the gate crash here into the back, it would seem.
There's a mini interview? Okay, we're definitely not watching it.
That here for now. And now just a bit of a fake out there.
Oh boy, the cleanup.
Is just blinded up, swing onto the corner. Monyet coming away with 2 there with the classic in hand. Resetting on the aim. Wild Oreo scoops up 3. Team Secret. They lose out on a little bit. It was a heavy investment. Everyone having a purchase coming into the round. Ultimately,
honestly, Monyet's going to get his ult pretty early though.
As they start things off 2-0.
Yeah, and a Bucky being thought about by 2GE, but so far so good. Some good reads. The fake TP doesn't really do much against them. No shield pop there. Jemkin gets eliminated early, but that was all just to try to set up this C hit to allow them to try to go to the other side of the map. They almost get there, but in the long run, Team Secret not fooled, and the overwhelming firepower carries them across the line. A little bit of util early. Another spot out.
Here, Jemkin is going to eat some damage. Chunked out to 28.
Had to pop a shield too.
And the box keeping him alive. Goes pushing forward. Wild Oreo backpedaling here. And Jemkin will be able to find the headshot. Shield's going to be broken once again. We'll go their separate ways, but for now it is still going to be a player advantage here to the side of RRQ.
Oh boy. I can see it coming a mile off. It looked like he wanted, instead of taking space, go all the way through.
Here on C once more.
Yeah, Cyber Cage goes up, but not really dissuading.
Okay, let's see if they can get any damage. See if they can get any kills here.
Feeling confident to play off the back of his clone. Throws a TP back towards Deep Sea.
Team Secret have no pressure, yeah.
Crazy guy.
They have no pressure, and there's honestly a chance that they're probably changing their team, so like a good chance for a lot of players to prove that they should stay, or prove that they could get picked up.
A bit still alive despite the early damage suffered, and Jesse Vash realizing not much access here to the site that's going to be found. No idea where any deeper positions could be here from the members of RRQ, so we'll just go ahead, rotate around, go down to the spike, and with 4 players surviving, it's going to be RRQ getting a very clean
pressure.
Bonus.
Yeah.
Only pressure to do well individually.
Conditioning your setup.
That's not too much pressure.
Go for these A hits, go for C. Could open up some avenues.
Oh, nice shot! My goodness.
Nice shot from Crazy Guy at the end. Take down Jesse Vash. But I like the ideas from RRQ. They're really toying with the map. Even though Team Secret came out firing, they handle the bonus very cleanly. Jemkin this time able to put that shield to good use. Get a couple big kills in this round. We continue to see impact from him. Nice paranoia to set him up too. Nice peek from Crazy Guy. Very, very well done.
Now we go into the first proper rifle here. See if RRQ tie things up, or if it's just going to be Team Secret.
Okay, insta double damage over towards A main to make sure that they can default. They don't push out towards here. They got a cage to create pressure. We were talking about nice and early. Got a full retake on the site here.
Should be spotted out and will be taken down. So site
how do they retake? I mean, they got everything for the retake, especially the ISO shield.
Jemkin going to be able to find one Wild Oreo on the floor, but Jemkin quickly traded out. Pop flash from Monyet. Swoops in, looking for a little bit more here.
Chill.
Spot out onto Envy.
Guys.
Will challenge into the site for the angle.
Really?
He'll be able to come away with that elimination.
Okay, well, they're kind of descending it. They're showing probably the most confidence we've ever seen out of Team Secret.
Envy hits a third, up and over the top. Crazy Guy able to find one, finds the second through the smoke.
Done.
But cannot find the remaining 2. 2 players surviving. Team Secret not allowing for the tie-up to come in.
Another interesting thing we didn't get to talk about too much was going to be seeing Envy off of an initiator onto a Sentinel. And he's just running a gun in this round, but I mean, just what great shots. Well, I mean, yeah, Jesse, we got to see that from his angle. Nice dodge of the paranoia there, too. Gets the neural theft out. What? What?
Oh, What in the ever-loving hell?
Jesse, come on, man. That's
a crazy
outrageous.
shot. Fair play.
He's still got it.
It was akin to Meteor's kill in the final.
Yeah.
On this very map out in front of B versus G2. There's the crispness of it.
That's just those years of experience shining through, I suppose. That was fast, too. Goodness. But still, the macro ideas looked pretty good for RRQ, right? Like, they get the plant down, they've got a good read on the map, but just a phenomenal retake. Well, that's a great shot
my
from
goodness,
Xfero.
that's a shot.
Close angle here. Jeremy reading this.
No, that's nuts.
Pulls off the angle.
Oh my goodness.
Doesn't check back the opposite way. And has no clue, so Crazy Guy is able to find that elimination. In the meantime, Jesse Bash also here playing
that's
a
a
corner.
good flash.
Finds Jemkin, traded out. Wild Oreo, one taps as Cushy will fall. Spike now out into the open, but Crazy Guy continues to be crisp. Seems like RRQ nonplussed by the previous round.
The raid boss though.
Swinging. Look to continue to try to run this one back. Get within touching distance.
Hey, Crazy Guy's aiming, by the way.
Dude, a second round win.
This guy always farms on Haven.
Still, though, some good things on both sides of the coin. I mean, for RRQ, they're doing a great job of working the map and getting to spots where they're going to have post plants, but Team Secret is really firing today. That's a big win for Xfero. Out the rip. I mean, a little unfortunate there for...
It's the last day of group stage play. The teams are locked. RRQ's is the #1 seed.
Yep.
Team Secret's that we can get silly. We can afford to have some silliness.
Well, I mean, yeah. And it's unfortunate, I was going to say, for Xfero, because he comes walking down that ramp thinking it's going to be free because Crazy Guy's in there.
Well.
Being in there, in the smoke.
I was going to say that one's kind of insane.
Out, Jeremy able to find one. So Monyet does die. Envy now just sending out some shots, but is just going to be taken down as it's a very
clean on this one as well. 4 people surviving.
RRQ now tying things up at 3-3.
Yeah, the trap play.
Jeremy's had his ult for a little bit.
Nice reactions. 8-3 for Crazy Guy. He is having a heater here to start the IGL for RRQ, the new IGL for RRQ this stage. Coming in, doing a great job with this team. Had a little bit of a rough start and then has adjusted very well ever since. Spraying through the smoke once the contact is made. And Cushy, who has been just tremendous all year, continues to be a force on those info initiators. A lot of ults for RRQ in this round. Same with Team Secret, though. It's going to be a lot of kind of cat and mouse here.
Okay, another empty site. We got ISO ult for ISO ult, so we definitely got to keep an eye on the Sova drone because you got 2 ults up to the back of this potentially. You do not want to get hit by this.
Some things in this spot before.
Jeremy
considering the drone
thinks different.
Okay, we'll go
He's in for it. Okay. I was gonna say, he shows the respect. He gets out of there. Oh, he popped the shield.
ISO on ISO action, looking for the kill.
I wonder there if Jeremy has to like pop the shield because he hears him pop the shield and he has ult. Pretty sure you have to, especially if there's a drone chasing you.
Around the corner in garage.
I think you gotta pop the shield there.
Much that he's going to be able
It's
to
overall. Monyet's dead.
Fury, however, does get opened up. Monyet going to be taken down. Wild Ori at the same time. Able to find an op shot. Peeks in for another as Cushy gets dropped. Jemkin finds himself a 3rd elimination. Xfero around the back. Push out. Finds the headshot. Neural Theft now going to be invested as he's just strafing back in towards Jesse Bash. Looks to hold the corner.
Oh my god.
Shot. Lobbed in and
oh, what the hell? Jemkin hit the shot.
He swings the angle for the 4K.
No
and
way.
he stops him from being able to find
POV,
the round
dude. How's he done this?
Life for the cause as RRQ take the lead.
Jesse, I mean, the shock was good.
Man, Jesse. I mean, the confidence is flowing. This is huge that Jemkin gets that kill because the kill contract is also on his opponent. So he's able to keep that ult out of play for the round. Some great shots from Wild Oreo, but Jemkin delivering what RRQ need him most. Just getting ahead of that.
It looked
just
fast.
enough. That shock dart, I
looked
thought that
fast.
was going to be round.
Dude, Jemkin just used his ult.
He did. Just not fast
he
enough.
just used his ult.
Not the kill, but fall into the shot. 2GE Looking for a bit of a timing here, trying to close the gap. Just has that stinger.
He has his ult again. This guy can't keep getting away with this, by the way. He was the Yoru that kept on getting ults back to back. And now we're... Yeah, now we're just getting ults again.
2 HP lower than he was in the previous round.
He also has another kill contract.
And they're letting the Yoru farm sound. Yoru has ult. I'll do Team Secret in a rough spot. I tell you what, you're expecting like a 7-5-8-4, so they're actually not in that much of a bad spot.
One of the hardest workers. When I talk to people behind the scenes, he is just dedicated to this game and to winning. And he, you know, one bad performance, you expect that he isn't going to let that slide. He's going to come back stronger. Boy, oh boy, has he. The KDA through the roof on this round. He had an assist on the first kill from Crazy Guy because he hit with the vulnerable. And whoa, a headshot.
Well,
yeah, got a dink through that corner.
It's Team Secret timeout.
No HP bars, but still going to be a flawless here for the
I mean, you have to just walk down middle. Or you have to ISO ult them before they ISO ult you.
Oh, right as the flash was coming, just shoots through his teammate. Oh man, Monyet there, showing off some skill.
And he's having a giggle,
as he should be. He was in a good mood today.
Oh, I mean, for good reason.
Yeah.
We saw the player cams, you know, from Boom throughout the opening series. Plenty to smile about, plenty to be happy about, as well as puzzled. If you're DOS9, he was confused a couple times as far as what was happening.
Oh, we were too.
But yeah, I mean, RRQ, it's a very similar story. They're set at the top. There's no displacing them. It's more about, honestly, probably revenge for Warbirds, because I know that he does care, and he likes to get the wins here when they go up against Team Secret.
Oh, nice. Got some cushy fans out there.
Okay, we got it. It's all right. We got a glimpse.
Too much pressure.
Yeah, I mean, this RRQ team, you know, able to weather some of this early aggression and just firing that Team Secret was showing. I mean, you could see the confidence in the way that they were just running and gunning.
That's funny.
Trying to just push the tempo.
Okay, I like this from Wildori though. We got the op out.
You want to try to catch your opponent off guard.
Dude, why is my headset messed today?
The wall here to try to...
All the lead the way, blocks off this op, really. Ooh,
yeah, flash is great though.
Not impactful. They force the exit. Hunter's Fury
well,
now going across to GE, going to be tagged up, cannot escape.
Oh god, that's
a
lot of value on this.
On the Jeremy. Now tagged up at 70. That's going to be the kill contract coming through. Gets the grab here on
he got that clone. He owned him.
Oh no, it's just the clone, as you say.
He actually owned him, and he ults back.
That's a very real envy, though. Brought into the gulag. Taken down. Jimkin able to find that kill. Wild Warrior at the same time. Finds a pick. Monyet, the real Monyet, does end up falling. Jesse Bash finding Crazy Guy, but Jemkin's still here.
Yeah, Secret just got styled on a little bit with that.
3K for him.
Oh my god, this guy needs to chill. He's on his way to another ult.
Jemkin's ISO from the first outing.
He's gonna have another ult.
I mean, I was
not much of a concern anymore.
No, I was surprised, frankly, the first time that he had struggles on this agent. I thought this was an agent that should suit him pretty nicely. Still a little bit off the mark sometimes, but in those kill contracts. But I mean, this round right here, able to reset the double taps multiple times. That is the dream as an ISO.
I need one of them. It could be Wild Warrior. It could be Wild Oreo. It could be Monyet.
Dude, and now he has an eco to farm his ult up again.
Just start walking as soon
Dude,
as
it's literally every RRQ game I watch, this guy just has an ult for a buy round. Every single buy round that exists. Like, how are you meant to ever play against this team when this guy's doing this?
All of a sudden it turns on you. It's like, oh no. Oh no.
Yeah, see, like that, but in the kill contract. Just walk at him and hit the headshot.
Someday Durko will try it. He's got our backs, I'm sure. Man.
Spot out. Monyet finds the kill. Right back over into spawn. Joins in with the rest of the team towards the A side of the map.
Yeah, might want to farm the spike on this. He's going to get the orb. He's going to get the orb and they're going to plant.
Try to see if they can stop us from
being flawless. The best min-maxes I think we see in VALORANT at the moment. This guy has non-stop ults.
Drop down, split the difference.
When I watch RRQ, it feels like every agent Jemkin's on needs 10 orbs to get an ult.
Finds the first one.
Dude, Monyet's down to just die just because he wants his ult. Doesn't care about the Cypher, just wants his ult as well. Wait, RRQ actually look kind of...
Bullets remaining.
I know they're playing Team Secret at the moment, but we've seen this too often now. It's just non-stop.
As it's just a nigh impossible scenario.
Well, now we got a drone to get info, and then we got the we got the ISO ult again.
Sir, Jemkin has another ult. There's a problem.
It's a great round from Monyet there. Just isolating a couple battles on his own and winning them. He looked like he was struggling a little bit at the beginning of the map, but that is no longer the case. And the good vibes continue to flow. But still 14 and 5 for Jemkin. Yeah, and kill contracts are just overwhelming for him.
What is it, 3-1?
Yeah, but he kind of stole one away. I mean, he can just... He can't do it right here. He doesn't have any other teammates, so it'd be a little risky.
They look at him. They want to re-clear over towards A with the drone, but they're like, mate, need you here so we can use your ult.
Scoping down mid, but a ton of info other than A. So yeah, got to use the drone.
At least have Team Secret that have a clone in position if they hear the shield get popped, so they can try get the clone to tank the ult.
Job. I mean, they're just giving up the A side again, so kind of playing this like the pistol in a way. Our Team Secret waiting for that drone, and that's when they start making the push out, but they haven't cleared the cam yet in mid.
Yeah, DRX recon.
It doesn't look like they're going to commit as many.
Empty site. Empty site, they still got the ult. They still have the double damage as well. He can stop the initial hit with the double damage, and then he can ult after. He doesn't have his shield though.
Tucked over onto the side. The
push forward.
Monyet swiftly deals with it. Pulls back over. Sights towards window. Already Envy cleared out. Not before Jemkin does end up falling. Ooh. They make a go of this. Crazy guy. Now alone. TP's over to the side, but 2GE's not sure.
Is he going to go back to the pause where he just TP?
Crazy guy can now just stay tucked here behind the box. Playing back and forth. This
damn, I see handles.
G's running.
Yeah, they look good.
Give it away. Crazy guy says, "Thank you very much for the audio."
Now we got.
That's gonna be 8-3
I mean, we're
now,
using the Yoru ult. It's Yoru ult, ISO ult combo.
This is good ideas. I mean, one way to counter that ISO shield is to just barrel stuff it. We've seen this a couple times on this map. Jesse Vash did it once to Jemkin. This time
is this a picture from
doing it to Jeremy
from when he was on his phone in pod chat?
2 bullets to connect before your opponent can even really react. And yeah, Jemkin didn't get a chance to use the ult in the previous round, so here in the final round of the half, surely
in the taxi episode, yeah,
for it, and
it's
the
so
drift
good.
As well from Monyet. Actually, just kind of
Jesse needs to be careful. Everyone
mid.
Needs to hide from this Yoru ult. Does he just blind ult?
Wide open, but ahead of it, Jeremy's just shut down.
Oh my god, dude, they gave him a kill just at the end of it.
Head's just taken off. Has the ult.
He's got a blind ult at one point, surely.
For
God's sake, he did enough damage. They got it back again.
Kill contract not going to be seen.
They don't even need his ult at this point.
We'll find Jesse there in heaven. Crazy guy once again. Just pushing 2GE to the side. And it is all eyes on heaven as Envy does fall. 9-3, RRQ well out in front here on their map pick of Haven.
Yeah, 8 in a row there to close out that attacker's side. Just starting to see the confidence flowing. You know, Team Secret trying to play for a bit of retake on A, but different looks are well accounted for by RRQ each time. This time they try to push the pace. You know, as the spike is attempting to be planted, that's when they try to send the ISO in. You know, previously they kind of waited it out, used the Hunter's Fury to try to clear some space. This time, different look, same results.
You yeah, I was gonna say, I don't want to mention the pistol, but you kind of got to, and there was a pistol in here for Team Secret.
Let's see what kind of run back we can get here as we get ready to swap sides. I mean, mind you, the pistol got picked up for Team Secret. It was one of the 3 rounds that they were able to get that in the anti-eco.
it was those 3 rounds at the beginning out of the 4, and then you think, okay, Team Secret's come out to play, and then RRQ just put their foot down, had enough, said, nope, we're the #1 seed, and we don't have any inklings to let go of this game, give you guys any hope. Just want to shut you right out. Keep up this momentum we've created.
Who will
for
make it to
ourselves here
Toronto
in
and
Stage
Pacific?
1, right
I got
into
no
the
idea.
playoffs.
If T1 don't change
RRQ
their
and Boom
ban up,
maintain their dominance,
they're not
which
making
seems
it.
like-
But I think they'll
yeah.
change their ban
And
to
they just
Icebox.
get into the grand
So I
final,
think they'll be
Stage 1.
okay.
Sure.
Both teams are going to Toronto.
Yeah.
How quickly can we put an event
I
together
think RRQ are going.
I don't know.
and just fly to Indonesia
Boom.
and just have that match happen there?
Boom
just, like,
probably
do it on
should
the
be
beach.
going.
Yeah,
Is that
we
the
could just do
3?
it at Ayana.
Gen G
yeah,
though.
one of the sponsors of RRQ. It's a fantastic resort.
Sure.
We'll give them a shout out.
DRX.
I've been there. It's awesome.
Dude, it's hard. It's
I'm
actually
down for that
pretty
too.
hard to call.
So I think we just do that. Let's just quick pivot it. I'm
down.
sure that both teams would be.
I'm pretty
very happy
confident
to do so.
RRQ
Jesse
are
Bash,
going.
though, surviving. Down to 35 HP. Able to find the kill there. Monyet going to be dead for now.
Paper X? I forgot about Paper X. Paper X are obviously going. So then it's probably just Paper X, Boom, and RRQ, right?
Oh boy, Xferro.
That would be
pushing forward
nuts,
into the
imagine
smoke,
that.
able to find
It
the
won't
first,
happen, but-
Gets the second. Knows that there's a third, but cannot find it. Wild Oreo has managed to survive. That leaves Cushy now all alone in a 1v3, but all 3 players tagged up.
Is they going to win double pistol?
Just is going to come down to the gunfire for Team Secret, because she does have a little bit of util to work with. Could send a recon, has a shock dart. Shock dart could find a kill, like you said. This player's weakened up.
Oh my god, he's literally 1. He's literally 1 HP.
That's
Wild Oreo
outrageous.
will take the first fight. He'll nail the headshot.
Survives on
That'll
the
be
1.
Team Secret going 2-0 on the Pistols as they find their fourth round win.
Yeah, they're looking sharp on the pistols at least, just winning some of these duels. out in the
Double
open.
pistol.
And even though Xferro has a nice little trickery there, using the smoke to hide his position in the corner, not able to do enough damage to quite turn the destiny of that round. Crazy Guy is going to
Did you
grab
have to do
Marshall.
between Jemkin or
Xferro
Raga?
has
Who
a-
am I picking? I'm
a shorty.
picking
So, some decisions being made,
Jemkin.
and
I
RQ's
think
just
Raga, not that
Wild Oreo
Jemkin
actually
doesn't
takes
get
the worst of that.
incredible setup from his team,
He does.
because I think he does as
49.
well, but I think Raga
This guy
gets
unscathed.
insane setup. Like insane setup from his team.
Now they have to change ideas.
Like
Both
I'm
teams
watching
are,
the
though.
Perma, I'm watching this
RRQ
Perma
is-
support breach.
Again, making their way over towards the A side, shifting that direction, and still trying
Why
to
are
keep
you?
themselves hidden
Yeah,
from util,
he's the
trying
Perma
to
breach.
get some positions revealed. Revealing Cushy, not a big deal. You expect us over there.
Right here.
Let's see if the other members are going to be
Over there.
accounted for by Team Secret if they end up going this way. But the spike is leaning towards B, so this looks like it's a bit of a fake being attempted by Jesse and Jeremy. Jemkin, though, slipping the net. Oh my god.
Sliding forward, Crazy Guy able to find Wild Oreo, finishes the job that he started earlier on.
That would have been a
Jemkin
spike, by the way.
A little bit scattered there, though. Does end up falling. Jeremy Shield broken, dead. Cushy finds the headshot.
Cage
Players
for
strong,
them
the
to get
cage is
the
around, race to
gun.
grab the gun, the push forward. The gun's going to be remaining on the floor. Jesse Bash able to find one there with the Ghost. He's getting ready to fall. Crazy Guy up in heaven, finding another one now. Going to be felled as NV able to put the Bulldog to his head. Finds the kills and gets the scrape by
God, yeah, that
victory
wasn't
here in the
convincing,
round.
was it?
Just 2 players left standing. 2 Bulldogs carried over. Secret get the 5.
Yeah, a lot of trickery here from RRQ. Some really creative smokes as well to hide these positions on the site to make it much more difficult for Team Secret to react. Good shots from Crazy Guy with the Marshall. Man, that's quick. Dealt with by Envy, but that gun got dropped and it got scary there for a second. If Monyet had been on point with that Bulldog, who knows? So Crazy Guy actually going to go for the judge after that Marshall, but damage done. Couple Bulldogs and then some close range weaponries on a Sheriff. That's all Team Secret can scrape together. Oh
Okay.
my.
It's just going to find a timing.
DP to the top of the site, though.
This
Gonna
is
say,
the
are we on top of
University
this one?
Monyet, or Malco, I should say.
Yep.
Monyet just died. I'm just reading things.
Did
Jemkin
he didn't hit the extra
try
TP towards
to
back of sight?
disrupt here and catches the timing on the Wild Oreo. Will eat the full blind. Looks for the reset, finds it. And 2GE will find one more here from backside with that Stinger in hand. Looking for a little bit more bit damage. Finds a dink.
Still, though,
Cannot
they
find
did
the
pretty
kill.
good
Three
damage on
players
the
survive.
bonus there.
RRQ not allowing for a bonus conversion, not allowing for Team Secret to really start snowballing a run back here. They'll get up now to 10.
Yeah, another thing is, you know, against ISOs, the Stingers are really impactful because they can break that shield so quick. Find those kills. Something I've been noticing a lot of teams are starting to not just run because the Stingers are good. You and I
don't know,
have
man.
had discussions
They
about how we feel about the Stinger right now.
Yeah, they're not good. They're broken.
Yeah, but the rate
Don't
of fire,
have insane
you know,
firepower like everyone else at the moment. They lack confidence. I don't think they.
Teams lean into those a little bit
The
more.
cooling looks great as well. I don't think their plans are good.
Against this buy up that Team
There's a
Secret is
lot
able
wrong,
to do
to be
seems
honest.
to be all that he's able to scrape together because there's a lot of full armors. Well, that helps when you get some shock darts to connect.
Just kind of tanks it. Tiny bit dealt. Sphero looking to try to hold down Sewer. Pinned on the angle, should know that the cam was set up. Question is, does he continue to swing? Tucks in a little bit closer. As, oh, well, there's the recon. I think the drone came in from behind and no one cleared it out.
Yeah, it went all the way up.
Jesse Bash is able to bend that up through main into Sewer. And that's the site now completely broken open.
This might end up getting pretty close because that's a clean round. And I'm looking at two people that can't buy next for RRQ, so they got to save this one.
Trying to rotate into position to stall out the A hit, but they were a step too late. Team Secret was already there. And I wouldn't be too surprised to see a timeout. I think there needs to be some
Yeah, because it is getting close.
adjustments from RRQ in terms of how you're playing off the information.
And they're about to.
Round,
Problem is they're about to go up
pushing
against
out
these
C.
ords.
He had C-long control. Basically out the
The
rip.
drone, yeah, the drone.
And they really
The drone was
weren't
allowed to
leaning
do
into
all
that
of
A site
this.
as heavily as
And I
they
think they're
needed
talking
to.
about it now. I think they were
They were
pinging
still
it.
kind of worried about B because they don't have the ability to get a lot of deep info.
All right, well, it's going to be a flawless here from Team Secret. Hands it back. 4 rounds separating. Like you said, I wouldn't be too shocked if it is going to be a timeout call. Up by 4. Comfy, but not secured. So they may just look to pump the brakes and, you know, figure out the game plan here. Then again, this is the same start that we had to the map.
True.
Where it was, you know, pistol, anti-eco, drop the bonus, get the follow-up off that. And then we saw RRQ go on a massive streak.
Yeah, and the other thing is if you're the coaches, right, you can hear your players. So if you're hearing from Crazy Guy, he's already saying the things that you would have said anyway.
Yeah.
Then there's no reason to time out.
All right, well.
And I like what they're doing.
They're not going to send one, so it will just be a carry forward.
Okay, there's one person that had to take a hit. Sphero takes it with the Bucky. And there should be, in theory, a fair amount of talk about this orb, but I'm kind of looking at how RRQ are playing, and there isn't.
So we'll be okay for the moment.
This looks like a free Euro. Dude, even Team Secret are like, well, surely there's some kind of punish here.
For C, it's starting to look like Jemkin does slide over there. Smoke comes out, so that actually is going to delay Team Secret here momentarily. Going to use the shield to make sure they can get the ult for the Yoru. That Bucky. There's a ping, but hard to say if that was meant for the
trip.
Angle right around.
So Yoru ult's going through B.
Envy is,
or it clear garage or not?
But they suspect that there's a trap at that door. Maybe they can hear the tripwire.
Wild Wario sends out the dimensional drift, spots on the cushy.
No, I have no idea about this Bucky and garage. This is nice though. They took the space off of it. Nice ult.
Completely off guard. The C site now open here for the taking as the neural theft gets the ping revealed out. Jemkin is not ready for
Damn,
position, nor is Cushy.
Guys, disgusting though.
Quick kills.
Yeah, this is actually gonna be a really close map.
Hearing and just thinking there was gonna be an approach here from the window. Looks for a little bit more greed. Sportix Pharaoh eventually does manage to put him down, but similarly will get traded out quickly.
This was nice. It was like everything I was complimenting RRQ for last week about their Euro ults. We pretty much saw it from Team Secret here. Through B, split over towards C, create a lot of pressure, but at the same time we got a luck that's taking the space that they cleared early.
Yeah, they're doing a really nice job using that Euro ult very effectively to figure out what's going on around the map. Get the plant down and C and put some pressure towards the B site. They're being really proactive, our Secret. I mean, you could see it even on their defender side. It was aggressive from the get-go. And on this attacker side, it's really starting to work a treat. So now timer continues to tick.
Okay,
just stopped. Okay. Envy is Envy.
As he often is.
Yep.
It's a sick
Usually
fat shot.
is, I hope. Guy is just crazy good, man.
Gonna be feeling good about that. And there you go. First timeout call from RRQ of the series. There's just 3 rounds between the two with a weakened economy coming into this next one. They do not want to let Team Secret get their way back in.
No, for sure. And, you know, there's some things to be thought about. I mean, it's hard when you're playing this comp to get info. You have to throw bodies sometimes. A lot of times it's
crazy that
somewhat
Envy's
reliant
top?
on your ISO.
I mean, Envy's a monster,
to be a
man.
little bit aggressive towards some of the points of attack.
Hello, Jovi, by the way.
Everybody's going to be talking
A
about
nice
T1
amount
with
of
this comp
work
because they're the ones
last
who really
week, by the way.
popularized it because
Looking
of their
nice.
ability to win Masters Bangkok off the back of this, just dominating Haven in Masters. So part of what they do with Meteor is they kind of let him roam a little bit,
NRG
or
Lev
they'll use him at A and back
rewatching.
him up with like stacks with the Sova.
For entertainment, yeah,
for
for entertainment for sure.
So you have to be able to establish map control with your bodies because all you really have is the Sova otherwise.
For sure, for sure. No, I
Yes,
could
you
see
have
it,
the
man.
side
It's
anchor
good.
with the Cypher to do a little bit of that too, but
RRQ at least get a lot of ults,
take the fight to your opponent sometimes.
but
And I like what we're seeing.
Team
Jemkin
Secret
needs to take
again.
some A control.
one away from there.
Just can he get the job done with that hero rifle?
Would you be tempted to ult into this with a hero gun? Maybe.
Secret
Depends if
very
you
aware.
isolate one or not.
Expecting that to be the change of ideas from RRQ. They're just watching for that A push out the whole time, but Drone's not going to see much, just the Yoru, and that's
I think
whatever,
RRQ are
'cause
pretty
they just TP
disciplined that they
away,
won't.
so
Right.
not the end-all be-all there.
Very quiet here across the board.
You also have to think about the trap plays that were set up on the eco for RRQ. Going back to the anti-eco.
Jemkin, he's just pushing out. He doesn't have a shield raised.
Well,
He's just taking down.
the
That's
hero
one
gun's making a
rifle.
hero play.
Down on the floor, thinking he was going to be able to find a timing, but instead just finds death. Crazy guy trying to set up a smoke here to dissuade the push into the site.
Great
but Jeremy
omen flash.
having the double tap shield
Doesn't
at the
change
ready.
too much though, just delays a little bit so the third can get over
fearless
towards
here.
site. Recon's pretty nice as well,
Trying to
but
push out. Crazy guy back plat and be able to find one.
Oh
Cushy,
my.
2 quick shots. Jeremy, 2GE both get taken down, but will eventually fall. Monyet, the weapon
yeah,
recovered.
picks up the gun in middle.
Looking for a 1v3. First shot. Little bit of whippage, eventually finds the head. As it's just going to be a double basis. My God, what is that flank, Monyet?
What the?
Flashes himself in from
Oh my
behind,
God.
and Envy will be able to stay
What
him
was
off.
that?
My goodness,
What was
that was
that?
disgusting.
That was pretty nasty.
That was
Seen
insane.
a couple crazy flicks in this one. Things starting to get a little bit uncomfortable for RRQ in the scoreline. They're going to be able to get some big purchases coming through finally. Cushy hit some really nice headshots.
Yeah, those are cool.
Yeah, show us the
That was a cool. Whoa.
it's the one tap.
Oh God!
Yeah. That's even Jesse was talking about it. They're not the flicks. Oh.
Oh
Reaction
boy.
sees him, yeah, and that's
Yeah,
just gonna have
Monyet's
to
got to
be
get
the
out of there.
exit.
My
Looking for the
recon shooters on
pull.
this one. And we are getting
doing me.
ulted. Good luck.
Cushy gonna get pulled forward.
Take a lot of space
And
with it
Jeremy
on
has the
site as
instant
well.
headshot.
That was clean.
Do they want to try ult back? Nice shot. They
I
definitely
love
want to
when
ult
we
back
change
now.
the POV and it
It changes the voice.
Do they want to hard info it with your ult? This could be nice because they could, first of all, they want to wait to time out the
Jemkin similarly
shield.
could
Wait,
send
he doesn't want to
his.
ult?
Looks like he wants to try to push forward though.
Wait, he didn't want to
Into the
ult?
site, but
And they have the round
it's
the
just
world
gonna
through
get taken
C.
down. Team Secret are very much starting to get themselves
Dude, Team
back into
Secret
this.
looking like they might
About
win
to be
this.
separated by 1 round as 2GE is there on the flank.
Yeah, this is starting to get
I
scary.
think you got to use your
You know,
ults
it looked
there.
like RRQ was going to run away with it, but this attacker side just as potent, if not more
Hard
so for
info
Team
with the
Secret, 'cause they won
ISO
the
ult,
pistol.
you would see 3.
God, that is
You'd
good,
be
Jeremy.
more aware of the flank. You would isolate one
That's what
with
you
the
wanna see.
ISO
Envy is
ult,
so crisp today.
and then you have 2 on site.
All right.
Well, they would at
I
least
mean,
think
this comp,
3.
tough to defend against.
Starting to get jazzed up.
I don't know.
Borrowed
I
that
think you got to
operator.
go for that one.
5 ultimates to work with here.
Especially with the pick.
No real weaponry, other than some broken stingers.
It's too real for us. Again, just patience being shown here by Team Secret. They're very wary of these push-outs towards A main. With those smokes there as well, that's going to keep them in place. So RRQ is going to use this opportunity to try to reinforce the B site this time. It's the same look from Team Secret. The last time they did this, they did go to the other direction.
Yeah, you need to see if Wildora can get some picks, because that your ult for the next big buy round would be, I mean, it'd be amazing.
May just get it, or maybe C actually. Good choice with the long-range weaponry intact. Smoke up front, so that seems like the final decision will be A. I like this macro game calling.
Clear on the cam. And B slowly starting to drift back here with the rest of the team. Crazy guy. Very committed position. Setting up the one-way smoke is
it too obvious?
Out onto heaven.
You would imagine so.
Stay sat here for the moment.
Doesn't have the best gun for it.
Do they at any point suspect this?
I mean, yeah, they do.
G kind of looking
wait, he TP'd up there.
The smoke itself, and then Jeremy turns back to be able to find the kill.
2G TP'd up there.
Had he just stayed there, could have just point blank sprayed him down with that stinger.
Yep.
Here. So now the team looking to try to see if they can push their way forward here into the site. Trip set up on the corner. Jeremy lingering within the smoke. It's looking like RRQ, as more time goes by, likely just waiting to see if they catch anybody on the exit. And otherwise, we'll look to go down to the spike itself.
Yeah, they don't want to give this Euro ult. Or the ISO closer.
Reveal on one of the corners, Jeremy. Let's give his life. Cushy does once again find 2 with the Sheriff. Couple solid kills, but all the same, the ultimate was already online for him. 10-10, we are now tied up. Team Secret coming alive.
Well, it's got to be this round.
Alright, dude, this is a timeout for RRQ to say use some ults, mate.
Timeout from Ewok.
We got to be using these ults.
Not happy with what he's seeing, and I can't blame him. And especially with all these ults available, you can go into sort of a set play idea with those, and then in the next couple rounds, just sort of talk about the way you want to approach the macro game a little bit more. But Team Secret is being very patient, waiting for their moments, not kind of making the same moves off of what they had showed previously. So it's being very challenging for RRQ to get a good read off of some of the util and the setups that Team Secret is using. So let's see if they can figure it out. A lot of pressure on the Crazy Guy now as well to find those adaptations beyond what his coach can give them here. He's been better about that for sure as the stage has gone on. Just have to wait and see, but yeah, challenging to defend with this comp sometimes. It just kind of depends. Going against another ISO, it's been pretty tricky. Jeremy's starting to come alive there.
Shots have been very, very clean. Jemkin at the same time.
I mean, they should at least win one. Yeah. They should at least win this round with the ults.
Committed. Pressure certainly building here for RRQ. 10-10, relatively.
Monye gets his own op out.
Half, but perhaps the curse.
Oh
be striking, but Crazy Guy getting some very nice spam. Puts Wild Oreo down to 11 HP to start off the round.
Yet trying to find this angle with the op. We'll get there.
Common drone angle. And should have seen a pixel out of place there.
Yeah,
so
I'm pretty sure they saw him anyway.
I think they know that Monyet was in this forward spot. Hard to tell for sure.
Yeah, might not know about that guy. Oh boy.
He's going to look to reposition.
You say he might not know about the guy on the left though.
Drop down from 2GE. Gun barrel spotted. 2GE!
No, 2G.
How does he not realize? He must have been looking somewhere else. Maybe a glance at the minimap, but either way, asleep at the wheel.
That's a gift.
That's a rough one, man. Oh god, what's going on?
Caught on a little bit of timing, pulls off the ADS, ends up falling. Now the neural theft going to be coming through as Cushy going to swing out, try to get a reveal. Gets a tiny bit of damage on the Envy, but cannot collect that kill. Just the clone here for now. Push from Garage, getting ready to come through. Paranoia trying to delay. continue to advance. Ping reveal onto a couple of these players as Jesse Bash repositions through the smoke.
How do they take back a site? Where's my Yori flash? Oh, we got no Yori
Out of this
flash.
left-hand side, Cushy.
Oh, we have no Yori flash. That's
It's
devastating.
now just Wild Oreo with the aforementioned 11 HP. Try to see if he can make it a little bit more costly.
Well,
but
they didn't have to
nice
use any
little jiggle out
ults.
from Crazy Guy. He will find it in RQ. They will break this 5-round consecutive win streak from Team Secret, reestablish a lead, but they are far from out of the woods. Because of all of those round wins, Team Secret, they have built up a decent bank.
Oh my God. I mean, sometimes better lucky than good. And Monyet got lucky there. No other way to say it. That's a nice shot from
that is
Crazy
a
Guy,
nice shot.
but the early spam as well. Very nice. So just some individual
Dude,
moments
surely we
able
see
to
some ults at one point.
get RRQ a much needed defender side win.
Especially considering they didn't have to use any of the ultimates.
Yeah, that's what I was just thinking.
I mean, Wild Oreo should win this.
Step back
Yeah.
this time. He was able to go ahead and pick him apart. So Monyet taken down. Cushy now alone here on A. Deep forward position from Xfero outside of C, but it's going to be tripped off.
Who's next?
There's the dimensional drift from Wild Oreo. Goes in for some recon. Checks
Yeah, they
in.
got an ISO
Looks
behind
spotted
this if
around
they
B,
want
2
it.
piece down into the sewer. We'll push forward, spots up
Jemkin pops shield, tries to go in front of his teammate, so he gets ulted. Oh boy, shield on shield.
Jemkin versus Jeremy. Shield's out, shield's broken, Jemkin
Nicely
winning.
done.
It's the reset, but
Well,
exits and is right there in front.
no matter what, he's going to go down though.
Picked apart. Xfero just going to be an upgrade on the weapon. As once again, RRQ not getting into a position to utilize any of these ultimates. And tied up at 11-11.
Yeah, this is uncomfortable to say the least. Just Monyet thinking he can get away with another op spot, and this time, you know, a quick adjustment from Team Secret with the positioning of their op. They're able to find that big kill, and then
The RRQ no ult challenge.
I don't know if you're willing,
Insane,
willing to
isn't
kill
it?
Contract there.
He's pinned in.
Yep.
Flank coming through. Trying to fight his way out of this one here, but
Oh
Jesse
boy,
Bash is going to be able
I'd
to
like
find
to
it.
save that gun.
Everything ripped out of the hands of RRQ.
So what do they
Already
do
both
here?
timeouts have been committed.
3 guns,
Team
2 people
Secret
will be on
with
2-6.
the opportunity to steal this away.
Would be the most Team Secret thing ever to just
Yep.
come out today and look very, very strong. They certainly do so far. God, sharp Jesse. In general, a lot of these players have looked really sharp. I mean, Envy's
Okay, Monyet at least has a rifle, so that enables him to
Just
play around the ult
destroying
better
the
instead of
Cypher.
kind of going for this whole pick thing.
They have to find a way to utilize these. That's
Dude,
okay.
straight away. Okay, yeah, they're
Now,
fed up.
Dimensional drift to start. Monyet.
Sova
gonna
ult
say,
combo.
Hunter's Fury here from Cushy. Hunting. As
Yeah,
Xfero's
they
able
take
to
a lot
find
of
one.
space
There's
with
a
this. They
tag.
got one
No.
tag at the end.
Just
Oh, it wasn't
reveal.
even a tag, it was a
Oreo.
recon.
There's a pick on the Jemkin. Gets a pick on Xfero. Crazy Guy now taken down to
Dude,
2v3.
Jemkin didn't use his ult.
Reveal is in, but Cushy, snappy with that Guardian shot. Swings out for a little bit more. Gets sat down. Monyet now.
I mean, Monyet is here early.
1v2 to try to
Dude,
prevent.
nice shots.
And here we
I
go.
can't be
Team
too secret gonna
get
win
up
this
to
one.
map point.
Oh, man.
Match point.
One
Just
away.
the timings here. You see something a little unorthodox from RRQ. They finally try to combine their ultimates, use the dimensional drift into the Hunter's Fury, and it looks like they might be able to win it out, but then the battle at window takes a turn. The flank watched nicely by Wild Oreo. Not sure if Jemkin had already lost his shield.
Dude, Wild
an
Oreo is
engagement
looking
there.
nice with the op though.
This is probably, man, oh man. Just so crisp from Envy. Well,
Meanwhile, Jemkin still has a kill contract.
yeah. Just doesn't seem comfortable on this defender side. It almost feels like they're,
It's the same. You go into the gulag.
yes,
Just go into the gulag.
I agree. I'm right there with you. But my guess is they're saving it for retakes, and they're just not getting there because they're just dying.
Dude, they
You might
had
not have to retake if you go into the gulag and you kill someone.
Correct. Right there with you. Right there with you.
Granted, the weapon that he has, not great as it turns out for the gulag.
No, it's not the best. You might not have a choice.
Dude, that retake round, the 4v score,
take a player out of the equation
that was
at
the
very
round
least
for
to try
them.
to change the odds.
It's a TP scout in the garage. Cancel.
They're gonna get a lot of numbers on site. There goes the ult.
Did he get the clone? No.
He hits
Jeremy.
one.
See if he's going to be able to win it. He does.
Nice and clean on this. Of course they win this one.
Find two over it. With the Spectre, Xparrow finds Jesse Bash, and now it's just Envy in a 1v4. Breaks the shield. And he is completely and utterly pinned in, and it seems like RRQ are going to be taking this into overtime.
Of course.
Of course.
I mean,
woo! Here we go, baby.
It's the most RRQ thing ever.
Feel the rush.
Just send it in overtime. Oh my goodness. Well, finally the gulag pays off. Took a while to get there, but better late than never, I suppose.
All right. Overtime. Wild Oreo going for the glass cannon. And some very nice shots, both on the attack and the defense. So let's see.
Wild Oreo gets the hero up out on defense.
Yeah.
They've I mean, he actually looks great with it.
Set up really far back on A here. Okay, now they've kind of made up their minds. Looks like maybe they were just thinking about how they wanted to organize this round. Jesse with the early dart. Oh, there you go.
Oh, and
Wow.
Perfect. Snappy
That's
is
my
all
bad.
held with it. Finds Wild Oreo. Glass cannon. No purchase, no value. Jesse Bash is staying tucked back here. Reinforcements nearby from Jeremy just around that corner, but RRQ starting to
A nice shot is a really nice shot.
explore other areas of the map.
Also popping the shield a lot early from RRQ. I wonder if they knew this op was going to be
No
out.
problem.
Is she able to find 1-2 GE? Going to be taken down. Crazy Guy finding Envy. Jesse Bash, Jeremy pushing forward, but they're going to be a world away. Pins are coming down. They know exactly where RRQ is going for the moment. Can't do a damn thing about it on yet.
Yeah, got info.
I believe he saw a glimpse there, but his eyes aren't turned back to the door.
I mean, I thought he got info, but did he not see him?
I could have sworn.
Yeah, maybe not then, because it would have come up on the minimap and no one else is reacting like it.
Looks for the transfer, cannot find it. Jeremy avoiding the undercut.
Oh, nice tag.
Does get darted through the smoke. A 1v3. No shield, just the wall. Swings and finds the first. Crazy Guy on the floor.
To half.
The wall and try to hold for a half here. That's exactly what he's going to do. Sticks it to that point, pulls off the wall, falls.
That's a nice try.
And both players out wide in the open are able to pick them apart. So RRQ, they will go ahead and get themselves up to map point.
Yeah, just great timing from Jemkin. Get this shield popped right as he's making contact with the op. Very nicely done, anticipating the swing out from Envy. It's kind of a timed push out in the mid by Team Secret that gets just swatted away by RRQ.
The wall, no, the ISO wall is really strong, especially when people will start doing like the tap, wait a second, then wall tech, and then you fill it. That's when it's gonna get really broken. Like it should, like people at the moment are right clicking and they're the ones defusing, but it should literally be someone else diffuses and you do it in front of them, like you do it slightly behind them. That's when it's gonna get a little bit scary. I think that's when this comp will start getting like a lot more rounds on defense as well.
For Team Secret. Looks like they're fully committed to this 8.
Because everyone plays C retaking it. Your comp's pretty good at retaking.
Have to wait and see.
Drone. Okay, well, the shots ring out. Don't think I necessarily saw Wild Oreo, but Gunfire will confirm presence.
Yeah, I don't know that it matters too much that you're hiding the position of your Yoru. I don't think RRQ is going to swing down this ramp, especially with the time ticking down. Just let your opponents make the first move, and then you can react off of that. You've got the strong stack here on A. You've made the right read.
Take out
shield.
Shots through. Shield now going to be raised from Jemmy. He's fully blinded up and dead.
No, go again. Damn, bro. They just completely own 4 of them on site.
Storm their way into the site. Suffer very little damage. And they find themselves in pole position to get the reset and extend this OT. There you go. Flawless fashion on the attack.
That was an easy one.
Slow but decisive.
Whoever wins the defense round, I guess.
I mean, once they made that move, it's just shooting that clone and not being able to turn it quick enough. It's kind of the first domino to fall in that round. It's just a complete collapse on this defense. Wild Oreo doing a great job.
How?
That secondary entry right behind Jeremy. And they just smash it. Great flash in there. Very nicely handled. And even with a good read from RRQ, they still couldn't hold the line. They still couldn't get that to go. I'm not exactly sure what else they're going to be able to do differently.
Jeremy getting there. You just really ate the flash. Straight up spamming a wall.
The trip there on the other side of the wall. Yep, to clear it with the shock dart.
Yeah, this is nice. They break it with a shock to kind of make it look like they're not that close as well.
Still, with how far forward you've got a couple players from Team Secret on the A side. They're able to lean towards B.
Don't know if there was someone close right trying to do some kind of play off of it as well.
Shield goes up.
Two on site. Oh, Envy's going for a play. Yeah, dude, the shield is... The shield is too strong, man.
4v2. See Bash and Wild Oreo both approaching this long angle. There's that tripwire still holding them in place.
Oh, it's too low.
Jumpable.
Well,
never mind.
That's a nightmare.
And he's immediately going to be able to find one. Jesse Bash similarly makes it over the tripwire. Flash out, looking for something there in the corner. Should know that there's going to be one here.
Late double swing.
Through, but just a full flash onto himself. Fortunately, does not get swung on. Drags across, finds Crazy Guy, but time's starting to get away from them here. Mania just jiggling here at backside. Jesse Bash swooping forward, able to find one, but the time is just not going to be here for him.
Yeah, no time on this.
Go ahead and clean up the kill, gets over onto it. As the fist bumps go out,
close, though.
Knows that it's just not going to be possible. So RRQ once again.
Trip nearly wrecks him.
Up to map point.
I mean, it's just a brawl here at overtime.
It's chaos.
Yep. It's just who can execute a little bit better. And this time, Team Secret almost finds an answer with the jump over the trips at the end, catching RRQ very off guard. And able to just use some good firepower to break through, but timeout going to be called.
Be an RRQ
Which
one, right?
From though is the question.
RRQ trying to take him over.
Reasonable from both.
Yeah,
it's going to be RRQ. So they want
Dude,
to call
everyone goes for the victory.
Get this over the line. Put this map to bed and try to shift over towards Ascent.
Kind of curious what they're going to do. A lot of the different things they tried on that attacker side just did not work. We saw a lot of different looks from them. And a lot of different ideas from Team Secret too. It seemed like Team Secret was just a step ahead. Both teams were on their attacker side, quite frankly, but you know, for RRQ, what are you going to do to shut that down? Team Secret being very patient a lot of the times at the beginning of the rounds. They haven't usually gone for anything too explosive. Does that mean that's an opportunity for you to, you know, try to send Monyet down long C again, find a different way to hold the line at A, try to lean in towards that side of the map?
Is it still map one? Yeah, it is. We're still here. Dude, what has gone on?
It is going to be Monyet
the Odin, the AWP. We changed everything out. Odin to spam the shield, hold over towards A. Oh, we're trying to add an extra layer onto our double damage getting used. Double damage into shock. And you Odin spam.
The execution looks like though.
That's not that.
So
that's kind of cool.
Reset this once again. Monyet pushing forward, gets onto a deep line outside of C. Sparrow try to hold things in. Okay, Envy gonna get caught. 2GE similarly drifting over into this direction. Trying to get the jump on him. He is able to do so. The headshot comes across. Shield now going to be popped, broken though, as Xparrow finds a kill, pushes up into the cyber cage. Wild Oreo out the back of window, finds Crazy Guy.
Big timing.
Timing. That's Jesse Bash. Dead on the floor alongside the
down,
Spike.
Garage. He's got no help for a little bit though.
Left in the mag, the flash.
They're alive.
Getting a full catch there on his face.
Severo did good though. Really good.
Keeps himself safe. 3v2 for the attempt of the retake.
This guy might try and do it back.
Scenes perhaps here from the
yeah, this guy tried to do it back to him.
Trap gets sprung, and now it's down to Wild Oreo. A 1v3. Single kill will give him a dimensional drift.
Ooh, okay, dude, Zafero, what a round this was. Nearly lost in the round before with the trip, but this was lovely. Lovely. Damn, dude, Team Secret. They got this really close, though. I thought they had this at one point.
We might have anticipated here, and Secret put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta like what you saw from Team Secret today. Bringing in a different comp, bringing in some different ideas. Something that has been a criticism of them this year has been they've kind of just stuck to the standard stuff of what had worked in the past. But this is a very different look, and you can see very good results overall. Neither side really having success on their defender half.
Haven.
But
right.
some really
Chat people that don't know, we have a VOD channel as well. So every time we watch a game, we upload the VODs. If you want to check a map, you missed a map, you want to rewatch something, you don't have to search for it, you just want the map instantly, you got a VOD channel.
Control of that side of the map, just kind of work off of that, and then a brilliant outplay from xFaro with that cyber cage into catching Jesse with the drone out. That changed that round big time.
That's fairly nicely done. Still though, some concerns. RRQ, they're this top seed, but still
here on time today. Yeah, we were here in time.
Misalignment. He struggles to get a solid read. We saw it on that split attack. We're seeing it a little bit here.
One day we'll oversleep, but it wasn't today.
Into that overtime.
Okay, back in a little bit.
Need to have those adjustments, especially if you're going to be punching a ticket over towards Toronto and playing against the best that the rest of the world has to offer. So I'm curious to see how things are going to look as we get ready to go into Ascent. Granted, Team Secret, Haven, it's always been a map that is well within their wheelhouse. The time will tell how they do fare. But we're going to have map 2 coming up here in a bit. Perhaps some more silly moments, some more overtimes. I don't know. All I do know is that the analyst is going to break down everything from Haven.
That's right. We had a little itty bit of an overtime here, a baby overtime. And it looked like it was pretty competitive here. Team Secret, this is a lot better. This is what we want to see from Team Secret. But of course, RRQ did end up closing out that overtime.
Yeah, I like the comp change for them. I like that they're trying to catch RRQ off, and I do feel like they understood the comp. I mean, both these teams had very, very strong attacker sides. That is obviously where this composition is at its best, but then equally struggled on their defense. So they did push RRQ the whole way, and I think you have to give them some credit for that. But once again, RRQ managed to get it over the line, which is good for RRQ. That's something that historically they've not actually been too great at.
Yeah, you saw it. It was actually a nice little lower third coming up as we went into OT. They haven't had a good strike rate in OT, so I think in some of the closer games is where RRQ usually kind of lets it slip through their fingers, but it was good to see them get the dub here over Secret today. As you said, very attacker-sided game. Does come down to the comp to some extent. At the same time, though, I would have really liked to see some better setups from some of these teams on the defense. Is something I love about the way that T1 plays this map. When you get Buzz on the op in particular, moving around on the Yoru, your Yoru's positioning and unpredictability really does wonders to disrupt the other team's attacking side. So it really does kind of rely on you being able to kind of have those off angles, have those disruptive setups where your duelists can get involved in the round, and I just didn't really get the sense that there was enough of that from either one of these teams. And I kind of find it shocking in general that Team Secret's some of their most successful games that we've seen so far have been on this kind of double duelist style where they're throwing Jeremy on an ISO, and then you got Wild Oreo playing kind of that secondary duelist or an opping presence, and that's kind of been one of their go-tos where I don't know whether that is necessarily something that's going to be sustainable going forward in towards stage 2.
Yeah, that's a fantastic point. Now, speaking of double duelists, one of the double duelists was Jemkin on the ISO. We were a little worried, you know, not seeing him on the Euro in terms of our frag count here. But you know what? He stepped up and he was great.
He got a lot of openers. He got 7 first kills, so he was definitely taking a lot of duels, playing pretty fearless and taking those dry contact approaches, which, to be honest, I think I would probably prefer to see from the Yoru a lot of the time in this comp. You don't agree with that?
I don't mind your ISO doing it because you have that shield. So if you're trying to find that op, you're trying to like just take space for free, it's good for it to be the ISO because Yoru is able to then support with the util that you have or look to break those traps. I mean, you need to be able to do both to be able to play this comp well, but I think Jemkin did lead from the front very strong. And of course, Envy on the other side, not on the duelist, on that Cypher, you know, continuing to be a shining beacon for this Team Secret team.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, he had a very, very good game, and you can see a lot of these kills on the attacking side as well, where he's able to get involved in the action. He's able to mix things up in the mid-round, find these lurk timings, and play with a lot of confidence, where neither one of these teams had particularly great defensive halves, but it was still nonetheless a fantastic game from Envy.
Yeah, that's right. They both were fantastic here. Jemkin being our map MVP, perhaps not surprisingly. I think he's been the MVP for RRQ almost every single map of Stage 1, which is pretty incredible.
Yeah, I mean, he's a beast, you know, he's really the one to watch. You know, we spoke about this before. He's absolutely one of the best players we have in Pacific right now, certainly one of those top jewelers, and he's looking to get his team all the way to Masters Toronto, and you saw no signs of him slowing down today.
Yeah.
I wonder, though, if there will be any slowing down. Secret did pick Ascent as their map pick. This is going to be the map 2 going against RRQ, which you guys have rightfully pointed out that RRQ is definitely one of the best here on Ascent so far, especially running this particular comp.
Yeah, I mean, I have to say I'm surprised by Team Secret choosing to pick this. This is for sure one of RRQ's strongest maps, and we see Team Secret have banned it out every single week. So what do you have prepared today? I mean, the one thing I would hope is that you have a solid anti-strat, because RRQ have, you know, shown plenty of Ascent throughout this year. So I think Team Secret will kind of know what's coming. But what do you have prepared here? Because to go from banning this every week to suddenly picking it, I need to see a very clear reason why. And yeah, it's a little bit confusing from this outside
I mean, they are the underdog in this series, so they're trying to throw a little bit of a Hail Mary. At the same token, I'll give Team Secret some credit. They're very good at taking a map in a lot of these series, and they do have some pretty good anti-strats and good game plans at times. So I think I agree with you. There's a little bit of tape there for RRQ who have picked this series, this map in series multiple times. So this gives an opportunity for Team Secret to prepare another one of their pretty solid game plans. They do have a history playing this map pretty comfortably as well. So I'm intrigued. I want to see what we're going to get from them, but they will have to start out on that attacking side, which again, I asked this question of DFM earlier, playing into the famous Yoru. It's like, what is the read that they're going to have? Because playing into Jemkin's Yoru is going to be even scarier. This dude is one of the players that is really pioneering this agent on this map, although it has seen play in the past, of course, but at the moment he's one of the scarier looking Yorus in the competition, and particularly on this map, it's just so annoying to attack into him.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see him deep in lots of off angles. We're going to see him walk down mid. We see him lock his main. He loves the operator, and unless you're smart with your util, he's going to be able to find those kills. You can't afford to just walk into him, or things might get out of hand for this Team Secret.
I think there is also a method to this for Team Secret picking Ascent, like you were talking about, that surely, you know, we can't underestimate them here. They've surely prepared something here. And if I were them, I would want to test out against the best Ascent in Pacific so far. If it's RRQ, I want to test out things not just in scrims, but on the stage where people play completely differently here. And I am curious, of course, how, in fact, they will end up countering RRQ. You know, we looked into Secret's past on Ascent, and the last time they lost Ascent was Pilsky. You want to share?
It's the Australians.
Is he serious?
You can't be losing to an Australian team. Is that region even good? Like, unreal.
We just say it.
That's very unfortunate.
Yeah. Me personally, I could never lose to Australia.
Have you ever lost to an Australian?
Never.
Yeah.
Never in my whole life, I don't think. So, Secret got some bouncing back to do, that's for sure. What's this Ascent map?
Yeah, they absolutely do. You know, that was a close haven there, and I don't think I'm completely surprised we end up going to an overtime there, despite the lose streak that they've been going on here in Stage 1. But for Ascent, I mean, I hope we are given surprises, like our casters were saying. I hope we are getting something, you know, fun. I'm sure they want to cast something fun going into this, and they need to end on a good note.
I feel like Team Secret's just been changing their entire style these last couple of games. Like going into the T1 game, again, they're just running double duelists. Going into the game that you saw just then against RRQ, like, I feel like they really are trying something a little bit different in the latter half, because they were the team that, going into the start of kickoff, they were playing stock standard comps. Like Pearl was that Ascent meta comp. They were playing double Eni a lot, and now it seems like they've really gone in a completely different direction.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like it's a fair direction to take things. In this day and age, we're seeing much more double duelists. You know, that's definitely the way the meta is trending, being able to play fast, a lot looser in a lot of styles. So I don't mind them trying to, like, catch up, because, you know, we've criticized this Team Secret in the past for not adapting, for not moving to the new meta. So if they're willing to try this and push this forward, it could bode well for their Stage 2, but I think they have to figure it out. You know, I felt like they played a good map 1 there. The double duelists looked solid there.
Yeah.
But just not quite good enough.
Definitely. Do you guys like the shifts into the double duelist era? back into the double juice era?
I think it's fun. I think it's, you know, I think players like playing dual duelists. Players like having that sort of bit more freedom. And for Team Secret, we're going to see them continue with dual duelists. Jet and Yoru on this map, with Solo Initiator being that Teo. Now I think they're going to have to be very careful of Jemkin when he gets that off out on the other side.
Yeah, no Soba for Jesse Vash. He's going to be on the Teo this time around. Obviously, there is no kind of util as much to break for Vice. That is one of the strengths of the Asian on this map right now. So we'll see how they go. They're going to have a lot of burst on this attacking side, and I think they do need to start out very strongly on the attacking side. You do mention Jemkin that they're going to have to keep in mind, but obviously the way they attack a lot of these Vice setups with the shear on front B or in towards mid is kind of the more commonly placed kind of positions that you'd be expecting that. So we'll see how RRQ does kind of play around some of those setups.
I'm expecting a little bit of trickiness coming out of Monyet on the Omen as well. We are going to go into the second map, and we're going to see if Team Secret is going to keep this series going or if RRQ is going to close this out looking victorious. We're going to send it back to our casters, Achilleos and
Hello everyone. What Chad, what comp did Team Secret play? Because I know RRQ's playing the same comp.
Solid run back there from the side of Team Secret. Able to take us into overtime, but not quite able to find the victory there on Haven. After that 3-9 half to start, now we go into their map pick here of Ascent. Cool. See how they're going to be looking. Double duels once again coming through. Jesse Vash not on the staple Sova, is going to be there with a tail.
Well, we've got Team Secret on attack. We've got RRQ in defense.
Like it has to be a very execute-heavy style for Team Secret. They have to be able to find ways to get past that bias until Desk was talking about it. That's going to be pretty tricky potentially because you don't have a ton of ability to figure out what's going on around you. Only got the single initiator. Oh, cushy though.
Tiny bit of damage taken. Salvo sent. He's just going to fully disconnect all the way back into boats.
Oh, look at this delay.
Get situated, but for now,
dude, look at this delay. That's messed up.
Advancing forward. Tailwind heard. Envy out here in mid. Has contact about ready to come through. They now know his position. Crazy Guy able to find one Monyet for a little bit more. Tucks back, narrowly escapes. Keeps his life intact as Jemkin.
A great smoke from Monyet as well.
It's a player advantage, but Monyet, Jemkin both tagged up considerably.
Ah, dude, look at this play from Monyet.
Yeah, that almost worked
so nice
there. But RRQ able to barely scrape
with his contact as well. He can Omen flash for his teammate.
Jemkin once again backpedaling Monyet.
Dude, he saves his Omen flash as well.
So over here
wait, is Monyet just unbelievable?
At the ready. Wait for the rest of the
feels like he's unbelievable right now.
30 seconds left.
It's okay, Jemkin, first one to fall, but Xvarrow swings the corner, a couple shots through that smoke, is able to find it, trades it, maintains the advantage here for the team.
Still got Omen flash.
Jeremy at 12 health, the paranoia still in the back pocket.
Omen
now
flash
goes through.
out. Almost hit
GE
both.
completely blinded up, regains vision, shots flying, finds the head of one. Xvarrow dead. Now it is all on Monyet.
Well, let's see if he is unbelievable, because this is a hard one.
To close out the first character, for the first
dude,
player there,
from Team
he's
Secret.
able to do so.
I was still impressed with how Monyet played that. Not gonna let you.
Persevere. That's going to be all three pistols going the way of Secret.
Man, again, they're just
dude, that's crazy, isn't it? 3-0 on the pistols.
By in some of these pistol rounds, but RRQ just a little disjointed to try to get this retake. I mean, Team Secret ahead of the curve a little bit by getting a player up into heaven, throwing them off balance. Yeah, takes down the Yoru. That's a lot of entry power removed potentially. Especially removing Jemkin from the equation, a big deal in and of itself. And, you know, Monyet is waiting for them to get to heaven before he can send out the paranoia. And by the time he's in a spot where the team is in a position that he can do it, doesn't make too big of a difference. Wild Oreo saying, no, 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 you can't push out short again. Oh, Jeremy knocking down Jemkin.
Yeah, can't jiggle on A main. Great early kill to be found. Salvos check out over towards Wine.
What is the purpose of the jet here?
Grab, so that's gonna be
I guess they're going to flash dash a lot.
Here
I guess on defense, he's going to op. It looks like Team Secret, once they've been eliminated, had some kind of talk, and Wild Oreo was like, I want to only op.
Awareness from Team Secret. That was their own smoke too, so just being really diligent here. I mean, you had to think, you know, a lot of teams, oh boy.
And Cushy not seeing enough there. Ends up getting taken down. Wild Oreo pushing forwards. Got a crossfire setup. Heal found. Outlaw now scooped up. Envy, however, still able to find one. The scope in. Nope. Not fast enough. Xpero dead. B site opened up. Crazy guy. See if he can find anything, and he does. It's a kill here. Looks for a little bit more. Dancing around these shots and takes 2GE dangerously low, but cannot confirm it. So
I mean,
a
two
little
guns,
bit of weaponry gonna
two
be
guns
lost.
out of them, two armors. Not too bad for
And an
RRQ.
outlaw though, as Team Secret close out the anti-eco.
Yeah, some shield damage done too, so overall not too bad for RRQ, but I'm liking the diligence that I'm mostly seeing from Team Secret. Other than that crossfire setup between the Cubby and the Switch, I think they
Let's just play double drills. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely a new look for them.
RRQ is trying to do it.
He looks good with the op though.
Team Secret picking this map, you know, this has been a map that
Chamber.
saw RRQ destroy.
I mean, they play the chamber on PAL, right? So
everybody's been avoiding it.
Maybe they do that. Maybe he's literally playing every single op agent on the maps.
Could maybe take this power
Doable
map
at the
away.
moment with the map pool.
Dash at the ready. Wild Oreo.
Maybe the only map you would struggle is Ice Box. Because it's a nice strat.
Comes away with 2. Looks for the opener. As Chempkin cannot escape.
Dude, that's a fast explode. Did they use the RRQ stun against them? I feel like they did.
Team Secret are in a very good position to try to steal away this bonus.
Oh, man.
The conversion.
Yeah, dude, they are just on top of the ball. Great flash on the entry again. Just nullifies any of the crossfires RRQ wanted to set up.
While watching here from Main, the first shot wide. Xpero trying to open things up from the door, but Envy just repositions his sights, finds the headshot. And that is going to be Secret converting this bonus. 3-0 start for them here on the attack.
Confidence in Secret, yeah, I mean,
for the save.
Triple pistol helps a lot as well.
Man. They're going to scoop up some guns. That is going to be some deep pockets for Team Secret. Very nicely done there. Just, again, like I thought with this double duelist comp, you're just going to have to go at them. And they are. They're doing a great job of it. Monyet getting hit by everything. Nice arc rose. Beautiful stuff.
Happy to see a Team Secret new comp. I mean, it's nice to see if they are going to keep the 5 and keep the team together, that they have a clear direction they want to go. And that's good.
2 Stingers, 2 Sheriffs.
Like, you would worry if it didn't happen. We didn't see anything like this.
See what the adjustment's going to be from
like, at least they know internally that something has to change. And if they are 100% like cool with the roster, then this is the best thing.
Team Secret down, and right now Team Secret's kind of just looking for some aggression. This is kind of similar to Haven, where once RRQ was on the eco, it was wait back and watch, see what their move is. Ping out towards mid though. Anticipation, another crossfire set up, another trap attempted by RRQ, potentially. Cushy though with the rifle.
Hell of a shot, but
good
quickly
trade
traded out.
So the main hero gun goes down towards middle.
Like be recoverable from Xpero. He's just around the corner of it.
Yeah, he doesn't want to commit. He has no idea if they're walking up on him over towards mid.
Doesn't want to swing out.
Good little bait on this one. Does Crazy Guy swing off the contact, or? Oh my god.
Smokes up front. Stinger though. Not going to be able to find that kill. Crazy Guy dead. Just a bit of damage across on the Wild Oreo, but even then it's not too much. Monyet will be able to finish the job. TP's back over into hell, but Team Secret have every idea of his position.
Yeah, very nice. I Russified with the tier 1. Thank you so much for the 3 months, bro. I appreciate you doing that. Thank you.
And now 4-0 here for Team Secret.
I mean,
how many rounds do you think RRQ in the south have to
win?
They got a nice attack.
Just can't seem to find
I don't know, dude.
I
don't really know. We're in like some weird territory where I've never really seen this comp before. I have no idea. It should in theory struggle on defense.
Man, Team Secret, they're coming in firing today.
It should in theory struggle a little bit on attack as well, but
not making it easy for the #1 seed from their group. Got some ults, Jeremy. Oh man, Cushy, only a little damage, not bad.
Still just feels like it's death by 1,000 cuts round over round.
At a guess, I would say like Team Secret needs.
Advantage, even minute, can snowball into something greater.
7.
Entry coming through. Jeremy does get
say
shut
7.
down. Wild Oreo now storming his way forward. Weapon drawn out. Cushy eventually able to find the headshot. One going through, quickly cleared out. Monyet there at boats as well. Gets a spot up to Envy. RRQ looking like they're well prepared to go ahead and get
We'll see though.
themselves
I
on the board.
honestly have no idea how
Round
it's going to
number
look on
5.
defense.
Cushy does a phenomenal job.
Somewhere's always going to be weak
Playing for his
for
life, getting into boats,
Team Secret.
securing that position, setting up for the reinforcements to come. This time they're able to just get enough ahead of the attack of Team Secret.
Cushy just jiggling 2 angles simultaneously.
Dude, Jesse might as well go for this at one point, so he can just wait to smoke out one, even 1 kill's worth.
Smoke is out. Jesse Bash. And he'll let him know exactly where he is. Salvos knows that any damage he could get would be very nice, but that's a very
Yeah,
quick
it's a
shot
server
from
pretty
Cushy.
soon.
3K from him. 1 away now from a Hunter's Fury. RQ first round on the board, but Team Secret still in a very strong position with ults behind.
No doubt, but you are able to win the round where your opponent uses their Yoru ult. That's a huge feather in your cap as RRQ. You know, they try to throw a flash in towards B main off of the Yoru ult, and it doesn't stop RRQ. They're able to recover. So again, Cushy though, that round, him staying alive,
Oh
him
boy,
securing the
they're
boats.
both going to need this Omen flash.
Hit.
Surprise.
Sees the gate crash, but Paranoid up here.
Oh
Running out of
no,
knives,
oh
and
no.
Cushy
How's he
is gonna
allowed
go
to
ahead
get
and
that?
spray
The
out
redemption
kill.
from
He's gonna have to
Jeremy's
get through the
incredible
smoke.
though.
He'll
That
find one
reply is
more
pretty
Armageddon
insane
at the
from
ready.
Crazy Guy to even get that.
But suddenly a 3v3.
That should have been a lot worse for
Team Secret gain
RRQ.
access to the site. All held, stealth drone sent. Does get cleared out, and 2GE, he teleports all the way
Damn, he
across.
actually sticks it.
Catches a glimpse, some damage
God, the shots
in.
are not here in this round.
Yet going to be down to 46. Jeremy, Paranoid, the Armageddon. Sent. Oh, though. Push alongside that one, though. Zvonyet just here at
Damn,
switch.
still
is
with
gonna
the
be
missed shots
taken
there in
down.
this
Jeremy
one.
with a monstrous
Yeah,
4K.
they might easily get to 7,
Team
we'll see.
Secret well above water.
Yeah, beautiful TP from 2GE. Completely stunts RRQ's ability to try to go for a retake.
Jeremy,
And
no,
there's some
really
good
cleaned this up,
flashes
man. It was looking a
right
little
out
rough,
towards
and then
Alley. I mean,
it was looking
oh my
insanely
God.
rough.
A little unfortunate with the knives, but able to bail out your teammate there as well. Nicely done. Coordination today looks great. Has to be a timeout.
Wolfsreef said that they have
Like
2 to
4
3
rounds.
comps per map. Is that
RRQ.
crazy?
Scratching their heads, trying to figure
The
out.
teams have been leaning towards that a little
Stave
bit.
off this
I think that
onslaught
explains
here
some
from
of their
Team Secret.
results, to be honest.
Felt like maybe some
Because again, they have a roster that should be
disjointedness. I thought
probably
perhaps we
second
were gonna
best
have that
in
Armageddon
China.
advancing the other way, guiding
So,
in towards the site,
spreading
allowing
your time
Vermont
so
to maybe
thin.
chase in.
Yeah.
Look for picks off the back of the explosions, but
I don't
but
know.
I
So,
think it's
so
held back and, you know,
the whole like
switch.
multiple comp thing
And I
is
think part of
weird
that is
because
2G's teleport, right? Like he's throwing off your
on
ideas
paper it's
and your-
incredible,
your timings
and
and all that
if
stuff.
you have
I
enough
think it's a
thought behind one comp,
really brilliant maneuver.
it should always win you a map. And there's definitely comps
Just
that
didn't
work
seem
well
like,
against other
you know,
comps as
RRQ
well.
was quite aware
But it's just
that
trying
it would be
to
that quick that he would be able to strike
trying
off
to
the back
change
of the
the
ult, so
style of play for that
a
comp,
lot of
your team, and
things just kind of going
having
sideways
it
for RRQ on these defender
drilled
sides.
enough
Team Secret.
that
So
like
quick again.
the comps are
You know,
actually
this
good,
round, though,
and
Spike
you
on
have
the
like
ground doesn't look like
2
it's gonna
good
be one of
comps
those
instead
fast
of
hits. Maybe RRQ's going to
2
try one of
really
their
weak
own.
comps. I
Paranoid
guess I
off
would
the
rather
rip.
have 1 really good comp instead of like 2
Salvos to back this up.
mid comps.
Junkin
If
peeks
like you're
in
not that comfy on it.
for that swing out, but quickly gets
It's
shoved
it's
back
pretty much
away.
just how teams use their
Round
time.
of salvos here
I
from
think if the
Jesse
teams
Bash.
use their time well and you can do that, then fair play.
Steel Garden
I also
available
think
here
players
inside
lie
Team
in
Secret.
interviews.
Spheri as well
I
as
don't think many
Dimensional
teams
Drift.
have 3 comps on
At
maps.
the ready for RRQ if they can find the right timing to utilize these.
I think there's no harm in saying that we play another comp on this map, just so people are like, okay.
It's just going to see 2G. It's not much
Then
info
people might actually overthink
for
it
RRQ
and
here. Do have the wall in mid. So, yep.
maybe not focus as heavy on an anti. I don't really know.
Going to use the decoy there to pop the wall. Very wise. Very wise from
Wouldn't
Team
7
Secret.
maps be better than multiple
Get rid
comps?
of
That's
that.
also true. That's what I think about
Some
multiple
pressure.
comps as well. You're gonna have
As Wild Oreo
you gotta be in
pushes
like in a
forward,
position
Vanya here,
like
Tree.
G2 where
take
everything's
it down.
so good that
smokes your paranoia now
you can be
gone.
focused on little micro
Still
plays
bumping over
and
the tops.
have that ready.
Cushy able to find one. Cushy
And even
looking for that
G2 have
second.
bad maps.
Thinks Jeremy low, but cannot take him down.
Dude,
Jeremy
they're gonna get a crazy score on
absolutely on a
attack.
tear. 11-4-2 here at the moment.
planted.
So in my head, they need 7. They're going to get 7.
2v4.
Might even get way more.
Bulldog and a Phantom. Now a Dimensional Drift available, so if Jeremy does get into a sticky situation, he could just pop
Agent bans will give us multiple
I think
comps.
Xfero's
Agent bans will give you ranked, mate.
Has the full rifle, so
Agent bans will be the death of this game, I reckon.
More damage or maybe scoop up a gun, but
Maybe not the death of this game, but at least viewer experience-wise, it's going to be a lot worse.
Not meaning a damn thing here for Secret. Shrugging off the pressure. Jemkin going to go on a push. Trying to see if he can find some value here, some impact, but instead he is just going to find a couple bullets to the face.
Why? It would just be like watching some play ranked.
The lead, Team Secret.
It'd just be the same as watching ranked. You might as well watch a ranked stream.
Yeah, no other way to put it.
Because the coordination and combos and stuff just won't be there.
I mean, they're just
depending on how many bans you get. If it's like one agent ban, then we're actually in a pretty okay territory.
RRQ. You know, they
but
seem to be playing
if it's multiple bans, everyone's just playing ranked.
This time again, you know, early round, just exchanging util, waiting it out. They get the drone to come out. That's when they decide to put some pressure towards the A site.
Like if we think, like we've been watching some stuff this year, and especially if you like look at the beginning of this year, right? Like if you look at kickoff in comparison to champs, there weren't that many teams that like actually looked that drilled. We're impressed that G2 kind of looked drilled, and there weren't many teams that were close to that. You would just get every single tournament would just look like kickoff, where teams are just like, well, we haven't had that long to practice with this comp. We've maybe had like a day, and so we don't have like a
little bit of an up and down.
It's just become everything changes
sometimes
basically.
For Jemkin having to go on to these other duelists. Absolutely, generally very, very good. He's had a couple maps.
But one ban could work, and it changes a lot in terms of like the way the prac is scheduled. But I think that could work. Anything more than one ban, I think the game's going to be awful to watch.
I don't even know if he realized that his teammates just tied behind him and that they had a trade out. But Envy, oh, he's just going to go ahead and swoop his way forward into the B site.
Oh my.
Monyet now.
Dude, they forced him down to an eco again, by the way.
1v3, even if he gets the clutch. They've suffered so many losses. Spray through the wall. Almost certainly result in a kill here. Angles are being watched. Finds the first one, and Envy finds an unexpected timing. 2 players surviving. Cash aplenty. Team
Might be a short map.
They are looking to send us to a map 3 in very
struggle, but
no kidding. And now you have a big question. As RRQ, do you pull out the second time out?
Yuki again, thank you so much. Yeah. Appreciate the 7.
I mean, Xfero there got a nice double, but right on the edge of the smoke got bumped into
like we
by
know
Envy.
What's coming next. Thank you so much for the 7 gifted. Chat, you know what to do. There's the 1 as well. Thank you for the 7. 1 gifted.
I mean, they're so on point.
Appreciate that, Chemiyuki. Thank you, chat.
Deal
Let's get some oil spam going for Chemiyuki. Appreciate that.
Team Secret is so well drilled for it. We saw
like clockwork, yeah.
We're seeing the Teho,
silently, yeah. And you added Desp at the end,
dude. A lot of these things are being well accounted for by Team Secret. They have done their homework on this map. And again, you can just potentially throw that clone out. Just see if you get lucky if they put it there again.
1-1 ban for both teams.
He's actually going to use his body there as Jeremy. Go checking for it. He's gonna pop
That's the only thing that I would be like.
TP's out.
That's the only like good middle ground, I think. And even then, I'm a little bit worried about it. But if teams get time to prac, then it's fine.
This one catch RRQ off guard.
Double face in, and it very quickly.
Dude, Jeremy's actually frying him.
This smoke as the gate crash goes forward into the site. Salvo's not checking into wine, but Jeremy is, and it's just going to be the one shot sent out as he stays alive. Great crash spotted. Fake out, rushing forward, gun barrel spotted. Crazy guy able to find the 1, but wow,
by entering Jet with the
op.
Well,
Xfero out in mid, noted. Does manage to find 1 kill, but it's taken down. Another round, another Secret win, 8-1.
Yeah.
Timeout now called.
Yeah, you have to.
Yeah, I mean you gotta win some rounds at one point.
Starting to be too much. I mean, just a masterclass from Team Secret so far. I was going to say, got up on top of Jen and got that kill. Very nicely done.
Why do we want agent bans so badly? We're bored of. I imagine we're bored of just
so impressed right now with
the same agents on maps, and I think just matters.
This may be a sign of things to come for them.
I think when Riot are very slow to
showing us some new looks.
Fix
the confidence is
or
just
nerf certain really strong agents, then people think the easiest route is to just
that's what
have
you
bans.
at stake as Team Secret. You know, you can pick up a win, not have the flawless losses here in stage 1, but show that okay, we are iterating, we are trying new things, and it's starting to look better and better. And with even more time, it could be scary.
Oh, for sure.
And RRQ, though, you're looking to say, hey, we're the #1 team in this group, and we're looking to do some damage in the playoffs. But this is gonna maybe cause some concerns as well as shoot the confidence a
I think
bit.
Team Secret need to rebuild.
Think about what just happened with Boom,
so I
right?
did.
Like they just
But honestly,
set the stage.
the more I'm watching this whole double duelist and seeing Wild Oreo Palmer op,
right. We beat the other team that
I
hadn't
think
gotten
this
a
is
win.
the worst
On
route
to
for
you
them.
guys. Good luck. Team Secret is just so strong right now. Still have the op. Jemkin is finally
someone hype in Team Secret has to make a decision.
They're kind of spamming that angle, anticipating that he's going to be in mid. I mean, not the biggest shock in the world. They're going to line up. They've got a lot of util here to keep him uncomfortable. Oh my! And as they went to clear the drone, they got him. They got him.
Cannot get a damn thing for free.
Yeah, they're trying to cover up the op, so he's committing to break the drone.
Just picked apart.
They're anticipating that. They're going to have a player to clear that drone for Jemkin.
They should have had this change early on. Yeah, but they probably spent a lot of time with their old comps. That's why they were a little bit behind on meta, I guess. Not that their comps didn't make sense. It's just older.
Not being nearly as explosive as we're used to seeing, as we were seeing from him on that ISO in the opening map. Now that he has the operator in hand, they're looking to completely nullify it.
2. Ooh, did he properly see?
As Armageddon goes up to try to clear out this A heaven position. Wild Oreo.
Yeah, this is pretty cool though. They use a variation of the use a variation of the RRQ ult against them, right, where you tail ult over towards here and then it clears the safe area for you to TP into.
Yep.
But they got B info fast to make it look like a fake and then hit over towards A. It's nice. They got some nice stuff on this map.
The map may well be out of hand.
They've been working.
And we did see the comeback from the 9-3 for Team Secret on Haven. So you never know, but it is Ascent. I mean, they're checking.
Xpharaoh, if you beat this, okay. Say no one will forget. Cannot escape from Pizza, does get taken down. This is getting awkward. Looking for the stun setup. Will be able to go ahead, clear that out. Saves the operator. Crazy guy doing his absolute damnedest.
It's kind of funny as well. Team Secret go up against their ex-coach that is kind of a little bit known for doing anti-strat. And we had 2 new maps where they used a new comp,
Absolute insanity. The timing,
the
drones just bait.
Like Warbirds might have spent a lot of hours that don't mean too much.
This is gotta be mega concerning for RRQ, because Team Secret is showing what you can do to dissect their strong.
Kind of hilarious. This is what Doom Bros used to do to us all the time.
Well, you know, again,
Doom Bros did it to us and Amy did it to us.
Maybe, but
just change up all their comps
for Secret, it feels
for
like
officials.
It's just
so you just wasted like 4 days. That's so annoying, dude. It's so annoying. You end up wasting like 30, 40 hours.
Knives out from Wild Oreo, and that's Crazy Guy on the floor. Armageddon does get sent, but Wild Oreo able to find another one as Jeremy does get taken down here. Ult kill from beyond the grave from Crazy Guy. Spike going to be picked up. Mind you, Envy a world away. And it looks like he's exactly where he may need to be. The Spike is starting to get ushered over.
Wild Oreo knows Op's good.
They have Wild Oreo.
Yeah, his Op is good.
Deep here on the site. He's at hell. Up drafts up over the top. Spotting out.
Guy's trying to solo sell the fake on his own.
Take him down.
Ivy gets into the corner of mid behind the bin.
You've got Envy in this monstrous flank position.
He's on top of the bin, is he?
How patiently can he play it? There's one. There's two.
Jesus.
Collects them both. Looks for the third. Cannot make it happen.
It's so brutal. They're actually like, they're actually wrecking
him
them.
versus Jesse Vash.
Actually fully wrecking them.
Plays it quietly. Salvos. Send Jemkin in ahead of these. Does Jesse read this?
Yeah.
Maybe,
They double it.
perhaps,
They
but
double
does
the
not
score.
matter. Jemkin with a headshot with the 4K.
Might be a little bit too late. The
It's
comp does
activated
struggle on
here where they hit
defense,
him the
but
most.
9 is a lot.
And RRQ will be able to get themselves a
Yeah,
second
they're talking
round
a little
win.
bit here.
Looks like
Using
maybe
it
running
like
the
a
clock bit
timeout.
to have a bit more chatter.
Yes, that's what I'm pretty sure just happened. I think they wanted to use this as a moment to take a breath, talk about some of these things that are going on, figure out a way to recover. This is just wild. I mean, if...
Yeah.
Sure. I mean, you're going to need stuff like that, I guess.
Hey, he's on the TP.
This is almost round over from Envy. I thought he was going to get the third for a second. Well,
Thing is, though, the operator can't be carried over.
No.
So they're lacking that, and there's an outlaw in the hands of Wild Oreo, and you've got 4 players with half armor.
It's going to be tough. They're just ceding mid-control here. Just playing for the mains of each side of the map. They know they can't really contest it. Let's see what they want to do. Thinking about setting up the teleport. Faked it first. Monyet just doing the jump peek. The classic.
I swear, you should only be able to do that a couple times, and then you get like the concuss.
Yeah, that would be good.
Status, you know.
I'd like that. It is kind of ridiculous.
Heavy over towards short with the TP here. I do think RRQ could have relied on their wall middle a bit so they can heavier stack sites, but I'm just a firm believer in that.
Bit of damage taken. As Monyet paranoid here, but working within his own smoke. Does that expire? 2G able to find one. Shots lined up. Monyet finding the headshot. Goes for a quick little
Monyet.
reposition. Draws
Oh
a
my
short
god,
and
that's
Monyet
an
massacres
absolute play.
Oh boy.
That's my anchor on site. What is that?
Sure.
Dude,
He's
that
only looking to cut
TP,
lead
the TP
down
was sick.
by a little bit.
The TP was so sick.
But that was still very clean on the movement.
No, that was nasty.
2GE.
Well, they
Will
got
not die
3.
to an ace, but
I think
Xero
it's
is there, and
doable
it's damn
against
near
the comp.
flawless fashion that RRQ close
They
out.
got to win a pistol.
the
They haven't
last
done that
round
yet.
in. 9-3,
David, thank you so much for the prime.
as they now
Appreciate the
move over to
23
the
mums.
attack and
Thank
need
you
to
for doing
pull
that,
off
mate. Here we go. That's it.
what
This
Team
TP
Secret
is
was able to do,
awesome.
just about over on that Haven.
Yeah, brilliant play there from Monyet.
Did such a good
Had
time with
dodged the
the
steel garden,
Visor as well.
able to
Yeah.
dodge the razor vines, and then just swaps to the shorty and vines too. Unbelievable. That's a classic Monyet moment right there.
That's some lunacy. But even then, you heard it at the end. A huge play like that, under better circumstances, Monyet, you know, he'd be on his feet, he'd be screaming, and at the end of that, it was just like, yeah, nice.
Yeah.
Because they realized, okay, we are still in a pit that we have to claw our way out of.
No,
Think they can still win the map? RRQ? Yeah.
On Ascent, nonetheless. I mean,
This Team Secret comp
it's not too
needs
often that
money
you
to
see
work
this be
on
an
defense.
attacker-sided map. Maybe today's that day. I mean, Haven certainly was, but that's a little more understandable. You get over to Ascent, you expect this to be pretty difficult for the attacker's side. However, it is
Yeah, I
double
think that's
duelist
right, Theo, as well.
for the
I
side
don't think they'd ever
of
do
Team
that.
Secret, and that can be a little
I
tricky
dunno.
to navigate. Again, you're going to have to take a lot of contact with your body as Secret. Something they were able to do brilliantly because they had some really well-prepared executes and just some good reads on the macro play of RRQ. But here on the
Did
defender
League of
side,
Legends always have bans
you
in?
have the Vice util.
It works a
you have
little
the
bit
stealth
different in
drone,
League because it's one map.
and that's about it.
That's the issue, though.
And the Overworld, I guess.
Yeah.
If there were 7 maps in League,
All right, well, here we
it
go.
wouldn't work.
Pistols have eluded RQ thus far today. 3-0 overall for Team Secret, and it feels like if they're able to secure themselves a 4th, this map is as good as done. Kid sliding forward here into the smoke. We'll find one. 2GE answers
Okay, let's
back
talk about
in
the
kind,
pistols a
trying to
little
get
bit. We've got
damage
3-0.
onto him. At the same time, Spike ushered across towards B. Xfero,
Diabell, thank you so
around
much,
here at
dude.
main.
Appreciate the 8 mums.
bit of a linger.
Thank you for the 2 on. Thank you for saying that as well, dude. I
in a
appreciate
way.
the support.
Oh, and that is a bit of a headshot.
Nice shot.
Wow. That's Jesse Vash down to 13.
You see Jeremy.
I don't think so, but
doesn't matter.
Clearly is wary about it. Drone coming forward, just going to get cleared out in the meantime. Envy taking contact over here.
Envy's so good.
Ends up falling to the wayside, but not before he's able to find Mon yet. 3v3.
Has to get one, does get one.
Vash at 13.
Surely this is RRQ's pistol, right?
Oh, Xfero.
They know about him?
Slowly swinging around. It seems like Jesse Vash is aware of this.
Yeah, Jesse's trying to look for it. He's very suspicious because the drone saw Xfero earlier. He's gone all the
Lucky
way
me,
around.
Lo. Thank you for that.
Just going to play in towards Alley.
Thank you so much.
Salvo's going to be
Appreciate
sent.
the bits.
Paranoia connecting on the Crazy Guy. Jesse Vash peeking out from market, able to find
Good
one.
luck on sight.
Still though,
Dude,
the players,
look at the
such
HPs.
little HP, 31
Oh, it's
between
so
them all.
doable.
But is it enough to get
No
it done? It
way.
absolutely
6,
is.
12, 13
Christian
HP.
Xfero
4-0 on the
targets.
pistols.
4-0
Can't
in
win a pistol.
pistols, 10-3 in the map. Team Secret, they are looking to send us a Lotus.
No doubt. I mean, hard to do it better than Team Secret in that scenario. Just no health, just have to play with confidence, just
Their
make sure you
secret
hit
is that
first,
they
and
go
they
to
do.
the pistols.
And again, Jesse so aware the entire
Nuts,
time
innit?
because of that one drone that caught Xfero that there's going to be a lurk, and he is perpetually diligent.
So hard to win maps when you don't win pistols.
That's huge. 9 kills, the most that anybody on RRQ can boast. They're not going to buy up. Going for the classics. Judge in their face.
Puts it to immediate effect. Xfero going to be able to spam out one through that smoke, but Thorns.
When
Lockman
Yet gets the
plays
judge,
on.
though.
Yet has the judge now in hand, 23 HP. It's
Tried to
gone.
build it up a little bit. He thought someone was
will
closer
fall.
than he was.
Xfero coming away with another. Now 2 casualties. Team Secret storming away still.
Well, we can definitely see why they picked this map.
11-3.
Well, it definitely feels like we're going to a third map here.
Yep.
I mean, it's just great to see Team Secret played well. Judge at the door. Give a lot of teams problems. Great job by Envy. Playing a little bit further back there. Anticipating that Monyet had disrespected the Razor Vines.
Flat chat? Yep.
Gotten through. Team Secret
3 hours. 3 hours 15,
coming
basically.
through that outlaw.
Wild Aura getting that
hours, but
outlaw.
Enough money behind it for RRQ as they full saved. Got to get it going now if it's going to happen. Oh, that was good. Caught a mid dash.
So chat, when they picked up Wild Oreo,
Hang out.
was he was a jet before, right? And was he literally just like an op merchant?
Swing onto the corner, able to find one, and Jemkin, snappy on the turn, does pick up the third. RQ needing to clean up around here as they could
He
possibly
was.
get. Jemkin will get
Dude,
taken
and
down,
then he
but
had to
Jeremy quickly
play
traded out. Now
rifle
it's just 2GE with a stinger
rifle
in hand,
support
approaching
majority
over
of the
towards market
time.
to see if he can get a little bit more damage through. Smoke falling, and he will. Monyet taken down now. Vandal scooped up. Big smile and laughs on his left there on his face.
EMP, Matt Lager, thank you so much for the Prime. Appreciate the 11 months,
in this
mate.
round,
Thank
he's
you so
basically
much.
playing with house money.
I also played a little bit of Sky and some Sentinel, but mostly like the op.
Only dodged the dart.
They picked him up and they played him a completely
Came out
different
of
role.
protection. There's
Then he was never really able to
Down
do
low.
this.
And spray out there from Crazy Guy.
He used to flex a lot in tier 2.
We'll go ahead and save his Sova's rear. RQ find a 4th round win.
Yep. Well, it's going to have to be a lot more of that.
He was good in
Now
stage
you're
2.
getting
No, he was
the
really good. When
buy-ups.
in stage
It's
2
just
last
a
year, he was
bulldog for
really
Jeremy.
good.
That's all he could afford. But
And I'm not saying he
otherwise,
was
full
bad on
rifles.
his role.
God,
it's
that's
just-
so good from Jemkin.
I just
Nice
didn't really
combo
know
there with
about
the
him
stun and the
before.
shock dart. Good reaction from Jemkin, anticipating a
I
player
feel like
to
I've
swing out
only
from
ever seen him
market.
up when he's on a chamber.
That basically feels like it should be round over. Jemkin getting a 3K. Do have a couple ults though. Dimensional Drift and Crazy Guy's Armageddon.
Heavy stack here. As they're looking for a double push out. Crunch attempt here into main. RQ able to avoid it.
Has Ascent started yet? I don't see RRQ. That's outrageous.
They want to get that Armageddon
Komodo, what do you remember that?
out of the way, but
Do you remember that CS event where the guy in the crowd did that?
falling for that.
Where he's like looking
Sure,
at the
Wild Oreo's
seats.
there.
He's like, I'm searching for C9. I was
They're
like, I
worried
can't
about
remember
a
what team it
wide
was.
Player, they ping it out.
It was so good.
Fully aggress.
It was such a good bit. I can't remember what event that was.
And it looks like they're going to double back into main, and they've opened up the space. They've confused.
It was
Team Secret
Liquid?
here.
Yeah, that was it. I'm
They're
searching
not
for
anticipating
Liquid.
this. They're expecting a
Looking
rotate.
for Liquid.
Track of it a
I
bit.
am Sydney 2018. Dude, is that right?
Tiles.
That's nuts that you know that.
Starting to drift back at 2GE now at risk of getting caught, and he shall. Kill comes in. Spike getting planted in the meantime here. As Jeremy trying to break it open.
Last 2022? That sounds more likely.
Brings it back to parity at a 4v4. Thrown over the top, spotting Envy, spotting Wild Oreo.
2022. Nah, it wouldn't have been 2022. It was before that. I think I am Sydney's right.
Ooh, that one. Damn near point blank. Decent amount of damage going to be suffered there as Jeremy stunned up here into the open, ends up falling. Armageddon. Respect.
You have no idea. You're trolling me?
Forward to try to get the scrunch going here on the site. The shot's starting to fly in, but Moniette keeps himself alive, finds the final two. And 3 players surviving. RRQ scoop up our 5th win now. Still a long way to go, though.
Wait, Liquid's the right team, though.
Never know. Yeah, just good player. X-Pharaoh probably feeling like he should have had that fight against Jeremy, but all as well as that ends well. Nice crossfire.
It was before
from Hell.
2022. I'm telling you, 2018 is actually probably
timing,
around the right time.
Get a better read is Crazy Guy on the macro game. That time he just bought the open
It was
space
16-1
with some
Astralis
good pausing,
2018.
waiting out the
Yeah.
util.
That sounds about
This is gonna
right.
be fast.
That's so
Flasher from the
funny,
top,
bro.
Jump out, Jemkin absolutely shredded. He was by himself.
Surely they don't get ecos.
No one else there.
Oh my goodness.
Demands
Oh
respect.
God. You know what I'm going to say? I'm not going to
As
say it.
Team
I
Secret
always
look to get
speak
up to
too
that
highly of this
point.
guy, but my
Off the back of a
goodness, dude.
thrifty. What I said, nothing for free.
No.
He's just
huge
he's
shots.
just the guy. He's just the guy.
Botched execute.
Why is he why?
Jemkin over at A main. And Envy
For God's
finds
sake, you
himself
got
a
another
third
one.
Crazy Guy now needing to clutch it out. Falls down to about half HP as Flash's paranoia is all flying his way. Fights back for one more kill, but can find nothing
Hey, 7
more.
chances.
Thrifty
Lovely
secured.
shots.
Team Secret.
Lovely
12
shots.
to 5.
This is awesome. I mean, Envy, him and Jeremy have showed up to play today. This is just, you know, Jemkin again trying to make a solo play at A like we saw in the pistol round. And it's just shut down because Team Secret's throwing numbers at the problem. And then they try to challenge.
Throwing Envy at the problem.
Yeah, well, yeah, they throw Envy at the problem at the other side. They try to challenge him and they learn the hard way.
What is map 3? Lotus?
Now they have a bunch of alts. Yeah.
Gets him on his feet. Go off King. Well, now Tiles Crunch attempt going to be coming through, and it's looking damn good so far. They want to bring this to a very swift finish
look
now.
at them, man.
That's Spike.
Just
Dude, they
Moniette,
prepped this
Jemkin
one heavy.
left
The
standing,
double
no dimensional
duelist.
drift in sight. You do have the ult, so TP forward will get snatched up here by Moniette. That's all well and good. You have the spike, but you don't have a site to plant it in. And they're drifting in to one of the more stacked ones as there's the drone coming through. Look at the try to pressure him out of the corner. Jesse Batch does get taken out. And Veach is popping the thorns, trying to pretend like he's not here alongside the switch. RRQ.
Anon, thank you so much for the gifted. Thank you, thank you.
Go to the B site.
Appreciate that.
Because he had Envy right at the door, and he didn't receive any contact. Yep, you're going to be very aware.
But the pings are coming out.
Yep.
Team Secret reading this incredibly
Big
well.
Joe here. What's the timing
Jemkin
like?
About to have a bit of a fight here in mid. 2 players, turns around.
You saw him. Time is unbelievable.
A pixel out of place.
Spike planted.
A gate crash. Just there in the corner.
Enemy remaining.
As he will fall.
Well,
Spike will get the fuse.
That was-
13 to 5. Team
that was a
Secret
statement because honestly, RRQ's
on
Ascents
their map
look
tick of
insanely
Ascent, and
nice.
that means that we are going the distance for this last series of the group stage. We are going to Lotus.
Yeah, some smiles. They're getting loud on the stage. And
Yeah,
Team
they won
Secret
this.
has really come to
Dude,
play
there's no
today.
way they have a
And,
third new comp for
what I'm seeing is
Lotus
really
though,
good
right?
reads on RRQ in general. It seems like they're constantly catching them in bad positions, catching them off
How
guard.
would you do
understanding
this?
the
Double
macro
duelist
play
on this map as
more
well?
often
Play the
than
ISO?
not. And just sharpshooting too.
Probably.
I mean, really sharpshooting. Envy and Jeremy in particular have looked phenomenal. Wild Oreo has hit some great sniper shots.
A hell of a lot, but I think Wild Oreo having his best performance of the stage so far.
Yeah.
It's very much finding the impact here for the team. But, it's across the board looking good. Team Secret stick with this double duelist. They played incredibly well.
Is TMV on today's plat chat? I think so.
Completely and utterly frazzled.
Let me look at the roster
and
see
how
who's
to
on
deal
today.
with this, nor on the, neither on the attack nor on the defense.
I mean, sure, this isn't what you prepped for. I mean, you weren't expecting this from Team Secret. You're expecting maybe something pretty standard, but this is a little bit off script, and yeah, it definitely wasn't anticipated well. The game plans behind it just weren't quite there. I'm sure RRQ has another run at this comp, and they do something completely different.
Pacific, Achilles, Sideshow, me,
knows that they kind of got
Shayo.
him in a bad spot where
For
they can show something wildly
EMEA.
different than what they've shown all year.
Mimi,
Yeah,
maybe.
It's gonna work a treat.
Me,
That certainly has. We'll see what they have
Sideshow,
prepared, if
Shayo,
anything different
and then for
that map
America's
of Lotus.
Mimi,
Third
Brent,
final gonna be
Sideshow,
coming
Riv.
up of one of the
So yeah,
things
no
that RRQ
Team
needs
B.
to try to assess is how to win a damn pistol. With that, we'll go ahead and send it back over to the analysts to break down the action.
No China. We might talk about China at the
They need to
beginning.
figure out those pistol rounds.
We'll
They're a
see.
Secret looking amazing on Ascent. This is the kind of performance we wanted to see from Secret all year.
We asked the question, why would you pick this map against
Barlow
RRQ?
dude's
We
real
were
life in.
bamboozled by this map draft, and
He
they
is
showed
real
us
life in.
exactly why. They come out with
Okay.
this double duelist, they get the
Time to
ball
stop chat. Back in a little
rolling
bit.
in that first half. Honestly,
Lotus
very
coming up. We'll
impressed
see
with them.
what
I feel
comp
like they
Team
had
Secret wants to play.
RRQ downloaded on this map.
Yeah, for sure. I think it's just another perfect example of some great preparation from Team Secret. I'd imagine coaching staff and the rest of the team included in that. And we've seen this from Secret from right at the start of kickoff. Whenever they pick a map, they show a really good approach. They show really good preparation, and they do win games exactly like this. We've seen them 13-5 Talon. We've seen them smash a lot of teams this hard. So again, Secret are showing that when they have a good approach, they have a good read, they can definitely do this. And actually, I don't mind the comp. Again, it seems like Double Duelist has been a good fit for them, but we've even seen this combo on the DRX that was very successful work very well, and I felt like we saw a lot of the same trends on their attacking side, where you had the double dive, you had the Yoru creating a lot of space, you had a lot of great jet entry pathings, but also a lot of kind of warp contact into explodes, finding a lot of potential timings on the map. But also I was very impressed with their ability to win opening duels on the attacking side, and with the limited amount of util that they did have, how effectively it was used. Like, honestly, it wasn't the best game fragging-wise from Jesse Vash, but every time I saw one of the players or a certain setup from RRQ that they were trying to prep to get opening kills, and we talked about them needing to neutralize Jemkin in the opening parts of the game, I felt like the salvos were so effective at just pushing him off lines. Like, they used the salvos in mid on attack, they used it to dominate A main control. Wherever the opening part of the round was going for Team Secret, the Teo utility was perfect just to be able to minimize risk for them.
Yeah, I really love the double duelist in this round, honestly. I mean, we have some replays that we can go into, but I feel like on the attack, they really understood this composition. When you're on double duelist, you need to take as much space for free as you can to then have that powerful burst, and they could routinely find these picks.
Yeah, Jemkin was getting first pick quite a lot this game when he was very good at finding openers, and what they do after this is just keep it simple. You get the opening pick, you simplify the 5-on-4 by just going in with the drone, and then you get the Yoru ult coming out with the old combo of the Steel Garden, and it's not too difficult to get into the site from there.
Yeah, they get all that free space from the op kill, they group up, and then now it's 5-on-2 on site, so that's how they pressure, they use their advantage. I feel like they just understand how to make this work so consistently on this attack side. Very impressed from them. So now, I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to keep rolling with this double duelist. I really liked what I saw from them this map.
Yeah, well done from Jeremy. Again, this seems to be the go-to for Team Secret. Throw Jeremy on a duelist that he can rifle on, that he can get active on, whether it's the ISO, in this case the Yoru, and then throw Wild Oreo on that agent that has an opping presence, in this case the Jet. And even on the attacking side, just being able to hold lines, hold angles, and be able to kind of lock down those lines is something that's a little bit underrated. It's a little bit out of the meta. You used to see it a lot of the time when this game was in its very early stages, and people would mix in the op onto the attack just to be able to stop the defenders from getting info. It's like an info denial and aggression kind of punishing op.
Yeah, map by map, track by track. Is TS back in the game?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see why not. That was a dominant map.
Okay.
I really liked it.
I feel like that wasn't the reaction you were wanting.
No, I wanted to see what you guys are going to say. I do want to highlight one little moment from RRQ where we thought maybe things could have turned around. And it was Monyet. It's Monyet doing Monyet things. He's hiding the smoke here and killing people.
He loves this. Honestly, he's one of the best players I've seen at playing around his smokes.
Oh,
he always has this shorty ready. I mean, he's a real pleasure to watch, Monyet. I feel like he's so fun. That 4K was really, really nice. I mean,
I enjoyed it.
Hard not to love the guy.
That was the only reason I just wanted to highlight that again, because it's fun. We haven't been seeing him pop off stage 1, even though RRQ's been looking really good, and in a way it's good. It means he's controlled, he's doing what he needs to do, he's doing his role, but sometimes I kind of miss the craziness where he's just like, you know what, screw it, I'm just gonna do whatever I want here.
I want to see you channel your whimsy, Monyet. That's what I want to see.
Exactly.
I don't want to see boring business corporate Monyet.
Exactly.
I want to see...
Ties are off.
Yeah, I want to see whimsical dancing Monyet. I want to hear that little giggly laugh that he's got. That's what I want to hear.
We don't really see the jolly, the jolly Monyet anymore. It's been a while.
Yeah.
And he used to be quite expressive on comms. I think you've, experienced the same here. I'm seeing a lot less of that, which again, might be why RRQ is just finding more structure within their team, more discipline here. On the other side with Secret, I like that they are using these double duelist comms. I like that they're looking more like the Secret that we know, which is they're using their raw firepower, they're a lot faster pace, and they're just a lot more bold. And I don't know, man, I'm kind of sick of seeing Secret do this only when they are so down that they're like, we're just gonna come back up.
It's kind of interesting to me that I feel like a lot of teams that are copying the double duelist right now are trying to play the T1 style, and I feel like they thrive off of the individuals with that style. But I actually think the more effective and the more replicable style of double duelist is the old DRX style when they had Flashback in the lineup, and I feel like that's what Secret just did. And it worked very well. I liked it, honestly.
Yeah, that's exactly what I want to see. I mean, I feel like this ISO is a good fit for them. I feel like you're exactly right, where they would just want to free up Jeremy to be able to use his rifle more freely. He doesn't have to worry about being hard entering. He doesn't have to think about open. They just give that job to Wild Oreo. And I think the support players, especially when we look at Envy, Jesse Vash, they're very, very capable support players. These guys are really, really strong.
Absolutely.
So they can support this double duelist. I like this direction.
Literally the most experienced people ever, because he's 62 years old this year. So that's amazing.
Happy birthday.
Yeah, happy birthday, 62nd birthday, Jesse Vash. Lotus is going to be the...
candles on the cake.
That's crazy.
We're gonna bankrupt Pacific by putting that birthday together. Jesus.
So this has been interesting for Secret. They've even dabbled with the Waylay here, dumped it and brought Raisin a little bit later. And yeah, I mean, how are you guys feeling going into Lotus now?
I actually like the Waylay comp on this map and the way that Team Secret played it, but that's not double duelists.
No, it's not.
You know, I think they're just going to keep rolling. They're just jamming it on every map, and they're looking better than ever, so...
I think they're going to go double duelists. We've seen other teams do this. We've seen, T1 brought out the ISO, and I feel like that would be a natural fit for this Team Secret team and the way we're seeing them play right now. But I agree. I like their Waylay. I mean, they haven't managed to get a win on this map in this stage, but... I like the ideas with the Waylay. RRQ on the other side looked much better on it.
Yeah, Team Secret, I mean, they actually did win a head-to-head against RRQ in kickoff, but that feels like eons ago. That feels like a different form RRQ. That feels like a different style from Team Secret, so it isn't even really all that relevant to me anymore. What I will say as well is that RRQ, since they comp swapped, actually in kickoff they couldn't win a game on Lotus, even though they had a couple of closer ones. But in this stage, as you saw from the graphic there, they're 2-0 since they moved over onto the singular, the breach tail with the singular Yoru. I mean, Jemkin played that masterfully up against T1 in that last game where they absolutely battered T1 on this map. And if you do see the comp swap into double duelists, I mean, the popular style is that T1 style at the moment with the ISO raise. And you just saw RRQ absolutely pick that apart.
So I want to ask you guys, how do you feel about your predictions? Because Mika and myself, we picked Team Secret, absolutely believed in it. We were not bribed. We were not doing it from a bias at all. Yeah. I mean, how do you guys feel?
I think RRQ should still be the favorites going into map 3, right? I mean, RRQ have had good showings on Lotus, but I think, yeah, it's all about the compositions, and I think Secret clearly showed that they can hang mechanically, so it's about if RRQ can get their heads back in the game.
Okay, there you go. Team Secret They are going to swap to the double duelist and play the exact comp that you saw T1 get absolutely battered playing against RRQ in that last Lotus game that RRQ was playing. So we'll see if Team Secret, starting out on the attacking side of Lotus here, can execute it better than T1, the people that made the comp did.
Yeah, RRQ not making any changes. They've been very, very comfortable in this
Wild
comp.
Oreo raise.
Everybody is quite happy in these roles.
You
We're seeing Monyet stay on the Omen and Xphero on the Viper. We saw them experiment with that a little bit in kickoff, but I like this variation the most. They've looked very solid here, so Team Secret need to find some different answers.
Oh, but I like what Team Secret is doing here, and it's like a T1 comp with a little bit of a Calamansi twist. We're going to send it back to our casters
what do you mean, Prodigy?
Very last map of group stages to Achilleos and
Does it change anything?
Alrighty, here we go. Going the distance to round things out in the group. And in the group stage across the board, Team Secret looking for one last and first hurrah here in the stage as they try to take down the top dogs of the group in RRQ.
Well, it is pretty wild. I mean, the Death just mentioned this, that Team Secret running the comp that T1 does on this map, but RRQ destroyed T1.
Okay, we got Team Secret on attack. We've got RRQ on defense.
So,
double duelist now
what
again.
the difference is going to be. I mean, frankly, the firepower today for Team Secret looks insane. So, again, that can just win you maps sometimes. But it's more than that, in my opinion, for Team Secret. Quick TP up.
Envy aggressively taking some space here. Wild Oreo eating quite a bit of damage as Envy gets the jump, and Monyet has no clue whatsoever.
Absolutely sent it.
Ends up getting taken down.
Everyone's
Wild
making
Oreo
a lot of sound here. He just sends it over towards site.
As Spike now to be planted. Shield from Jeremy already popped, will expire in all likelihood before the retake gets started.
Unbelievable
here, so
pistols.
RRQ will have to deal with, but they are very much
Got a good little
not
crossfire.
liking this position at all.
They feel like they need to take some more space.
Holding back, taking some damage, sending out a flash. The rest of the team still trying to scale forward, still wary about flanks.
Yeah, I like this. They'll create the question mark over towards heaven. Insta group on site.
Be rushing up alongside the smoke. The push out coming through. Finds a headshot onto one. Turns, looks for a little bit more. Xphero able to find Envy. It's Jemkin.
And they had Jesse, right?
Out, down to Jesse Fash. Finds the first. And the fuse is just not going to be there for him.
Holy, dude, they cannot lose a pistol.
Clutch. How many pistols has Red Bull gotten today? It's a lot. All of the ones in the DFM series.
Yep. And then this one.
Oh, boy.
I mean, Jesse just plays this beautifully, too. Knows the time, understands the situation, gets this first kill, and knows he can just wait. Knows they have to basically stick it at that point. Just beautiful. That initial TP. Envy completely bamboozles Monyet.
I have no clue what his contract is, but it's not enough.
I'm right there with you.
If you're paying him $1 million, it's not enough.
It's not enough.
Pay him 3.
Pay the man. I fully agree.
Damn good.
No, he is just such a good player. And when you've got players that are firing behind him, making good decisions behind him, it is just crazy what they can do. You know, this confidence, this Team Secret hasn't been there in 2025. But what a day to show up. Man, oh man. Again, another trap play.
Yeah, well, they're allowed one death.
Jesse trying to figure it out with those prowlers.
And this reclear isn't going to go well.
Tejo, util in response.
Demkin.
Nice.
Yeah. And that's one of the guns done, and they don't... Oh, Jesse manages to pick up the gun. So they don't lose too much on this. Once they realize there's lots of people over to towards A instead head over towards C.
Sends that. Shots now forward into the smoke. He's been spotted, tagged up low.
They get the good plant though, so it should be hard for them to win this eco, even though it's looking a little close.
It's about to be a bit of a painful situation as they try to get themselves back into the site. Cushy going to be taken down. Free peek out. Shot goes wide. Monyet able to find one more, but he himself dangerously low.
He did it right though. 2 guns down. Do they want to upgrade the Outlaw? You've already created the pressure of it. You know they have to buy heavy armor.
Yeah,
well,
I mean,
dude is
Wild Oreo here.
Dude is locked into opping. He wants a scoped gun every single round.
Spun around back behind the corner to reinforce. Still, you know, RRQ fighting back. A good trap play right outside of A main. Or right outside A lobby, excuse me. I believe there's a stun into those salvos. Then it's just kind of a bit of a shooting squad on the site, but still able to find some good classic kills. Now you've got Stinger, a rifle for Jesse. And trying to catch him with those stuns and into those salvos.
And it's going to be the aftershow.
That's a nice one, though.
Just collects two.
That is a nice one.
There's one way to start off an anti-bonus.
Yeah, those combos, again.
Yeah,
Stun forces them
that's a
back.
strong
There's
setup.
and the aftershock as well.
We've seen a couple of teams going
setup.
for this one, but that's probably the most success we've seen from it.
Jemkin pre-firing, Jeremy dying. And solid, clean anti-bonus so far here from the side of RRQ. Team Secret is going to be looking to try to get what damage they possibly can. Beast position going to be noted. Sense of the paranoia. Swing onto the corner. Sparrow able to go ahead and stave him off. 2GE now spotted. Jemkin, he's seen him. And he's going to want the kill. He's not going to get the kill. 2GE, nicely done. Comes up with a headshot. Finds an elimination. Picks up a weapon. Tap at the plant. Shot ringing out, but they're well aware that he is not sticking this at all. Will now do so here behind the pillar. As paranoia stuns flying his way. Cushy.
Very, very nice.
Let's go ahead, run him down.
Dude, what do they actually do with their utils? We know breach damages here. I didn't see exactly where the tail.
Great util, obviously gets 2 kills.
Tail
so
stuff went.
it's hard to do it better
It's
than
stun.
that. And then a nice
Stun
drone
into
to identify
insta damage.
Invy's position.
Where did the salvos
Really
go?
good change.
The salvos like
Cushy
here and
is
here,
moving
so they
over to
didn't
the
have a
tail
choice.
compared
And then if you're in
to
the
what we
open
saw
here, you
on
just get
Fracture.
jawed
They're able to get phenomenal value there.
into the
They just
corner.
have nowhere to go.
Oh, I mean, I don't think Jesse had vision. I think he's
I mean,
completely blinded up. He didn't know where he was going.
Yeah, the flash is.
So there's not
The flash
much
is pretty
safety
cool.
in that pillars area.
Absolutely not.
All the pings just
So
being
they
spammed
salvoed
on the
here,
map by
salvoed
Team
here,
Secret, that
flashed
spot. Now
as
they're
well
just
on
like,
top.
Let's not do that again.
Line out, Monyet. Chasing forward here is Envy.
Oh my goodness, the salvos are. This is nice at the moment from
20 HP.
from RRQ.
Because
Got
they
some
know
cool
that the
aggro
util was
stuff.
used today, they can push B.
In reaction, they might just try
Push you in
walk
the
into
corner.
this. Oh, that's a good bait from Heaven as well, though. Dude, I would have been tempted to not put that wall up,
Gonna
but
be a back pedal here. A bit of a poke and prod into the B site, but no real commitment here from Team Secret.
Didn't have the fade there. So
a
really couldn't
great
get the
play
info.
from him.
If you're going to make it a B push instead.
Insta re-clear of
She's
the
just
info.
Like, hey, look at me. You guys won't expect this.
No, they did not.
Can he
and
get out
he's
of
not
there?
gonna overstay either. Gets in, gets
Yeah.
one, gets out. Smart play here from Cushy.
Been 2 nice rounds from RRQ at the moment.
As now the stealth drone will chase out, confirm some further presence here at the spawn. He's slowly walking his way forward, but Sparrow anticipating this, sends out a couple shots as it will just be bite for bite. Plant now getting ready to come through.
30 seconds left.
They're going to have a 5v4 retake in front of them for RRQ. A little bit of util to use for sure. Some flashes. It's Paranoia's. Jemkin gets a kill onto Wild Oreo. And then he goes right into the drift.
Could try to scout out here as much as possible. Envy gonna be noted dead. Jemkin with a nice shot up over the top, finding one, but
Hold up.
GE answers back
Ooh.
another, but
Yeah,
in the end,
to give me a
three
little bit of
players
faith once I got the 2
surviving.
kills there.
RRQ gonna tie
Dude,
things
nice
up at
round
2-2.
again. Look nice.
Fuse handed it over to Crazy Guy. Rolling Thunder now going to be online.
Yeah, they're starting to get some aggression of their own, starting to find those reads, find the confidence. Cushy there.
Sleep it all. We got a little
Doesn't
bit, Alex.
overstay his
A little
welcome.
bit.
Just takes his prize. Goes
We'll
back
be sleeping
home.
early tonight, I'll tell you that much.
Oh, Jemkin caught the head there before he re-swung and shot through the wall. Right into the dimensional drift, and then they still had a ton of util for this retake. Fault line flashes, paranoias. Able to just flood through there. Very
Okay,
nicely thought out.
outlaw
Now Jemkin's gonna go for an outlaw.
4 people to get one shot.
Full shield for Envy.
Full shield for Envy kind of suggests that we're going for an Omen ult play.
Have that available here. Quick clear on the haunt. Crazy Guy. He is just very swiftly swooping forward. The Prowler not checking his position. Shots now bringing out flank potential. Yes. Wild Warrior, he'd already got a previous kill. Cushy got taken down. He doesn't get the read. He doesn't get the memo. And now suddenly Jemkin's the only one alive.
You have got to be kidding me.
There's okay, potential flank.
This is weird, yeah. Dude, I was trying to look at the minimap to see like what was going on. It's like Omen flashed into a Prowler, so they knew the two were like out in the open here. They didn't know Wild Oreo was in the corner. Sorry, Envy was in the corner. He was always going to get traded.
Yeah, I mean,
or he's always going to get a trade.
All one shot, but there's only 2 bullets in the chamber in this gun.
Stacked up relatively here at tree. Time.
Felt like they didn't really know they were out through the choke.
Oh, tries to go for the flick. A 2GE a bit faster. Team Secret pulling off effective thrifty here as things just get way too chaotic outside of A.
Yeah, this is just madness. I mean, Crazy Guy catches them completely off guard, but they do the same. They pop out of their smokes, and Wild Oreo.
Yeah, they just had no idea he was in that smoke.
With that stinger. 2G
they had no idea MV was close, and they had no idea Wild Oreo was in that smoke.
They're feeling good. They've got a ton of ults. And you still have the Rolling Thunder for Crazy Guy, but
Faults on Lev.
Monyet's ult.
They just look a little rough, to be honest with you.
2GE able to backpedal, gets away from those salvos. The chase still coming through from RRQ.
I even think they looked rough against G2, but everyone thought they looked good. But
able to find that kill, and Xpharaoh wins the duel against Jeremy. Does get punished as he exits the gulag. Player advantage here for the side of RRQ. And with 2GE
I don't know. It still looks like they need. It looks like they need the 2 months before stage 2, or whatever it is, month and a half.
To expire, showstopper now. Invested from Wild Oreo. Fault line to try to slow him up. Jemkin, the tap, just trying to bait this. Even goes for the gate crash. The rocket.
He's got a nade to delay this as well.
Through, paint shells
what a weird round this one is.
Chaotic here in the post plant, as it's going to be a lot of fire back and forth here through the smoke. Neither team able to see each other. Diffuse being held. Diffuser
got it half.
Killed. They re-tap it. They drop down.
This is. Dude, I've never seen. It's weird though. I've never seen a C afterplant like this,
we are tied up at 3-3.
where they have all heaven, but no one actually goes round to heaven, and they just trade places.
This is just.
I've never seen a C afterplant like it.
I mean, phenomenal work by Jemkin here on the bait for the showstopper.
I think put Demon 1 on Duelist. This is the whole thing though as well. It's just like they're just constantly switching roles, so they're never going to get any kind of comfort. They just need to find something and stick. I do think I think they can heavy lean into double Duelist. Might be worth.
Who knows? Flip a coin. Roll some dice.
Even by APAC standards, that was above average.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, the vulnerable.
Oh, that's nice though. This is nice from Team Secret.
Dead. Xpharaoh tucked away.
Oh boy, not even considering it.
Doesn't seem like they're suspecting this. They don't, and Xpharaoh is able to collect 2. In the end, it's going to be 3v3.
He's getting 3 there.
Yeah. Armageddon sent here. Monyet taking a quick little peek out. Not seeing anything.
But he might try and go for a big play there.
In a tree. He's going to stick it.
Gotta be cautious. Crazy Guy at the moment not looking, and Inbeat collecting.
He might have just won the round.
Opens up the site.
I can stop the
scene here.
Spike.
Does he play it slow, quiet?
Does he make it through the door? Oh yeah, what an absolute play this is. And you gotta look at Jesse Vash and feel like if he actually hit that Prowler that he meant to do, he would have found him.
Whittles away at him down to 67. Suppressed there for the moment. Waits
Good Omen flash.
The fight on the corner goes the way of Cushy. Now it's down to Envy. Rides the rope down below.
Whoa.
Looking for the push forward. Cushy realizes
This was so funny from Cushy's POV. Trying to push out as well, and both of them couldn't move. Maybe saw a gun in his face also.
Body block into Cushy's movement alerts him to Envy's presence. This is just madness. I mean, this round goes back and forth so many times. A great 2v1, or a 2v2 essentially, because Jemkin got annihilated out the rip. And then Cushy opens a door and no reaction, but yep.
Just an ethereal vandal floating in front of his face.
What could that be?
The darkness. It's a ghost. 4-3. Narrow margin still. All of the ults that were available a couple rounds ago, gone. It's just pits on both sides. Speaking of which, Xfero.
Okay, do they insta-react over towards B, or how do Team Secret want to play this one? Just look at the money we got.
The ghosts of SEA passed.
A lot of people that can't buy next.
Absolute scrappy Valorant.
C9 or Sen?
I'm here for it. Might as well have some fun with it.
There.
I mean, Logic says C9 there, but
Smoke, but there's a couple different.
it would be a bit of a
clear,
classic if the playoffs,
the paint shell.
if the playoffs crumble happens again. It does feel like
really found
Sentinels are peaking at a pretty good time.
In the meantime, a TP forward. Jemkin does have the dimensional drift.
Like Narrate and Bang are playing really good.
Good for one. Oreo, Jeremy, one apiece. The wall gets raised. The undercut across here towards Crazy Guy. I mean, for all of his sprint,
how's no one dead there?
2GE refaces into Xfero, finds him at the door. And Team Secret going to look to tie this up at 4-4.
Yeah. And I mean, because of the economy of some of his other teammates, Monette wants to save. But Team Secret's well ahead of that. If they just swing that corner, I don't know if Monette can hang on.
I'm going to live stream my pick'ems again, maybe.
He's got it.
You never know which button I'm going to press. Honestly, even I don't know what button I'm going to press these days. Might just happen.
The early fight
Pick'ems
over
video,
is quite
we'll do
fascinating
on tomorrow, I
so
think.
much is committed, and it's kind of another attempted trap to set up the aftershock for RRQ, but this time Team Secret outweights it, and their pivot to B is just too fast. They're just not quite ready. They start gunning people down. 2GE looking snappy in that one. A couple very important kills.
Okay,
yes.
they win the big swing round though. Can they get 2 in a row? Double hero gun.
Back and forth. Does favor RQ a bit more, given that this is the double duelist. More rounds they're able to kind of equalize, going 6-6 at the half.
Kind of want Team Secret to win this round,
okay, that's not too bad
just purely to see if Wild Aura is going to start opping on attack.
Avoided all of Team Secret now piling in towards his A site. Monette alone, starting to get a sense of what's coming his way. Will back
I think he wants to.
up over the top. Shields there, broken. Tries to rotate out, has the knife pulled, and ends up getting taken down. Wild Oreo just sitting in the blast pack here, riding the rope as Pit now dropped on the site.
It's a nice decision from him.
Silent swing around the back, catching Wild Oreo off guard.
Oh.
There's now the dimensional drift to try to scout Jesse Bash, playing forward though, snappy. To find the first as Cushy falls, gets Xfero through the box.
Oh my god, though.
Crazy Guy still fighting, is Envy alone. Paranoia Ascent connects on to both. Drags across with a Red Bull clutch.
Oh man.
And Secret gets
I
the
felt
lead
like
5-4.
It just doesn't matter.
He needs to stop doing good plays because I feel like I'm non-stop talking about how good he is.
That is
it's actually non-stop.
I mean, a great use of the ult here to try to clear the
Great
pit.
flash.
The ideas are good, but Jesse Vash finds a great double. Knows there's a player back there, just keeps tapping through the angle. And Envy nails a beautiful Paranoia. Man.
Did I say 3 million? I meant 5 million.
Just.
I check out the TMV cat stream. I saw someone link me a clip of him whiffing
Look out, LeBron.
On 4 people. That was pretty cool.
Looking.
Wasn't it bunny makeup or was it cat makeup? I thought it was a bunny.
The pressure really was ramping up. Of course, Wild Oreo does have that showstopper.
Look good either way.
Got to be concerned in the back.
It was done well.
Heads.
Yeah, I mean, RRQ's having a tough time kind of figuring out the map. When they put some A robo control, it's been able to be broken.
I bring that to Plat Chat. It did it. I was going to, but if he's not on it, it doesn't.
Team Secret has found their
doesn't really hit.
Towards the A site. Here goes the showstopper. Xfero is already backing out.
Might just end up sending this towards drop.
Like if I'm having a clip of him whiffing, he has to be there. We might have to save it till next week.
Still not going to be found. And okay, Envy catching a glimpse here, I believe, on a Crazy Guy. Ladder had not seen him, but it's just going to be the paranoia in the back away as the spike gets planted here on the A side. Player advantage now here in their hands. Cushy dead.
They're just...
Wild Oreo.
I think you're going to have to see a timeout from RRQ.
To save.
It looks like they don't want to go aggro A after the after they got eco'd.
Cutting away from this A site, and for the first time in forever, we're gonna have.
Wild Oreo, and then mate, he looks so much. I mean, he does look way better on Duelist.
On this map.
This looks insanely confident.
It's pretty crazy the way that Team Secret, if they get any sense that there's open space on A, they just pounce. They're happy to try to break through that single controller. Whoever's
they might have found their style.
Trying to make something happen. Envy looking for a little bit more as well, and he's gonna find them both.
I mean, it's for sure too late, but
Envy is just insane.
Because can they realistically get like first or second in stage 2? I don't think so. But it looks so much better.
Yeah, I mean, Wild Oreo, what a job he's doing, switching over to the Duelist today. Being that frontline entry guy,
good setup for stage 2.
Jeremy on the ISO.
Does the org let them stick together though? Is also a question.
Kind of the raise.
There's a lot of orgs that would be making a change
creating
here.
Space, and he's done a brilliant job of it. And so how do you kind of figure out how to reinforce A here? Again, when you have tried to contest Rubble, it's been quick pivots for Team Secret to other sides of the map. Like, they know where you're strong at, and they know they can outmaneuver you, so they're going to. That makes it pretty tricky. You don't have much in the way of delay util. You're not running a Sentinel. You're not running a Vice. And Team Secret, very aware of that.
And that's my fault, Prodigy. I was talking about changing.
Secret cheerleaders here.
Picked a good day to show up.
Yeah, well. Yeah.
Yeah. Look,
I was trying to think of something else. I'm like, no, never mind. This is, they're looking like they could win this.
This is the best day that, if you're a Team Secret fan, this is the best day that you could have chosen so far.
Too many tryhards in the pro scene. That's why I left coaching. Mate, I am the tryhard. What do you mean?
Good. 4 Stingers, half armor.
What does that mean? I'm one of the tryhards.
Wild Oreo brings out the Outlaw. And Xfero probably dead on the jiggle. No, okay. That's a hair too late going for that pick.
Well, you're just going to set up 3 right at the C door. Couple at A.
Contact,
all you saw was
flash,
Xfero, so
send it.
Maybe you feel like you can punish that. They've been trying to take those fights to him when he's by himself. Little do they know.
Double swing on this corner coming through. Envy.
Well, now what? Does the overall setup make sense? It's just the orb punish. They were so sure that they were going to tap the orb before getting to this area, I felt like.
They don't trust like that.
No.
They're just going to go pump the brakes, keep things nice and quiet.
I'm checking for a trap at door. Very diligent.
No stun. Yeah, I think if you got to do this setup, does the Viper not need to be where the breach is?
Today. Why it's been so in favor of them on one map and so close on the other.
And like the breach where the Viper is, so you can insta stun.
Forced them to use a lot of util. Not a ton of firepower behind this.
The ISO water force over towards B is nice though.
Up into the smoke, finds crazy guy. Does he bash?
With the right click, you can cover from here and here. Dude, you could see B default all the time.
Feels like they are zoomed out.
And wall in. Slow wall in. Smoke. They have Viper also smoke.
7-4, they have secured themselves at least a 2-round lead.
Maybe don't even need to smoke Heaven. Leave Heaven open.
For sure. Nice. Smooth. And it's just, yeah, again, awareness. They see a player that is an Xfero on C, and they're just stop, regroup.
I think ISO wall might be one of the most underrated abilities at the moment.
Just phenomenal protocols, phenomenal
the right click is so good. The slow wall.
And, okay.
Jumkin getting out wide is able to find Envy. So Raid Boss down.
Few others to go through though. Jeremy's one away from his ult.
This is a council fight.
Yeah.
Wild Oreo. He's still, of course, going to be standing here, but
since the buff, yeah.
To speak of, unless Jeremy can get that.
It's so nice.
Online. Armageddon is available. Okay, never mind. Cushy's dead. Crazy
Bro,
guy.
look at him go.
Now the kill contract coming through. Monyet pulled into the gulag, able to win out the fight. Is the punish going to be there? Yes.
No matter what, trades there.
Just Jemkin. Finding the first, needing to find them all. Picks up one. Decoy sent out. They just cut noise, and Jesse Vash, I believe, just faking some footsteps over towards the C site. Want to check it out. Jemkin setting up with a gate crash.
Fake
pull off a little bit of a bait here himself.
Does have a flash, but Team Secret spreading out a little bit. If you can find the moment, but the time is going to be of the essence here for Jemkin.
He's going to try to slow creep in. Win the first one here. He's going to say instantaneous swing from Jesse.
That's a really good half from them.
4.
It's a really good half.
Rounds ran back
Dude,
here.
RRQ need to get a pistol, man. We can't have a 6-0 pistol.
Team Secret setting themselves up nicely.
Will_1 with the prime. Thank you for the 10 mums.
Not to remind, it's 5-0 in pistols. Team Secret have not dropped one yet.
and you can't afford to lose this one. This one is a do or die for RRQ. That's definitely going to be in the back of your minds. Secret.
Of course, Sonya. So good. So good. Dude, moving flat.
They are so
stuff
ahead.
Sounds horrendous.
In terms of outthinking RRQ today.
It's always so much more stuff than you think as well.
They just seem to have found another gear and have been very cognizant of their weaknesses with their agent compositions and have changed them up and have rolled a 20 on that dice. So far,
so
we'll
much
see.
stuff,
RRQ, attacker side of Lotus. You would think this should be a pretty close ending. You would think that this is going to come down to the wire with that 4-8 score line, but I don't know. Team Secret's been so good today. It comes down to this pistol, really.
Yeah, very much an unknown. We'll see, though. They move over on.
New setup is in PC setup,
side,
or
theory,
you just talking?
Should be a little less of a dominant run here from them. Should be potential advantage for RRQ.
Yeah, that's
but
cool though. That's
the
nice.
pistol has to go their way.
PC setup, love that.
To really get that ball rolling.
I think a sky buff is coming. I don't think so. I think they're gonna buff too much.
Let's see how they do fare.
I think a harbor buff might be, yeah. That's probably earlier than a sky buff.
Some kind of B exact.
I think they can just bring back the sky dog.
Yeah, it's just sending out the TP as the round.
James ETV, thanks so much for the prime, bro. I appreciate the 15 mums. It's a long time as well, dude. Thank you for that. 5-0 with the pistol.
Looking for some damage, but 7 to be found there. Auto Sparrow.
Oh,
Jesse
hold up.
Vash overwhelmed here.
They've actually got the man advantage.
Both balls, Jemkin's able to find the headshot. Quick pivots though. Team Secret wrapping around, trying to get themselves over towards this A site. As Jemkin and Monyet both taking a bit of damage.
Oh, they went through together.
Bold. Ends up falling. Jeremy finding 2. Just to make this as even as possible here for 2GE. But it looks like RRQ
there it is. 5-1.
Pick up their first pistol of the series when they so desperately need it the most. Now they look to try
get close.
to close the gap.
Yeah, they're just kind of ready outside of B. Once they get some contact there, it's a quick pivot over towards A. Use the stealth drone to lead the way. Open up the door to tree. Bully your way through there. Sure, Jeremy gets a couple kills, but it's traded quick enough that you're able to keep your numbers advantage, and 2G is a tough task in front of him, and this time there will be no clutch shenanigans. This time it will be as expected with the pistol, and yeah, RRQ gets the win.
They do in B. Tucked here behind Mound, flushed out. Monyet finding that. Jemkin does fall, just had the ghosts, so still economic damage not really found here quite just yet.
That's actually a pretty big kill, because normally RRQ are like very good at making sure they get this Euro ult priority and get it online like as early as possible. So now they might get to search a little bit with Cushy. Dude, if Cushy even manages to plant here.
Ultimately can tuck back and get the spike planted.
Oh my.
Wait, whoa, we gotta win the round first before we focus on ults.
Sparrow Maybe he can try to, rotate in, grabs it off the top of the box.
Did he grab it? He didn't grab it.
Diving forward, finds the shorty pump there. Suddenly,
Holy.
even more damage is dealt. Jesse
He's got no armor as well.
No shot. No way.
No way.
In hell.
No way. They ecoed him. The first pistol that RRQ wins. Fully ecoed.
The 3K found the round. Team Secrets. Another Red Bull clutch.
Dude, he got a 1v2.
You want to know how I know that's good? Because Jesse was smiling. Jesse doesn't do that very much. I've seen Jesse hit aces that are some of the most disgusting aces I've ever seen, and he doesn't even blink an eye. There's no change in his facial expression.
Everyone.
But this one's got Jesse smiling. That is incredible. Those ghost shots, those first 2 kills had to be great. Because he was clean on him. That last one, able to work that corner angle nicely. And all of a sudden, after the pistol win, Team Secret punches right back, and they've got rifles in hand.
Can't be typing that.
Now it's such an advantageous
How old is he,
spot.
chat? 35, right?
Middle is here for the side of Chemkin Xfero with a Bulldog. So a little bit of firepower. Try to turn the tides of this one, but that was just an absolute haymaker to the jaw of RRQ. In that previous round, Monyet now dropped.
He's 34.
Chemkin is tagged up.
Do it. Do it.
Gets his health back.
God, he's young. What do you mean?
Oh, yeah. Just send it. Don't make me scream
Spry
about
young
using
fella.
Gulag again.
Got a long career ahead of him.
You know he's there. He's not going to go for it. Maybe just waiting on the other side. Surely. We'll have to wait and see, but RRQ cutting sound. Trying to elude Team Secret, but really, Team Secret doesn't have to move too much. They've got enough map control.
Dude, Jeremy has ult as well, so they can just leave sight.
And it's on RRQ to break through. Oh, that's a good start.
Does. That's the Gulag now coming through as Chemkin will get put down.
Dude, Wild Oreo had to win that duel.
Crazy guy wins the fight
Wait,
versus
hold up.
Jeremy, and suddenly
I was going to say, because I was going to rush and get the trade of the ult, and then somehow he wins the ult. And now it's a 2v2.
Topsy-turvy as Envy steadily working his way across through A lobby. Spike now
Yeah, what are you guys typing? Stop talking about dinosaurs, dude.
Back towards tree. Crazy guy at drop. Certain how long here on the fault line is Xfero. I thought for a second maybe he was showing a pixel out of place, but just goes for the timing swing, finds 2GE. But it's Envy. Some noise made. Fault line at the ready, sends the paranoia on the corner, but Crazy guy from behind will be able to strike him down. As now we are just trading around.
Yeah, sometimes you get eco back as well.
RRQ down by 6.
I mean, this looked like it was round over. You got everything you could want here. Kill from Wild Oreo, player into the ISO ult. And somehow, some way,
the Nature is the most max distance range duel you could possibly have in the ISO ult.
Think the team that plays it better should be winning it, and then they don't. Because the other team just out-frags them.
Oh my goodness. We got a hero Bucky with light armor on the IGL. Actually, he's not IGLing anymore, to be fair. Well, tried to build it up, man, but...
I don't know if Jemkin could either, but he found a kill. The Bucky will be left on the ground. Xfero does take a good amount of damage. I'm not sure if there was a peek over towards
Elizabeth,
C.
hello.
Way, is down to
Thank you for the 19 months. Appreciate the prime. Of course, dude. Thank you so much for that.
Clustered up around the center of the map now.
Thank you for making sure I always have the right ads on as well.
Seen any follow-up pressure from RRQ, so they're backpedaling. They're heading over towards C. A little bit of B exploration for Jemkin and company.
Is IGLing at the moment,
Might
2G?
be a call to make a pivot once they realize this has been left undefended. Or not. Surely. Maybe when they get contact at C, they'll pivot back. We'll see.
It's a 3-person stack. Okay, no, they made it look too strong. They made it look too good.
Door, but Jeremy sprang through, able to find one. Xfero does get taken down, but it's a trade on the Vipers. As Wild Oreo going to try to stem the tide.
Yeah, they fired too much util they realized it was a stack. Had to wait for them to commit a little bit more.
Jeremy, shield raised, instantly dealt with. As Envy able to scoop up the weapon, but cannot put it to use. RRQ breaking the pattern, breaking the mold here in the second half. They win 2 rounds back to back.
Who would have thought?
And now they're 2 away from tying things up, and Wild Oreo picking up an operator.
Well, this is much better kind of map awareness and understanding, you know, whoa, C doesn't look so good. Back over towards B, they read that very, very well. They're starting to get a better feel for the game. Wild Oreo, though, with that operator.
Yeah, this has been
impactful with it.
It's been what they do, and dude, look at the confidence as well. Insta satchel to take the off angle.
Saw the chamber on Pearl, for example. Now they've got him on the more traditional role with the duelists. And he could find impact. We'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I like this from RRQ. I think they know that the op's in play.
They're going to restack the
because they were ready to go for a BC default, but then they see the smoke come out, so and then obviously had nothing towards A, so they take the free space.
They're just going to hold their feet. Now a little bit of util. Start to get some info. And they're just going to go right for the flanks. They're going for the rears. They know there's no sentinel.
So ult kind of clears back at sight. Got smoke down to get him over towards side as well. Keep an eye on this push behind.
That's what he sees. Sight opened up, and Xero noting the flank.
Beautiful.
Yep, able to find Jeremy.
Spike planted.
Spike now in play. Wild Oreo does have a showstopper, but getting into a position to try to send it for now. Paint Shell does go out to try to clear a drop. And he's going to be able to go ahead, plant that one right at Jemkin's feet, but not before Jemkin snipes him out of the sky. So a 1-for-1 exchange there at drop. The wall falling, Xero blinding another Envy. Now taken down. It's 2GE and Jesse Bash. Try to pull off.
Time.
The call to save.
Said time, just not going to be there, Jesse. Looking like he's going to be the one trying to call for the escape, but he cannot get away. Operator does get recovered here by 2G. Minor consolation prize to try to hold on to this one, but Monyet is on the hunt, trying to take this out of their hands.
Yeah, they might not be able to save this though.
Able to find him, paths not going to cross. RRQ now.
I mean, they cannot buy anything on top of this.
One away from tying us up at 9-9.
Kind of what you would expect. RRQ starting to pick up steam on this attacker side. This time they find the gap in Team Secret's defense. They're pretty far forward by the time Team Secret figures out that this is going to be an A hit. And they can't get into comfortable positions to use that ultimate. A good preempt with the Armageddon in case there is a showstopper. And Jemkin gets right up in the face of Wild Oreo to make sure that
some kind of eco strat.
There's not going to be any more damage
than
just him getting traded.
So they're probably going to go aggro.
So
they're probably just going to go aggro A, and the ops holding over towards C is the most obvious.
Maybe, yeah, I was going to say, maybe some rubble control, and as I saw on the map just now, they're pinging that out. So there might be some kind of play for that territory. As the side of RRQ, I think some of these early kind of slow round sort of explorations seem to be working pretty well, where they're kind of checking angles. The only concern, of course, is that you had the operator. They just completely dodged it in the previous round. But if they can, again, even if they see it, if they could trade it or use some util to keep it off balance, find some
Feeling
openings.
confident with the NRG train. I mean, it's moving.
That's going to be the real key
I
in this next one for
feel
me. Is
they were always going to get this win, in my
how you deal
opinion.
with that operator.
But
You got a lot of players at A. This is kind of looking like the classic.
wait, who do they play?
T1 hit,
Loser of
throwing the vulnerable,
C9
throwing
Sen,
the
right?
C's, throwing the paint shells, maybe a paranoia. But there's only one player. Well, they're holding, they're being patient. I like this.
Slowly inching onto the line, and Xero.
Well, there goes the hero up.
You don't have any armor. At least some that can withstand this.
They play the loser of MIBR 100 Thieves. Oh, actually? Yeah, the train's going. They're probably going to play 100 Thieves then.
Here for RRQ off the back of Team Secret's timeout call.
Oh, this is going to get close. It's a close game.
Thinking, oh, opt down on
Dude, I think the train's going.
Just charging over towards C with it. So this isn't going to be open.
And then what? Then they'll be 2 away.
Maybe just another B pivot for them.
Not taking any chances. Dimensional Drift comes out. Jemkin checking forward. Fault line. Center. Ooh, I don't think he noticed. I think he turned too quickly.
Are the tickets still available? Yeah, we still got some tickets. No first class. We haven't had to fill up the roof or get people working yet. It's not as popular as the Paper Extreme.
So even with this unscouted position here from Jesse Bash, the likelihood of it delivering many results, nope, it's going to be silent. So Envy able to find one, peeks in with the operator. They're going to look to try to take this out of his hands.
They are going to hunt this heavy.
Pretty strong idea of where he's going to be at, and they're going to be coming at him from every single possible angle. Envy, can he fight his way out of this corner? First shot is there. The backstab coming through. Flash set, fully blinded up. Jemkin will collect. 9-9. We are fully tied up. It's RRQ.
And OG, if they win that, we'll have to play G2, Sen, or C9.
Now we'll go into the bye round for the side of Team
But by then, if they beat in the 100 Thieves, they might have the confidence.
It's early round patience from RRQ paying off.
They might have enough
watching these angles with the Outlaw.
Enough momentum, enough steam to go.
That op early. And then when they try to pivot to C, the quick contact they receive has constantly set them
BG2, yeah, they might be winning it.
Using the ult to be diligent this time to make sure it is open.
You gotta think of how much power you get from those wins.
Open that door. And there you go, a little bit of that paint shell's vulnerable combo.
I give it a 3%. You can't be saying that. 3
of Team Secret, but Jemkin's just right in here.
Just chasing forward.
3% of what? Winning the whole thing? Oh, nice fight, bro.
Now invested. That cuts off this entirety of Baby Door. Rolling Thunder going across as things are getting chaotic.
There's a lot of space made by Envy on this. It's going to get really weird.
Bit of information.
You definitely got to imagine that Monyet wins this round.
Slid up alongside the door, but Monyet in around the back, able to find 1-2 GE, going to be taken down.
Why is no one watching this?
Push forward, Jemkin finding one, gets traded out. Envy coming away with 2. The pin now going to be dropped. Monyet dead. Delay there from the aftershock. Crazy guy setting up the fault line, but the fuse is being held in Envy. I think he's got it done. He absolutely has. Talmos, however.
Whoa.
Is he just
dude. He's doing everything.
48.
He's doing everything.
Turns back, eats the damage with the salvo.
Oh, man. I can't, dude. I can't. But why is no one in the looking for him? Look at this. No one's watching that space. They're smoked off, the people over towards B main.
The flank watching from Jesse Bash, fantastic.
Like RRQ are bottling it a little bit.
But holy hell.
No, he's Thanos, mate.
He is just brilliant. Just absolutely brilliant. I mean, the fact that he gets the pit dropped so quickly there.
Dude, they just put him on different roles as well, and he's just owning everyone.
Monyet dead. Spray forward into the smoke, and Wild Warrior comes
God, look at them go. The snowball.
Prowler now scouting Jemkin. Quick hop out with that gate crash. Solid advantage here for Team Secret, having since regained the lead.
They got the pit on C, so they can start watching B from the link. Looking pretty nice there. Throw up the toxic screen. Jesse can throw some util. Boombot check. Might even got a spot. Ooh. Well, yep. Easy money for Jesse. Gets a double. Right there to trade after Wild Oreo got taken down. Now you're just down to X-Pharaoh for RRQ.
Damn near flawless. X-Pharaoh makes it maybe a little bit more costly.
Dude, how are you meant to predict anything in Pacific?
Limited swings in.
Like, how are we actually ever meant to? Who's top of pick'ems in Pacific?
2 rounds away from closing out this series. RRQ,
they have to be geniuses.
like they're going to be burning
how are we meant to ever get all this stuff right?
Team Secret, 2 rounds in a row, 2 rounds up. 2 kills for Jesse.
VLR mods at the top. Probably that.
Juices are wild here for Team Secret. They look so good today. So many great map reads.
You're top 1%. Yeah, but is that just because everyone else is just getting everything wrong?
Team Secret
maybe you got like 5 right.
Taking control of A Rubble early, starting to lean into the other sides of the map. And even though they gave up a quick plant on B, they had some good util, good plans to deal with it. And Envy, man, oh man, just incredible today. How many times
just predicted the opposite of what you expect? Yeah, I said to just start doing that, but then I just carried on picking what I thought would happen.
And RRQ's gonna have to dig deep. I mean, sure, RRQ's had a loss, but Now this is the one that, you know, you wanted to have that confidence builder before you go into the playoffs. You're the #1 seed. You're going up against the bottom team from this bracket.
Yep.
And you're getting, maybe, you know, you might lose here. That's the crazy part.
I mean, right now, given the way that these last 2 rounds have gone, it's trending in the direction of being likely. Unless you can deal with Envy. Jeremy, lone ult in the server here for the moment.
Team Secret, they go for the aggro push as RRQ call the timeout. Dude, that's a nice fade. I've never seen that one before.
Out here in towards the spawn, and Jeremy, he's got the grab, but it's on the clone. Not a fake, like I would love to see.
Yeah, you might as well shoot the clone every single time. Why do people not shoot it?
Just looking for the concussive bounce. Envy still here. Top of the box, swings out, does end up falling. But Wild Oreo able to find one. Jesse Bash comes up with 3, gets the 4th. And he just kicks him right back into the respawn room. Match point here for Team Secret. It's been a rough stage 1, but they are looking to end it with a bang by taking down the #1 seed of the group.
Oh my goodness. Dude, he's just ready for the next.
Just
he's just so locked in. He's killed them all and he's ready for another swing. He wants the 6v5, man. It's too easy for him.
The ISO
Give him an extra player.
Clone, and you're still just getting outgunned, out crossfired. They try to push
3
out of the
chances.
smoke. Back into C lobby, pay the price. Jemkin sidestepping some util there, but doesn't feel comfortable to go any further. And RRQ is huddled in a corner. They are starting to death ball. They're getting a little bit nervous. You do have some open space there. Jemkin's got his ult. Could clarify.
They just Prowler cleared over towards B. They're going to head over towards C. And we might see Zafero have a really good look.
Spots out one over.
We'll keep an eye on it.
Just checks around the back.
He's not fully confident. He's waiting for the push now. Oh boy, Jemkin.
So damn smart.
Surely
they know
we
exactly what Jemkin's gonna look to do.
Oh my goodness, what
he finds
the?
punish the showstopper. Drawn out. Quick exit though.
Dude, they know they're all off site. We've got an Omenal over towards spawn. He's miles away. We've got double luck on the go.
This crazy guy tries to hold his own. But
dude, they just stick this, right? It's so close. They just stick it. Team Secret, bottom of the group to beat top of the group. The bottom seed to beat the top seed. Pacific. Tell you what though, this whole double duelist thing for them looks so much better.
Delivering them another loss ahead of their top seed run at the playoffs.
I mean, it's just one of those things about Team Secret that they give some of the best teams in our league fits. They've done it all the time. And they find, yeah, they are the Robin Hood. You're absolutely right. And it's their first win this year.
RRQ saving strats. They just what though, that champ point might have been pretty nice.
You know, they've been a thorn in the side for Paper X in the past during Paper X's dominant era.
Like Copium though.
Maybe RRQ's up next. But finally, RRQ's looking to have their time in the sun. But there is an eclipse looming. And it is the Filipino team. Team Secret.
Damn, they got their win.
Has sent darkness.
Where's the coach,
over
bro?
Indonesia.
Go get your win.
Absolute insanity. But for the first time in a long time, it's something good here for the Filipino fans to cheer for.
Yes.
Because this team, yes, it has been a very rough 2025.
Look at him, they're looking. Where is he? He doesn't know where to go when he's won.
Able to get this year. But this
he normally walks off, doesn't have to go on stage.
It looked concise. That is set, clean. This Lotus.
He didn't know what to do. What do you mean not going to go on stage when we win?
Good. At the end of the day, Envy is Envy.
It's been years.
He's going to be standing by with our winners interview.
Congratulations, Team Secret, for the long-awaited win. Finally, Envy, if I can have you over here, please. Thank you. 네, 팀 시크릿의 인비 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 아, 승리 축하드립니다. 스테이지 1 승리로 마무리 짓게 됐는데요. 먼저 승리한 소감부터 들어보고 싶네요. Congratulations, Envy, for picking up that win. Stage 1 is over, but you guys are ending it on a good note. So, tell us about today's win.
I think this match showed our true potential as a team. I mean, the past few weeks we've had really low confidence, so this last match we made it like we know like there's no more like stakes, nothing to lose anymore. So we showed our true potential. So yeah, it really means a lot to us.
사실 그동안 너무 자신감도 많이 떨어져 있었고 팀 분위기도 좋지 않아서 이번 경기에는 정말 잃을 게 없다는 마인드를 가지고 임하자라고 얘기를 했고 오늘 승리를 거둠으로써 정말 팀 시크릿의 포텐셜을 보여줄 수 있었기 때문에 앞으로가 더 기대된다고 좋은 경기였다고 얘기를 했는데요. 말씀해주신 것처럼 이제 뭐 스테이지 2를 준비할 수밖에 없는데 스테이지 1 되돌아보면 좀 어떤 것들을 배웠고 어떤 것들을 느꼈는지도 들어보고 싶네요. It's gonna be a long season, don't worry. I mean, you guys will be coming back stronger in stage 2, but what were some takeaways or some of the things that you guys were able to point out throughout your journey here in stage 1?
Definitely, I think we just needed a lot of confidence coming in for stage 2. So I think we can take away that we should play to win, not to lose. So yeah, that's our mindset for stage 2.
그동안 자신감이 얼마나 중요한지를 몸소 느낄 수 있었고 정말 경기를 치를 때마다 지기 위해서 경기를 하는 게 아니라 이기기 위한 경기 그리고 이기기 위한 게임을 해야겠다고 마음먹었고 좀 그게 가장 크게 배워가는 점이 아니었나 싶다고 얘기를 하는데요.
Playing to win is a good strategy. No, but he's talking about like when you're playing not to lose, you don't want to make mistakes, right? So you're not doing like what you normally do in practice.
We'll be here for stage 2 and so long, you know. So anything you want to say to your fans?
Thank you guys for supporting us always, even though we didn't qualify for playoffs, and I'm really happy you guys came to support us. Thank you all.
플레이오프에 진출하지는 못했지만 그래도 항상 응원해 주셔서 너무 감사하다고 얘기를 하면서 항상 열심히 하는 모습, 나아지는 모습 보여주겠다고 했습니다. 이렇게 해서 인비 선수 만나봤고요. 저희는 다음 주 플레이오프 경기로 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. Thank you, 인비.
Thank you.
See you in stage 2.
Yeah, they got their win. They're always good for one. And honestly, the double duelist makes a lot more sense. I think a big part of this was Wardoria, to be honest.
Stage 1 groups with Team Secret.
Looks a lot comfier here.
This out. Finally getting that first win.
What a crazy game.
Invi's one of the probably the most underrated flex, I would say, Invi, because he can actually play everything.
Against top of the group RRQ.
We always talk about like the kind of goals,
big plays,
like the station, etc. But honestly, he's a really good flex.
You know, that's why it's almost more frustrating that they were 0-4 before this.
Yes. Yeah, of course. I mean, at the end of the day, they've shown potential to win some maps
okay,
here and there, but
we
now that you take the pressure
done.
factor
If you're around in
away
2
and
hours,
there's less
I think it's 2 hours.
They are actually
around
able
2
to
hours,
finally
we're going to be doing plat
their
chat.
first championship point and their
Sleep
first
for a
series
bit.
win here
sure.
in 2025. So hopefully this will be the start of the
give
upward trend.
me someone
and I'm keen to see what they're going to be
raid.
bringing in towards
Wanna
stage
raid
2
Meg?
because
For
it
sure.
felt like they did kind of play a little bit more standard
she
of
got
a style,
2
I would
Gs
say,
or
in
not?
kickoff, and then they started to mix in, you know, Wild Oreo on the op and a little bit of this different style earlier on in stage 1, but they didn't fully commit to it. And I feel like now that they've fully committed to that style, they played a little bit looser with a little bit more confidence. It's unlocked some of the players. But
okay, thanks so much, everyone. Thank you, thanks for watching. Ooh, that's rough with the first kills, though.
Yeah, I mean, I feel
3
like
clutches as well.
Kind of
My goodness.
now is working well for them, you know.
3 clutches,
Jesus, RRQ, can we look at this one
they
thinking...
get all the first bloods, but you know, that shows the individual level of these guys. If you're able to clutch against a consistently good team like
pistol
RRQ,
as well. Okay, thank you everyone for watching. Thank you. If you want to watch Plat Chat in 2 hours, I'll be there. If not, we got Wednesday, EMEA, last week for EMEA. And then we'll be watching
only
all the
now has it
playoffs.
finally emerged. But you know what? It's okay.
I appreciate you all.
Thank
you for being here. Thank you so much, everyone.
This is only stage 1. It is only groups. We're only just
have a
going
good
into
rest of your
playoffs
day.
now. And yes, they do
Bye,
miss
everyone. Bye,
Toronto. But this is, again, very, very promising for stage 2. And Wild Oreo, this is another guy that we were talking about at the
YouTube
start
chat.
of the show.
Thank you so much, guys, as well. Thank you. I appreciate you. Subscribe if you can. It would help me out. And I will see you.
He's played quite a lot of Rays in his career, so I
see you on
did
Wednesday
see
when I'm
them
streaming
throw
next.
him on the Rays
Bye,
towards Split, and then here again on Lotus has worked out a little bit better than in that Split.